none, we'll come to order and call to order the November 5th zoning hearing for today. Let's start, if you'll please stand and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And thank you, especially for everyone for joining us today. It is Election Day, quite a few things going on, so we appreciate you all being here. We have a full agenda, and so to get us started, I will turn to Mr. Peterson to walk us through the agenda.
And thank you, Mr. Chair and Board. Today's hearing will be conducted with the following process and procedure. Each case will be called in numerical order. We would ask that the applicant for that case please stand and raise their hand to show that they are in attendance. Then we're going to call to see if there's anyone here opposed to that specific case. We would also ask that the opposition please stand and raise their hand so they can be counted for the official record. After recognizing both parties will be asked to come forward to be sworn in. The applicant will testify first, and then the opposition, if any, would testify second. It's important to note that each side only gets 10 minutes to state their case of concerns. There's not a process to reserve your time or to rebut what was said previously, so you want to convey all your information to the board within your 10-minute time period. Additionally, if there's more than one person who wishes to speak on an issue, you may want to coordinate with each other about what you're going to talk about, because each side only gets 10 minutes, and you don't want to cover the same information over and over. After that, the board will start to discuss the case at hand. From the discussion, they may ask one or more persons to come back to the front for additional comments or questions. From there, they make a decision to either approve, deny, hold, or continue the case at hand. There is one case on today's agenda which has been withdrawn without prejudice. This case will not be heard today. That's case LUP 37 of 2024, Marbell and Garita. This case has been withdrawn without prejudice. It will not be heard today. Additionally, there's a number of cases on today's printed agenda which have been held or continued, and these cases will not be heard today. First case is rezoning case Z2 of 2024, Florinori Development Group, LLC. This case was continued by the staff until the December 3rd, 2024 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z2 of 2024 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z40 of 2024, Elite Engineering. This case was continued by the staff until the December 3rd, 2024 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z40 of 2024 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z44 of 2024, Manor Restorations LLC. This case was continued by the staff until the December 3rd, 2024 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z44 of 2024 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z63 of 2024, Whataburger Restaurants LLC. This case was continued by the staff until the December 3rd, 2024 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z63 of 2024 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z64 of 2024, Lost Mountain Baptist Church, Inc. This case was continued by the staff until the December 3rd, 2024 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z64 of 2024 will not be heard today. And lastly, LEP 41 of 2024, Mayor Moore, as trustee of the Mayor Moore Declaration of Trust, dated July 20th, 2017. This case was continued by the staff and will not be heard today. So LEP 41 of 2024 will not be heard today. Mr. Chairman and Board, I did get a request late to continue rezoning case Z37 of 2024, Bosco Ikea Kananen. The applicant still needs some time to work on their concept, so the staff would ask us to continue this case until your December 3rd, 2024 Planning Commission zoning hearing.
All right, that's in District 4, so to you, Commissioner Hughes.
Yeah, I'll move that we grant the applicant's request to hold Z37 until the December 3rd Planning Commission hearing.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Commissioner Anderson. Any discussion? Let's call the question. By a vote of 5-0, we will hold Z37 until the December 3rd hearing.
Thank you. And before we get started on the consent agenda, I do just have a couple more announcements. If you have a cell phone, please turn the volume off on your cell phone. When the phones ring, it does interfere with broadcast and presentations. And I want to remind applicants, opposition, or any interested party that information is due to this board the Wednesday prior to this hearing. Any information submitted after the Wednesday due date may or may not be considered by the board at their discretion. And with that, Mr. Chair and board, I'm ready to start the consent agenda. Cobb County Planning Commission zoning hearing consent agenda for November 5th, 2024. First case on consent is rezoning case Z60 of 2024. Probity 1 LLC requests a rezoning from UVC to R20 for a single-family residential in land lot A59 of the 16th district. The property is located on the west side of Bells Ferry Road, north of Turner Road. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Number 1, Fire Department comments and recommendations. Number 2, Stormwater Management Division comments and recommendations. Number 3, Water and Sewer Division comments and recommendations. And number 4, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z60? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Next case is rezoning case Z61 of 2024. New Era Hispanic Services Incorporated requests a rezoning from CF to NRC for a professional office and contractor's office in land lot 702 of the 19th district. The property is located on the east side of Austell Road, north of Byers Drive. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Number 1, site plan received by the zoning division on September 5th, 2024, with the district commissioner, or if unavailable, the county chair approving minor modifications. Number 2, professional office and specialized contractor with a special exception use permitted. Number 3, no outdoor storage. Number 4, variance for parking on a non-hardened treated surface as stated in the zoning comments. Number 5, 10-foot landscape screening buffer and 6-foot solid wooden or masonry privacy fence along the eastern property line. Number 6, adherence to the Austell Road design guidelines. Number 7, all refuse and designated recycling location facilities must be contained within a completely enclosed facility. Number 8, planning department comments and recommendations. Number 9, fire department comments and recommendations. Number 10, water and sewer division comments and recommendations. Number 11, stormwater management division comments and recommendations. And number 12, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z61? Let the record show there's no one opposed. LUP 38, Chelsea Hurst requests a temporary land use permit renewal for garden crafts to sell at farmers markets in land lot 535 of the 16th district. The property is located on the west side of Missy Drive, north of Shelby Lane. Staff recommends approval for 24 months, subject to the following conditions. Number 1, adherence to all code requirements for customary home occupations, not in conflict. Number 2, no sales from this location. Number 3, no exterior signs. And number 4, Department of Transportation comments recommendations. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant's here. Is there anyone here opposed to LEP 38? Let the record show there's no one opposed, and that completes the consent agenda, Mr. Chairman and Board.
Thank you. We have the consent agenda in front of us. I will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
I have a second from Commissioner Lindstrom. Any questions? Let's call the question. Vote of 5-0, recommend approval of the consent agenda. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And all those folks that are on consent, you're free to leave. Just come back in 2 weeks for the Board of Commissioners' final decision. Okay, moving into the held and continued agenda. First case we're going to hear today is rezoning case Z9 of 2024. Thomas Orrick requests a rezoning from CRC and R20 to RM8 for a townhome community in land lot 1300 of the 19th district. The property is located on the northwest corner of Veterans Memorial Highway and Burris Road. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z9? One. Okay, let the record show there's one person opposed. All those who wish to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Parks Huff, law firm of Sam's Lock & Huff, and I represent the applicant in regards to this rezoning application before you this morning, showing you the subject property on your aerial. It is a piece of property on Veterans Memorial Parkway. You've heard it before, but I'm going to go through some of the details that I think are important. It's at the intersection of Veterans Memorial Highway and Burris Road. Burris Road is on the eastern side of the subject property. It's currently zoned CRC, and it is adjacent to a educational facility, Chattahoochee Tech, to the west of the subject property. And then to the north is residential. Combination of residential to the north, you'll see some RA5, you see some RM8 to the east, and that was the original request, was to go to RM8 because RM8 was already existing to the east on the south side of Veterans Memorial. But the staff looked at it, and this is the subject property now. It's worth noting that this is a very, very tired commercial corridor and very tired commercial property. And so it needs to be reinvested in and changed. And the best, after a lot of dialogue with the community, the best use for this property, because there is plenty of other tired commercial, is residential, because there's a huge need for residential in the area, and new residences support the commercial, which is what you need going on in this area. So that's the subject property now. My client acquired it a little while ago and is looking to redevelop it, and the residential use is a great use. This is the initial proposal at RM8. It had retaining a commercial element at the corner of Burris Road and Veterans Memorial, and then wrapping that with townhomes. We had several meetings with the community. There was a lot of questions and concerns about, one, maintaining that commercial corner, and it was suggested that really making the entire property residential made more sense. This is the second site plan. A couple things I will note here is this has access on Burris Road, and again, it eliminates the commercial component to it, but it is still townhomes at greater than 5 units per acre. This is the next site plan that we prepared after some additional dialogue with the community, and we had a great meeting with the community to the north. That's an RA5, and they had some concerns about access to Burris Road. Usually you want to access the side road, but because of grade and site distance issues, and because that Burris Road Veterans Memorial is already very heavily used and has a lot of backup with left turning movements, stopping, not allowing the intersection to clear, it was determined after DOT review that the better way is to access it directly off Veterans Memorial. So this is the site plan to move the access to Veterans Memorial. Again, townhomes at more than 5 units per acre. Now, this is the site plan that's before you today. This is your staff, when they looked at this, they had a staff recommendation for approval at RA5. And so after a lot of going back and forth, meeting with the community, meeting with Mapleton Improvement Coalition, we redrew the plan to be consistent with the staff recommendation, which is 5 units per acre. We did have a dialogue with the Mapleton Improvement Coalition about whether making them detached, whether that might be an opportunity here. There's pluses and minuses to detaching it. You lose a lot of green space if you detach it. But the other factor is it just loses a lot of efficiency. And keep in mind, you are converting a commercial property to residential. So it has to have a certain amount of density to make that happen. And so that's the reason why we've settled on what your staff recommended, which is an RA5, maximum 5 units per acre, access off of Veterans Memorial. Obviously, that access would have to be determined by Cobb DOT and GDOT. And actually, GDOT would be the ultimate decider on how that access is done. We know we'll have to make improvements to that intersection or that access, decel lanes, left turn lanes, whatever GDOT requires will have to be done. But that is a better way to access this property given the site distance and grade differentials on Burris Road. So this is the plan that we are presenting today. It keeps the residential off of Veterans Memorial. It has a lot of green space along Veterans Memorial, has that buffer there. And then it has, townhomes going, up the property with buffers on all sides, plenty of opportunity to landscape. We did submit a letter of agreeable stipulations dated October 23rd, which details that, we will be making the improvements to Burrish Road that need to be done, sidewalks and such. Even though we're not accessing it, obviously we will be doing the same along Veterans Memorial. We believe that the 32 townhomes proposed here is totally compliant with your land use plan, consistent with your staff recommendation at 5 units per acre. I know Mableton Improvement Coalition still has some questions and concerns. The applicant has retained an architect to come up with architectural rendering showing the proposed townhomes. And we know that there is a need for additional housing in the area. We know townhomes works in the right location. This is the right location. Converting a commercial property that does not look good to new residential with good buffering on Veterans Memorial is a great opportunity to add some quality residential to the area. So we ask that you follow your staff recommendation for approval and pass this on to the Board of Commissioners with your recommendation consistent with that and consistent with my stipulation letter dated October 23rd. I'm here to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We'll hear from the opposition.
Thank you, and good morning. My name is Robin Meyer, and I co-chair the Zoning Committee for the Mableton Improvement Coalition. We couldn't agree more with Mr. Parks and Mr. Huff that this is a blighted commercial property and that a residential development here is a great opportunity. Townhomes is certainly in keeping with the trend towards conversion of residential property in this area of Mableton. But to be successful in this location and to make a positive contribution to the redevelopment in this area, the plan has to be excellent and imaginative, and that is certainly not the case in what we've seen so far. The revised proposal for 32 cookie-cutter townhomes without good design is simply not a good fit for this challenged location. What we have, as you can see on the site plan, are multiple blocks of 6 townhomes repeated over and over with very little architectural interest. Hundreds of similar townhomes are under construction in the immediate area, so these are going to face stiff competition. All of District 4 has been inundated with zoning applications recently because it's really where people want to build. Not only is ours a fast-growing area, but as for townhomes, Smyrna has upped the game with townhomes. They have implemented very interesting and creative multifamily architectural standards. And frankly, that's the kind of development that we would like to see in Mableton as well. There have been 2 recent townhome developments that you all have looked at and recommended approval for that have been met with enthusiastic acceptance from the community because they have had different and interesting architectural features and designs. We would hope that applicants such as this one would bring that same enthusiasm to this application, but so far we haven't seen that happen. We were pleased to get the stipulations letter from Mr. Huff, but we note that the elevations that he showed you and that he showed us are not attached to that stipulations letter. So while we guess that that's the plan, we don't know that for sure. There's no mention of the size of the units in the stipulation letter. There are private streets in this development, which has certainly been the trend here in townhome developments. But unlike other recent developments, there's no provision in the stipulation letter for a dedicated financial reserve for repaving the streets, as has been the case in recent approvals. There's no landscape plan or no provision for a landscape review committee. There's no limitation on rentals. There's no requirement that the HOA be responsible for exterior building maintenance and landscaping. There's no requirement that the garages actually be used for parking and not converted to storage or living space. There was a traffic access study performed and submitted to DOT, and our last reading of those comments was that the traffic access study was not accepted by Cobb DOT. If that's changed, we would, certainly find that welcome information. At one point in the conversation, there was a promise that this applicant would widen Burris on their side. Burris is, to my understanding, barely has 11-foot lanes. And given the elevation changes and the other traffic challenges on Burris and the coming improvements to the Burris Veterans Memorial interchange that were funded by the Escalades development, and I understand are in the works at DOT, if we can get just a little bit more width on Burris to bring it up to standards, that would certainly help. And most importantly, there's no deadline for the demolition of the existing commercial buildings and the removal of the debris which litters that property. With all of those things in mind, we feel like we're just still too far away to be able to recommend approval of this application. We support redevelopment of this parcel. We would like to see redevelopment of this parcel, but we need a good quality application, which we do not think we have at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, this case is in District 4, so I'm going to turn it to Commissioner Hughes to lead our discussion.
Thank you, Chairman. If I could have the applicant come back up, please. So Parks, you referenced a stipulation letter, I think dated October 31st?
23rd.
23rd, excuse me. I, for some reason, I haven't seen that, and I didn't receive it. So if you could kind of go through it real quick, and I hate to belabor that, but I have not seen the stipulation letter, so.
Yeah, and it should have been sent out on October 23rd via email.
I haven't gotten it.
But I understand that there may be issues there. We've agreed to the 32 maximum townhomes. We certainly would agree to a 10% rental maximum, which is pretty standard. Some of the other questions had to do with the DOT. We did agree with all the DOT recommendations, including installing curb gutter and sidewalk along Burris Road and Veterans Memorial Highway to meet Cobb DOT and GDOT standards. So those improvements to Burris Road that we've referenced before is included in there. There is and it needs to happen as an additional turn lane on Burris that's not related to our project but related to other projects. We can donate that additional right-of-way. And certainly we hope that DOT is along with their project, so when we do our curb gutter and sidewalk on Burris, it aligns with that, and we would work out those details. That's typically worked out in plan review.
And speaking about dedicating, the right-of-way for Burris, does the current site plan reflect that dedication?
We have, I don't know if it's the site plan scaled correctly, but we include in the stipulation donation of right-of-way on the west side of Burris Road, a minimum 25 feet from roadway center line, which is consistent with DOT's recommendation.
Well, I'll ask DOT, but I thought they increased it to 35 feet, but I'll check that with them.
We can agree to the 35 feet.
Okay, all right. There was a reference made to minimum square footage for these units. I don't think that's reflected in your stipulation letter dated October 23rd.
Yeah,
What's the minimum?
it is not, there is not a minimum square footage. You have a minimum square footage in the code. This is something that I think we could do better at. If it's in your code, why not rely upon the code for your minimum square footages? There's a reason to go higher. We certainly can, but these will be 1,800 square feet and higher. Okay. And if that's important, but quite frankly, I don't know why we rely upon square footages in stipulation letters rather than relying upon the code.
Okay. And then just to clarify, these will be private streets?
These are designed as private streets. I'd be glad to look at potential public streets, and we would certainly have the reserve funds to maintain the private streets.
Okay. And will there be a mandatory homeowners?
Mandatory HOA, maintaining all exterior landscaping and exterior.
Okay. All right. Those are all the questions I have for the applicant.
Any other questions for the applicant? Oh, you got not all at once. Commissioner Anderson.
My only request was for the the October stipulation letter. Does that have the elevations in it?
It says the elevations would be supplemented, and that's the elevation I presented today. They were actually included in previous submissions, so it's in the record, but those are the renderings that I shared.
Okay. Yeah, that's the only thing I wanted to ask about that.
Yeah. And we would be comfortable with final site plan and architecture to be reviewed and approved by the district commissioner.
Yeah. Commissioner Ballon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the comments concerned your covenants not having any restrictions regarding uses of garages. Are you okay with that?
Yeah, we're fine that the garages will not be finished to living space.
Okay. And what about similarly no long-term storage? You're fine with that?
Fine with that condition.
Okay. And then the other question was whether or not the intention was to just to resell to investors or an investor, or whether these are going to be for sale units, principally owner occupied, and whether there'll be any covenants in that regard.
Yeah, the covenants would be that this would be a for sale community rental restriction after it's designed and sold as a for sale community, maximum 10% rental.
Okay, and then can you just comment on the questions raised regarding the entrance versus Burris Road? Does one of them have a line of sight problem because of hills or some other topo condition?
If you can go to the site plan. So the access was designed to be all the way towards the north. Obviously, that's intentional because of two different reasons. One is you have, as you enter Burris from Veterans, it's low, then gets high, and then drops back down. And so the best way to connect is that more northern, because one, it has better sight distance, but it also removes that from the conflict that you get at Veterans Memorial and Burris. Because what happens is that backs up because it's not wide enough, it doesn't have turn lanes. But the problem is you do not have the sight distance at that point. So you have grade differential, and you got sight distance problems that are really not correctable, because the grade at that point is probably about 10, 15 feet below. The grade of our property is about 10, 15 feet below Burris Road. So there's no way to make that grade differential up and get your sight distance. So after a lot of back and forth, I think the community, my client, the DOT is comfortable with the access off Veterans Memorial as the preferred access point because of the existing issues with Burris and the challenge of sight distance.
Did you consider an entrance like midway down Burris Road from the intersection with Veterans to where you're currently showing that?
Yeah, our property is basically flat. And at that point, mid-grade, that Burris Road is 15 feet
Still?
higher than we are, so, or maybe even higher than that. So there's just no way to get that grade differential made up in that width.
Thank you.
Commissioner Lynch.
Parks, and that grade differential, is that going to be a problem for stormwater management if you're
No.
on the bottom? Okay. And is there a way that you can gussy up the front of these places to make them look a little bit more interesting? I do agree with the opposition on this.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I said, I mean, these are architectural designs drawn by an architect. Obviously, they're not building plans yet, so as we go through plan review, the plan site plan will probably have some changes to it, and as well as the architecture. That's the reason why I suggested that we have final site plan and architecture to be signed off by the district commissioner.
Thank you.
And they also, if you look at the site plan, the goal is to have generous landscaping along Veterans Memorial.
Any other questions of the applicant? If not, I'll turn it back to you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank you, Parks. If I could have DOT.
Ligia Florem, DOT.
Good morning, Lygia. If you could just sort of characterize the status of the traffic study that has been done for this project at this point?
Sure. So let me begin by saying that the development does not trigger a traffic study per our code, so one was not required. They voluntarily submitted one, and it was more to analyze the access on Burroughs Road, to justify or not justify the access on Burroughs Road. The reason why we did not accept that study, we reviewed it, but they took counts, at the very beginning, they took counts during the summer months, which immediately negates the study because the schools were not in session. So they didn't have accurate counts to provide accurate information. And then their conclusions were that they did not need right turn lanes on Veterans Memorial if the access was on Veterans Memorial, and we disagreed with that as well. So there were several assumptions that they made in the collection of the data that we would not have accepted that traffic study. But again, it wasn't to determine the impact of the development because the development wasn't triggering the traffic study. It was more to determine where to put their access. And so it was not accepted, but it wasn't necessary for this development.
And so your recommendations, let me ask you this way. Have you had an opportunity to see the most recent site plan, and have your recommendations been, or do they need to be adjusted to reflect the most recent site plan?
I have not seen the one with the stipulation letter, so I have not received the stipulation letter either. But I saw it, I see it right now, and I see that they have added the right turn lane on Veterans Memorial. It will have to be determined whether it's the appropriate length of the taper and the storage during plan review. And obviously, GDOT will be the one to determine the approval of that access at the end. And they have, I think I see the proposed right-of-way moved a little bit farther, and you were correct, that right now the right-of-way measures 50 feet, 25 feet from the center line. We were requesting 35 feet from the center line to accommodate the future right turn lane southbound on Burroughs Road onto Veterans Memorial. But it appears that they're showing it. I just can't read it really well on the, I don't know if you can zoom into that. But regardless, it sounds like they are willing to do that, to donate the right-of-way.
Okay. Gotcha. All right. Any questions?
Any other questions of DOT? No.
Okay.
Thank you.
If I could ask you to put up the slide from the opposition showing the different concerns that the community identified. I think there was a list. Yeah, there we go. Okay. All right. So I think we've held this since early this year. I think it goes back to March, if I remember correctly. So it's been a while. Made slow progress to this point now. It's unfortunate I haven't had a chance to look at the stipulation letter dated October 23rd. But with that said, I do have some stipulations I've developed that I think would be appropriate to address many of these items that are listed here. So with that said, I'm prepared to make a recommendation recommending approval of deleting Z9 2024 to the RA5 category as recommended by staff, subject to the following conditions, and I hate to do this to the clerk, but I just want to read through some of the ones that are in the staff report. One is that the site plan be approved by the district commissioner, that the density be no more than 5 units to the acre, that allow for private streets, that a landscape plan be approved by the district commissioner that includes a 10-foot landscape screening buffer adjacent to residential property to the north and a 20-foot landscaping buffer adjacent to the non-residential properties to the south, west, and east. Department of Transportation comments and recommendations, Fire Department comments and recommendations, Stormwater Division comments and recommendations, and Water and Sewer Division comments and recommendations. In addition to that, the stipulation letter provided by the applicant dated October 23rd, 2024. And then I would like to supplement that letter with some additional stipulations for consideration. One is that the proposed townhomes be a minimum of 1,800 square feet of heated and cooled space, that the proposed townhomes be of craftsman style and architecture, and shall have exterior facades consisting of brick, stone, stacked stone, cedar shake, shingles, board and batten, cementitious siding, or combinations thereof with complementary accents. And I apologize again because I've got an extensive list. That the townhome units have 2-car garages. No garages within the proposed townhome will be converted to heated living space for units. All garages will be used primarily for parking of vehicles with only incidental storage that doesn't interfere with parking for vehicles. Such restrictions shall be included in the declaration of covenants, easements, and restrictions. Applicant agrees to recording and enforcement of declaration of covenants, easements, restrictions, and shall contain covenants, rules, and regulations applicable to the proposed townhome community. Additionally, in conjunction with the covenants, the applicant agrees to the creation of a mandatory homeowners association, which shall be responsible for the upkeep, maintenance of the exterior of the units, including roofs, entrance areas, signage, all common and amenity areas, open space areas, exterior yard areas, general landscape areas, mail kiosks, detention areas, and the like within the community. All units within the proposed townhome will be for sale. There will be no more than a maximum of 10% of the units being leased at any one time. And that restriction will also be included in the covenants. Entrance signage shall be a ground-based monument style signage and shall consist of brick, stone, stacked stone, or combinations thereof. The entrance landscaping shall be professionally designed, implemented, and maintained. Maintenance of the entrance areas shall be by the mandatory homeowners association as set forth in the covenants. The proposed community shall have private streets. And then the applicant agrees to establish and fund a separate account for the benefit of future homeowners associations for the purposes of a private street maintenance. Prior to approval of the final plat, applicant agrees to perform a third-party street maintenance reserve study, subject to the review and approval by the Cobb County Department of Transportation. And the applicant shall fund the private maintenance reserve fund with a prescribed amount as determined by the reserve study. And that would be my motion.
Second.
I have a second from Commissioner Blouin. Any discussion?
I had a quick clarifying question. Commissioner Hughes, you said the HOA would be responsible for roof upkeep. Is that, or is that just on shared facilities? So
Shared facilities.
just on shared facilities?
Yes.
Okay. So
Common areas.
okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other additional questions? Not, let's call the question. Yeah, okay. By a vote of 5-0, we recommend approval of Z9 with all stated stipulations. Thank you.
All right, next case on the agenda is rezoning case Z55 of 2024. Irma V. Palacios requests a rezoning from CF to R12 for a single-family residence in land lots 278 and 299 of the 17th District. The property is located on the northwest corner of South Cobb Drive and Waldrop Circle, north of Dink Lane. Is the applicant present? Is the applicant present for Z55, Irma V. Palacios? Is there anyone here opposed to this case? Mr. Chairman, we'll try to give him a call, try to see if he'll show up, but I think this is the person that didn't show up last month. So we'll give him a call. All right. Next case then is OSC 1 of 2024, Poston Properties, Inc. Request a rezoning from R30 to R30 OSC for single-family residences in land lots 62 and 87 of the 19th District. The property is located on the west side of Midway Road, south of Dallas Highway. The applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to OSC 1? Please stand and raise your hands. Okay, let the record show there's 6 people here opposed to OSC 1. Is there anyone here in support of OSC 1? Please stand and raise your hands. 2. Okay, let the record show there's 2 people here in support. All those who wish to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Planning Commissioners. I'm Kevin Moore here to represent Poston Properties, which is a company, wholly owned company of Trayton Homes, in this application for an open space community. This was held after a public presentation and hearing from last month. And so what I'm going to try to do is simply stick to what has occurred since that hearing and update you on what we have done, as well as try to highlight some of what we think are the very positive aspects of what we believe is the correct manner in which to develop this basically 48-acre tract that's located on Midway Road, just south of Dallas Highway. We think this property, which is zoned R30, is appropriately proposed to you for an open space community development. We think it's not only just appropriate, but we think it's far and away the better way to develop this property for a residential subdivision without having to rezone the underlying R30 category. It stays R30, but it allows for the use of the OSC requirements for which this property, for all intents and purposes, seems to meet exactly why OSC was created in the first place in this situation. Again, just to highlight a couple of things for you, this property is, as I said, 48 acres, approximately 48 acres. What we're proposing is an OSC development that has, in terms of total open space, almost 24 acres of total open space. Most of that contained, as you see on the site plan on your screen on the left side, where a massive congregated amount of open space is placed so that this development is simply to occur on the east side of the stream and pond that comes down through this property without having to cross the stream and develop other portions of this property. The other portions which could be developed are shown in the purple on your screen. So you can see that those portions that are purple are fully available to be developed if this property just simply remains R30. That's the reason why we have OSC and why it works so well with this property, is that it allows a full opportunity from an environmental open space and permanently protected open space standpoint to protect that acreage, to protect that stream. So I'm going to point out a couple of other things, though, that have occurred since then, and then go over some of the other highlights for you. As originally proposed, this OSC was for a maximum of for 48 homes. It was for 48 lots that we had proposed. That was also identified in our straight R30 plan, and that's where the 48 lots comes from under your OSC rules and guidelines. If you recall, at the prior month, we had a undisturbed buffer along this southern boundary. That's the boundary we share with the Broadlands subdivision. To remind you, the Broadlands subdivision is zoned Planned Residential Development, PRD. That was the precursor to OSC. That PRD for Broadlands subdivision allows a minimum lot size of 8,400 square feet. Our proposed minimum lot size per the OSC requirements is 15,000 square feet. Now, Broadlands does have an average square footage requirement of 17,000, but again, our minimum is 15,000. The Broadlands subdivision was rezoned to a maximum of 1.75 units per acre, essentially matching the R20 designation that it had previously as a property. Our property, as a net density, is at 1 unit per acre, so substantially less. This buffer, we did have a 100-foot buffer previously last month. That buffer, though, was contained. 30 feet of it was in the actual lots, with the remaining 70 feet outside of the lots. Based on our continued review and discussions, we made a change so that that 100-foot buffer shown in the green here on the southern side of that property is now completely outside of the lots. So it's a 100-foot buffer, undisturbed, along that southern side. In addition, that cost us a lot. So we have now reduced this proposal from 48 homes to 47 homes. In addition, we have shifted the entrance a little bit north. It was in this location, and now that's slid this way as we continue to refine our entrance location, in particular to ensure that we met site distance. So one of the things that we were requested to do, and we have done, was to confirm that this particular location does meet Cobb DOT minimum requirements for site distance, which is 390 feet in either direction. We provided that site distance profile as part of our stipulation letter, and prior to that, we provided that site distance profile to Cobb DOT. One of the major issues that has been discussed with this property is stormwater. The Broadlands has suffered from stormwater issues. Obviously, it's not going to be fixed by this proposal or by development of this property. The stormwater issues that are suffered in Broadlands arrive from a number of factors. A lot of those have to do with the development of Lost Mountain Park, the expansion of Dallas Highway and other areas as the stormwater comes through this area and comes down and through the Broadlands. What can we do, though, because this property is going to be developed, is we can agree with Cobb County Stormwater, who acknowledges that there is a downstream condition that has existed and has requested and recommended that we have elevated stormwater control and management here, something that would not otherwise be required other than OSC. And that is something that we have agreed to. That is to elevate the stormwater management capacity of this proposed development, which we've agreed to in full. And again, this stormwater issue that they've had here is not something that development of this property can fix. What can development of this property do, however? It can be done with elevated stormwater controls that weren't present at the time that Broadlands was developed as a PRD, but are now part of what we are proposing. So again, from a stormwater perspective, we're able to achieve that. In addition, one of the issues has been along Midway Road that we have been asked, and we've had a lot of discussions with our community neighbors, and that is they had wanted to ensure that if you drive down Midway Road, it's somewhat tree-lined. Subdivisions are set off from the road and have a good number of trees along Midway Road, and that's something that they were very interested in maintaining in terms of the look of their overall road. Well, in order for us to achieve that, one of the recommendations that you're familiar with that's standard for DOT is for us to have curb gutter and sidewalk installed along our frontage, which would mean installing curb gutter and sidewalk down Midway Road. If we were to do that, those trees would have to come down that are up against the road that would take away what the community has expressed what they would like to have. We have offered certainly to do the fee in lieu, which is an acceptable method under DOT standards, but I want to show you visually what that produces. If we do allowed to do fee in lieu and not install curb gutter and sidewalk, we had our engineering team look at a cross-section profile just to kind of orient you. On the left here is Midway Road. This is the subdivision that would be proposed and the proposed grade. Then as you come down off of Midway Road, there is a drop, about a 25-foot drop over about 150-foot distance from Midway Road down to where this subdivision would be developed. As you can see up here on the road section, you have a good number of trees with the property line here. This is a good number of trees that's left along the roadway in various locations. We would also supplement that where there's not good tree cover. In the event you install sidewalk, curb, and gutter, this is the profile that occurs. You have installation of sidewalk, curb, and gutter up here, and what that does is it removes 20 to 25 feet worth of trees that are right off the street of existing Midway Road. Again, we believe that doing a fee in lieu is something that the community supports and something that we would like to do as well as part of that.
We got 1 minute, Kevin.
Yes, thank you. To date, we've had a number of meetings with some community members. We've also had a broader community meeting with a number of people that occurred last week. We've been responsive where we can. We have agreed in each and every instance with requests that have been made of us that were anywhere within reason, from providing a 100-foot undisturbed buffer against a subdivision that's more dense than us, to making sure that we did the profiles along Midway Road, to ensuring that we had site distance profiles that were checked by DOT in prior. We have responded and been responding to the extent that we're continuing to ask or being asked to address a concern that is anywhere reasonable. We're happy to do that and have done so each and every time. Again, without question, this proposed OSC is the correct way to develop this property. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we'll hear from the opposition.
Good morning. It's me again, Carter Ransom. I'm going to be brief because we got 3 other folks that need to say what they have to say. And I'm going to be incorporating a few emails that have already been sent to you. So if I paraphrase, please understand that these are communications that have already been sent to you. We agree that the latest plan with the 100-foot undisturbed buffer is definitely an improvement. However, there are still serious concerns regarding storm runoff, sewer access, and traffic safety. Regarding storm runoff, the development of lots immediately adjacent to the existing flood maps is highly questionable based on the flooding that we currently experience. The FEMA map has not been updated since 2008. So the red zones on the picture of the site plan are not accurate at all. We know for a fact, because you can go up there after it rains, you can see where the water intrudes, and it currently intrudes significantly into the planned lots. Particularly, there's a low elevation on lots 22 and 23 that we believe in order to obtain gravity sewer slope will have to be raised significantly, and that will actually create a berm right along the creek just as it's entering into the 100-foot undisturbed buffer. So that can literally create some of the same types of issues that recently happened in Western North Carolina. And if you've seen some of the pictures, it's pretty horrific. You have received pictures from Sue multiple times showing the raging torrent that happened in 2009, and the FEMA map from 2008 isn't anywhere close to what actually happens when we have a heavy rain event. Also, the north end of the property is a wetland, and Lot 4 had standing water on a substantial part of it last week after many, many weeks of no rain. Due to the slow seepage of water from underground springs below, it is also known to be quite the mosquito breeding ground. We recommend that this issue be made part of disclosures to prospective owners. Regarding sewer easement, there's a letter that's been sent to you from the Dunn family, 4512 Verdant Woods. We live directly next to the property where the sewer easement is planning to be placed in Lot 9. The plan for the easement runs directly adjacent to our property line and very close to our retaining wall, which leads to our only basement entrance. We've been told by the developer that a trench will be dug where the sewer line will be run. This will most definitely affect the integrity of our walls, and the foundation is only a few feet away from it. Again, commenting about the raising of the lots will increase additional stormwater runoff onto their land. We ask for you to obtain current sewer easement plans and detailed elevations of the adjoining lots before approving this project. Please ensure that no disturbance to our property will be made, including to our foundation, retaining wall, and possible runoff from homes. I also have a letter from David Turner, who lives across. He's the owner of the large house directly across from the property. I've lived here since 2019. Over the past 5 years, have seen Midway Road become increasingly more dangerous due to it becoming a cut-through street when a new light was added at Lost Mountain Midway. There have been 2 fatalities that I'm aware of at the intersection of Dallas Highway and Midway Road in the last 4 years. It's a badly designed intersection. The reason for my reaching out to you is I strongly believe that this developer is allowed to put the entrance in the proposed location. There will be increased possibility of significant danger and possibly fatalities. He talked about the speed of the people driving on the street. I would highly recommend that County DOT do an on-site study and evaluation of their requirements, and that they sign off on this development and the entrance before moving forward. I'm asking that all requirements be met. I'm also counting on your expertise and judgment. Do not move too quickly. Make sure everything is looked at very closely, because this has the potential of being a very dangerous situation. And then he says, thank you for your service. And just before I hand it over to Ryan, I just wanted to say that that there is a, the issue regarding the sewer easement. There's also an issue with a 25-foot undisturbed buffer on the Broadlands plat that states that there can be no protrusion across that 25-foot easement. It's incorporated into the plat. It's not even under the HOA's ability to say yay or nay about anything being done on that. If it requires a construction permit, then I don't see how that a sewer line easement can cross that. Thank you. Turn it over to you, Ryan.
Thank you. Ryan, you have about 5 minutes.
Thank you. To reiterate about the concerns on Midway Road, as a resident of Broadlands, I too have seen the danger of this road with the traffic in recent years and the fatalities that were referenced in Mr. Turner's letter. We do understand that the DOT has reviewed the submitted revised stipulation letter, but we would ask that Cobb DOT traffic operations come back on site and measure the proposed entrance and verify the line of sight. This was done approximately 2 years ago when Pulte Homes was working on a proposal for this property. And when they did that, they looked at their proposed entrance location and identified from that physical measurement that there was not sufficient site distance. So we would just ask that a similar step be taken to visually verify and confirm that that is going to meet those requirements.
Sir, can you just state your name for the record?
Yes, Ryan Fuquay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And then furthermore, in the stipulation letter, DOT recommends the developer implement improvements to Midway to widen it to 12-foot wide travel lanes versus the current 10 feet. It's unclear whether the developer is planning to widen Midway Road as part of the effort based on that letter, but if so, I do want to confirm, will the site plan be altered again to accommodate that? And so I do want to ask that if the Planning Commission and the Board of Commissioners does proceed to approve this R30 OSC zoning, that you will require that any approval be specific to this particular site plan, and that any and all changes that may come in the future must be put back in front of the board for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we had another, someone for opposition. And if you'll state your name for the record.
My name's Susan Heike. I'm a resident at Sweet Pine Creek subdivision on Midway Road, and I'm speaking on behalf of our HOA. This property is not suitable for a subdivision for 6 reasons. 1, safety on Midway Road. This is a narrow, winding, busy, major collector roadway. The site distance at the entrance exit must meet the 390-foot minimum, and the road must be widened by the developer per DOT recommendation. 2, flooding into Broadlands subdivision. During heavy rains, the property floods Broadlands, requiring residents to continually repair foundations and landscape. OSC 1 is steep, and all trees will be removed for home construction. This will further exacerbate flooding into Broadlands. 3, sewer hookup. Developers will purchase a house in Broadlands to gain access to sewer. Will this be downhill enough for the sewer to work? If the easement crosses common property, will Broadlands HOA approve it? They say they will not. 4, the lot size and exterior of homes are not compatible with lots and homes in the communities surrounding OSC 1. 5, there is no room for a landscape privacy buffer along Midway Road like what you see at Broadlands and further down at Darby Place. 6, developer said at a community meeting that the per-house price range is $600,000 to $800,000. This is inconsistent with the majority of the commissioner's desire to have affordable housing in every subdivision. This land is more appropriate for 1 or a few houses, and word is that someone's waiting in the wings and ready to purchase it for this better use. We ask that you oppose this application in its entirety for the reasons stated above. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have someone else for opposition? You have 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Yes, my name is Romy Schwederman. I live at 4516 Verdant Woods Court, which is the adjacent property to the applicant's contracted home in Broadland. So I'm just downhill from 4514. I'm here today to basically oppose the current design based on primarily the sanitary sewer hookup. As was mentioned previously, we have covenants and restrictions in Broadlands, one of which is a 25-foot permanent construction buffer that would have to be violated. Second of all, the covenants also restrict any type of business activity occurring in the development. That goes clearly against purchasing a home for business purposes to run a sanitary sewer line through it is not for residential purposes. So I'm concerned about down the road what could potentially happen with an easement through a private piece of property, that sewer line having to go underneath the driveway. It's going to create havoc for neighbors. I'm downstream of that. I'm in the construction business, so I know that things can happen, especially when you put a pipe underneath the driveway, heavy loading. It can cause shifting of rocks. It can cause a crack in a sewer line that may not be detected for a long period of time. Now we have an environmental nightmare on a private piece of property that is intended for public use. So for that reason, I would have to oppose this based on, I'm not opposed to the project entirely.
Time has expired.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, this is in District 1, so I'll turn it to Commissioner Ballon to lead the discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to start by thanking everybody in the community and the applicant for coming to a meeting last week and having a spirited discussion of a lot of issues. I can't say that we've resolved all the issues yet. I do want to talk to a couple folks on staff here today just to make sure that moving forward that we're moving in the right direction. If I could start with DOT.
Ligia Florem, DOT.
Can you just comment on whether you've been out there recently and found adequate site distance for this new location?
So as it stands today, you will be correct that the site distance is not there today because there's a grade differential and there's trees in the way. However, they have submitted a triangle, site distance triangle that we have reviewed, and that proposes to keep an easement line along the south, to the south, right? So where they will have to clear and they will have to grade through that triangle and establish an easement through that triangle so that it remains clear throughout. So today, if I went over there, yes, it will not meet the 390, but if they apply what they have submitted, then they will be able to address it.
So that's just a condition that you would require, that the DOT would require, correct?
Correct, yes,
Okay, and then you feel like that would be adequate at that point?
correct.
All right, let's move to the second traffic issue, which was turn lane
Yes,
and road widening. Can you comment on those matters?
correct. So our recommendation is to have a right turn lane, which they are proposing, they're already showing in their plan, and also a left turn lane, which is not currently shown in their plan, but they have agreed to in their stipulation letter. The other request is to widen the road because currently the road is substandard for the type of roadway that it is, and it should be 12-foot lanes at a minimum, and right now it's about 10-foot lanes. So typically, with our comment says to widen the road along their frontage.
Okay. What's the plan in that regard? Are you requiring that, or are you just noting that to me?
It's noted, and I think it's required if you approve it with our comments.
Okay. Anything else we should know?
I think that's it. Yeah, those are the major comments.
Thank you.
Other questions of DOT? No, thank you.
And let me just get stormwater.
Hello, Andrew Heath, Cobb Stormwater Management.
Thank you. How can you help me begin to assess the adequacy of the current development plan and what we can do to mitigate stormwater runoff both during construction and after construction?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. This site is, as I recall, is about 49 acres overall, and is really dominated by 3 streams from a stormwater management standpoint. The larger stream that's sort of would be to the left or the west of the parcel is actually has identified FEMA floodplain. Most of that parcel is actually within what's going to be conservation easement, so wouldn't be development in that region. The other 2 streams that kind of branch off to the east and are tributaries to the Luther Ward branch, they are small enough that they're actually not studied for FEMA floodplain. FEMA caps the study at a certain acreage, and they say, hey, we've gone far enough upstream, and so the upstream drainage area for those 2 isn't actually identified as FEMA floodplain. But during construction of the site, for this development, because it is an OSC development, the lots are smaller, so the general idea being you kind of squeeze the development into a smaller area of the site, and then you try to leave the rest of the site, the more sensitive areas, floodplain, wetlands, things like that, alone as much as you can and keep the development out of those areas. So they will, though, for the area that's going to be developed, those lots, especially just to finish this idea of the floodplain, those lots, I believe, if I recall, the minimum lot size is 15,000 square feet. Mm-hmm. And so the county requires that at least 12,500 square feet of the lot be at an elevation at least 18 inches above the floodplain. So I heard one of the gentlemen who was speaking in opposition speaking about the floodplain, so they wouldn't be able to have any FEMA, really, I shouldn't say any, they would only be able to have a very, very small amount of FEMA identified floodplain on the lot, because if you have to have 12,500 square feet outside the floodplain and the entire lot is only 15, that doesn't give you much there. So most of the lots will have to be outside the floodplain. At this point, I think that for their purposes in developing the site plan, they're probably mostly using the county and FEMA resources and not so much on-site survey and things like that. So that's something that during plan review that we'll have to check and just be sure that, you know, that meets our code, that the lots are mostly going to be, in this case, mostly outside the floodplain with respect to, you know, building of the lots near the floodplain. Now, with respect to stormwater management, the site, as you can see from the site plan, is mostly relatively undeveloped now. There's a few residents on the property, a few driveways, but really the overall site is mostly undeveloped. So in our base case for stormwater management, when the site is developed, they would have to consider that the site is in a natural condition, basically that it's forested essentially, which is more or less about what it is right now in the existing condition. So what I've requested that they do is to increase that. So that's our base condition, that they would model the pre-existing flow rates, that is to determine what the allowable flow rates they could release from the site would be based on the site being a forested condition. And so what we've requested that they do is to go above that and to basically provide additional detention to further mitigate the flow rates off into the Broadland subdivision, which is the subdivision immediately to the south, who would be the folks who would most immediately see impacts from the development of this site. And then also one of the other things that we're requiring when they develop any site is providing for some water quality or runoff reduction for the site, depending upon a variety of factors, the soils that they have on site, how much infiltration those soils allow, and things like that. It looks like this site has, and this is not uncommon in the West Cobb area, certainly in that area there in the Macklin Road, Dallas Highway region. A lot of times those soils have a high fraction of clay, and sometimes that makes our normal approach of providing runoff reduction maybe not the best approach, because clay soils don't have the highest level of permeability. And so in that vein, what I've asked them to do is to elevate their water quality treatment on the site, whereas normally we would require them to capture the first either 1 or 1.2 inches of runoff, and that water would be treated for water quality either through infiltration into the ground, like I say, if the soils and the infiltration rates support that, or if not, then we would elevate that and capture the first 1.5 inches of rainfall, and then that would be released slowly over a period of time in combination with what infiltration we can obtain in order to provide water quality treatment for the site. And then our third, which is again something that we would do for any site, is to provide what's referred to as channel protection, where we would try to capture the first, what's frequently referred to as the 1-year rainfall event, which in our area is a little bit over the first 3 inches of rainfall. And that would be kind of bled away slowly over an extended period of time. The idea there being that that's the type of rainfall event that we see most frequently, or we see that more frequently than we see a much larger flooding event kind of rainfall that only comes around once in a very limited time. But those more frequent rainfall events that we might see maybe on a yearly basis that are big storm events, we would try to retain that, release that gradually. And collectively, all of those things together should help the Broadlands subdivision, specifically with flow rates that they're seeing. Certainly, there are off-site areas that are draining onto this site from the east side of Midway Road and as far north and even across from Macklin Road. But and those areas are passing through. Certainly, this development isn't required to provide detention for the entire basin for sites that are not, for drainage area that's not even within their site. But for certainly with respect to their site, they're there, if they follow our recommendations, they're going to be providing very heightened stormwater management. And then I think you raised a good question about during construction, sites like this that have a larger fraction of clay in their soils, and that's based at this point not on any on-site testing, it's just looking at soils mapping for the site. And so for sites like that, I would generally encourage them when they develop their erosion and sediment control plans, and of course, their erosion and sediment control plan will primarily be developed in conjunction with Frank Gibson and our erosion and sediment control department. But to look specifically at, you know, maximizing the use of sediment basins on site and using techniques that may be things such as coagulants and things like that to try to capture those little fine clay particles as much as we can. In other words, try to do the best job that we can at managing, you know, any sediment movement that's on site, try to minimize that. And again, that should be a benefit not only to the Broadlands community downstream, but to those others further downstreams.
Have you already written all that up in the conditions that are published today, or?
Yeah, in my written comments. Yeah.
Okay, and that includes the during construction comments that you just gave? Okay. I don't have any further questions of stormwater.
Any other questions for stormwater? Commissioner Anderson?
I had a question. Thank you, Andrew. Is there any, so I think in the staff analysis, there's 5 acres of floodplain that were listed. Is there, with this, any possibility that there would have to be a LOMA, a letter of map amendment, to reflect existing conditions, given the kind of the datedness of the existing maps? And I imagine that would occur during site plan review, but just wanted to see if you had any thoughts on if that floodplain, as part of the site plan review or as part of any requirement we could put on, would be required to be reassessed.
Right. The real question here, the main stream that has the FEMA floodplain identified is the Luther Ward branch, which is that main stream that kind of passes north and south at the westernmost portion of the site. The other 2 streams are not really identified as FEMA designated floodplain. Now, the one stream that is farther to the east, the little tributary farther to the east, that's the most southern eastern tributary, it has a more limited drainage area. The one that is kind of the middle fork, let's call it, it has a little bit larger drainage area. And along that area, it's frequently necessary in sites like that because the FEMA mapping ends usually, give or take, about where your upstream drainage area is approximately 100 acres, give or take a little bit. So it might be necessary for that middle fork for the applicant, when they're in plan review, to actually conduct their own study of that stream to identify what the floodplain limits would be of that. Because if you look at the FEMA flood mapping, because that area probably has less than 100 acres draining to it, it's actually not even identified as FEMA floodplain. So we would probably just have them, especially on that center stream, conduct their own analysis to determine what the floodplain elevations are. That way we know for sure. And then they would also have on-site survey, so we actually know what the ground elevations are, not based on just kind of the county's approximate GIS topography. And then we would be able to make a much better determination exactly where the limits of that would be. With respect to your question and the need for a LOMA, that would be if we are doing something that's modifying the floodplain, and with respect to that Luther Ward branch, predominantly that's the one that's farthest to the west, and predominantly that's really within the conservation easement area. So we're really not getting a lot of homes up close to that area. So I feel like we're probably okay in that regard. The 2008 mapping, you mentioned about needing to update mapping. The 2008 mapping, actually the mapping over the entire county, a map update process was undertaken probably beginning back in 2005 or before. That culminated with maps that were issued in 2008. And then in some instances where better survey data or other improved data came along, there were some maps where maybe certain reaches of certain streams were remodeled, and then those maps were updated. But frequently for sites like this where predominantly, when you look at the basin, the overall basin is relatively undeveloped. There's a lot of forest, a lot of grasslands, and it's been that way for some period of time. So there isn't really anything that jumps out at me and says, hey, maybe our floodplain mapping is, wildly incorrect there. But there are, and it is because the floodplain mapping is based on, again, on that GIS mapping, there are, or maybe I should say, during plan review, what we would really use is the FEMA elevations that are published on the mapping and tie those elevations to the actual surveyed ground surface. Because sometimes what we see with GIS mapping is that because land that's forested and things like that, sometimes the GIS contours aren't 100% correct because it can be difficult to determine exactly the ground surface. But once they've done their on-site actual survey, then we'll be able to tie those elevations actually to the ground surface and have a much better idea about where it is. But fortunately, at least with this plan, most of that actual identified FEMA floodplain is really within the conservation easement area. So that makes me feel more comfortable about that. So.
Good.
And just a quick follow-up on that. So is there anything at this stage with the Planning Commission? It sounds like a lot of this will actually be based on studies that are required during plan review. But if we are looking at kind of conditions at this stage, is it fair to say that the actual floodplain area, do you view that as something that has a likelihood of increasing meaningfully as part of site plan review? I know there's technical analysis that needs to go into it that's above my head, but I'm just trying to understand if we're going to be looking at an outcome in site plan review preemptively that probably says you have 6, 7, 8 acres of floodplain versus the 5 that's currently in the staff analysis.
Right. That would be the kind of thing we'd have to, I guess, like you say, get into in plan review. But to the extent that it is, the 15,000 square feet maximum or minimum that's allowed per lot is really going to restrict their ability to have that lot. So if the floodplain were to expand, that's probably going to cause them to have to move or lose some of those lots in order to shift and accommodate that. So that would be, right now, I think the layout is based on, the best information that we have available right now. But certainly if it were to show, once the on-site survey has been done and once the actual mapping, especially of that center stream that I mentioned, has been done, if it were to show that the floodplain was more expansive than we thought it is, then that could potentially affect some of the lots. That might cause the lots to shift a little bit or maybe lose some of the lots. But I guess in the zoning analysis stage, to kind of know that for sure, that sort of begins to need a lot of study and time. And so frequently we haven't really required the applicant to go to that level quite yet. So.
All right, thank you. I'm going to recognize Commissioner Lindstrom.
I want to refer to something that one of the people who were opposed to it mentioned it, and they were concerned about the sewer line. Do you get involved with the sewer lines?
I try not to get involved with the sewer lines. I try to pawn them off on my associate with the water system. So.
Well, what I'd like to know, I heard of a case where one of those lines was through their yard, and it cracked and it broke. And it cost them close to $100,000. And it was not on the county, that was on them. Is there any way that those sewer lines can go through this subdivision rather than through someone else's subdivision?
You want to? I might request my
Okay,
associate
just a
water
second,
and
'cause
sewer to address that if you want to.
Okay, well, wait, I do have one for you.
Okay.
These items that you are recommending be done to filter out the water and the clay particles and things, who maintains that? And how often does it need to be maintained?
Yes, so.
Is this going to be a neighborhood project that they have to clean out something?
Yeah, that's a good question. During the construction phase, when the site is mostly disturbed, then the contractor who's doing the work or the owner of the site who's doing the work, they'll be responsible for maintaining their on-site erosion controls. Now, once the site is made its way through development and it's approaching sort of what's referred to as being a stabilized site, where you've got most of the homes built, most of the grass is in place, the road's in place, and you don't have much disturbed soil anymore, then you're sort of moving toward kind of a more permanent condition. At this point, I don't know that it's been made clear. It's possible that depending upon how they lay it out or how they choose it to be, that the detention systems on site or the water quality features on site could be privately maintained, in which case, really, I guess whether they were privately maintained or maintained by the county, they are relatively long-lived structures, so they don't require, you know, a tremendous amount of maintenance, primarily maintaining vegetation, you know, mowing the ponds, things like that, several times a year. But, excuse me, if they do begin to capture a certain amount of sediment, then whoever owns it in the future eventually is going to have to do some remediation like that. So depending upon how it's laid out, and I don't know that that's really clear yet, how they choose to approach it on this site, it could potentially be the homeowners who are responsible. That's the way it is in some instances, in which case the county would require a maintenance agreement with that development, so that it was clear that they need to maintain it, and it would actually list and show, hey, this is what you need to do to maintain it. Or if it's county maintained, then the county would, of course, do that when it needed to be done in the future. So,
Well, that would be, thank you very much. That would be a big consideration for adding funds for maintenance of that to the HOA. For that. All right, thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Very much.
Any other questions for stormwater? Thank you. Now I'll turn it back over to Commissioner Ballon.
Okay. Let me get the applicant back up then.
Good morning again.
Thank you. So just tell us about the dropping of a lot along the open space area to the south and the reasons for that. And let's start with that one.
Sure. You know, when the Planning Commission, after the hearing last month, asked us to continue to review what could be done, so we made the decision that at that time to go ahead and expand the undisturbed buffer area along that southern boundary. So it would all 100 feet would be in width, would be outside of any lots. And so in doing so, you're obviously you're taking up room, and so it resulted in the loss of a lot.
Can we get the site plan put back up?
Yeah.
Oh, thanks.
Sure. So that's what occurred. It's just geometry.
Were you planning to have something in the covenants, or do you already have something in your covenants for maintenance of detention facilities?
For this subdivision, the detention facilities would actually be dedicated and maintained by the county. This is public streets and would fall into their jurisdiction for that. In some subdivisions or developments where you have, for example, private streets, or you don't have in those types of things, there will be private maintenance. Here, we would expect the county to have it under their standards.
Okay. Were you, you heard DOT comments, were you fine with all of those?
I think I can maybe clarify a couple of points. Number one, Trayton's been doing this a long time. They've been doing it since 1971, developing subdivisions here in Cobb County. So they do know what they're doing. We had already completed with an outside independent environmental consulting firm, has already done the stream delineation study for this property, which had already been submitted to Frank Gibson. I just don't think Mr. Heath was aware, because it goes to some different people, but Frank Gibson in Cobb Water, specifically the Stormwater Management Division, is the one that reviews those studies and signs off on those, and actually gives a letter saying reviewed the study and signs off on what that study shows and finds, which is incorporated into our plans, and that has already occurred. He did that in September. So as it relates to some of those questions involving what would occur down the road in terms of defining these streams and ensuring what the floodplain is and the status and how they're going to be protected, that has been addressed already on a comprehensive level. Sometimes that doesn't occur until later, but given the situation with this property, Trayton wanted to make sure they knew what they were getting into. So that's been done already. As far as the other comments that Mr. Heath made, those are in his stormwater management comments, and we've expressed agreement to that in our stipulation letter in full.
What about the DOT comments?
DOT comments, we have also expressed our agreement to DOT comments. We have, like was stated, provided the site distance profile, which shows how that would be maintained, and it was attached to our stipulation letter as well and included so that it shows the easement areas that are created just like she was stating. So that's, again, we wanted to ensure that was part of our due diligence in looking at this. In addition, the community had requested that we go ahead and have a look at that, and so we did and submitted that study, and it was reviewed and checked off by DOT.
Okay. Just topo-wise,
yes.
You anticipate now being able to get gravity flow sewer off of each of these lots?
Yes.
Okay.
We have already done grading plans and sewer profiles and designs to ensure that that would occur.
Do you want to comment at all at this time about the questions raised regarding the storm sewer runoff?
The storm sewer or sanitary sewer?
Both, if you would.
As far as stormwater management and runoff, I thought Mr. Heath did a very comprehensive job of explaining that.
Okay.
And also, as I stated before, we're being asked as part of this OSC plan to, the way I look at it is elevate the stormwater management that would occur here beyond what's required. And we've agreed with that. As it relates to sanitary sewer, the sanitary sewer easement would be a Cobb County easement. That's how that's accomplished. We don't have private sewer systems for in this situation. So the sanitary sewer easement would be within Cobb County standards and would ultimately be a Cobb County easement to be maintained and so forth. I believe the item that Ms. Lindstrom was speaking of sounded to me like a stormwater pipe in an instance. Sometimes those have to be privately maintained versus publicly maintained. But I think in this instance, for certain, it is a Cobb County sanitary sewer outfall line that would be connecting to the public system and would meet all requirements.
All right, but that connection point would be in the Broadlands, right?
Yes.
Okay.
That's correct. It would be on the public street within the Broadlands. If we're going to get detailed, I think we should be detailed about it.
Okay. So how near to any existing structures or driveways would this pipe run?
It would be underneath, it would be entirely on one property. The entire easement area for the sanitary sewer would be entirely on one property that we would be able to accomplish and have that ability and authority to do.
How close would this come to any existing retaining walls or structures?
The line itself would be, looks somewhere in the neighborhood of no closer than 10 to 12 feet from somebody else's retaining wall, which is pretty, if you go to subdivisions across Cobb County, that's fairly standard because a lot of times sewer lines do run between lots, and so that's where they are. But the line itself, somewhere between 10 and 12 feet at its closest to somebody else's, probably a little closer to 12 feet than 10. But that, again, is a condition that would exist whether this is developed as R30 or developed as OSC, just to remind, because we're not used to this. It's something we're usually going from R30 to R20. In this instance, this is an OSC on the existing R30.
Do you have any comment about the claim that there's a 10-foot area owned by the HOA that the easement would have to pass through?
There's not an HOA-owned 10-foot area that the easement would have to pass through. From anything that I've reviewed, and I've reviewed the Broadlands plats as well as their covenants. And we're happy, again, we're happy to work with the Broadlands HOA and want to cooperate with them as much as we can. We're not trying to say we will not, but there's also a time at which we need to be allowed to do what we're entitled to do.
If anyone else has questions of the applicant?
No questions, is why you have anything? Commissioner Anderson.
And I think you mentioned this last time, but just wanted to confirm that in the STIP letter, the display of any restrictions on, particularly for lots 28, 29, and 30, or generally any restrictions on development within those undisturbed areas, because I think those both sit within the OSC, at least a little sliver of it, at least for lot 28 and 29, and then lot 29 and 28 also sit, I think, within the 75-foot. They'll be in the covenants, and also a requirement that signage be placed along those lots, demarcating no development activity is permitted by the owner within that area.
That's correct. It's not in our stipulation letter.
Okay.
But it's part of the OSC ordinance and requirements is that it's identified as in the OSC requirements. So it's already code that says for lots that are adjoining a designated open space or a designated buffer, there has to be signage or fencing placed to separate that, so you know. And
But
that's part of the ordinance. So
right.
we are agreeable to it. We're happy to put it in there, but it's kind of like it's already code.
Yeah, but there's just, will there be a disclosure to the owner that is provided as part of their joining of the HOA?
It'll be part of it'll be shown on their plats, and it'll be shown, on their individual plats and on the subdivision plat. We're happy to notify those owners if that's something this commission would like. We don't have a problem with that.
Right. I know, just, we've had the situation before, and
Sure,
so.
no, I've been a part of them, so yeah, no,
Right.
we're happy to notify them.
Okay, perfect.
No issue at all. I was just trying to explain it's part of the code,
Yeah,
not
understood.
just one of those things. But we're happy to notify them, which will be an additional measure.
Great.
Sure.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right, turn it back to you, Commissioner Law.
Just one more question is walkability. And we had a conversation at the neighborhood meeting about the fact that even if you built sidewalk, there's no near-term connectivity with other sidewalk, right?
That's correct. Going north, that's correct.
What about, you don't really have any recreational facilities per se planned within the community. Is there any thought given to building a pedestrian bridge so folks can access the conservation areas and walk around in there?
Yes, absolutely. There is for that. We would very much want to take that into account because it can provide great walkability and in a very natural setting, because nearly 23-acre passive park is what it turns into. Adjacent to a enormous Cobb County park being Lost Mountain Park.
That bridge as yet, though, isn't shown anywhere on your plans, though, correct?
That's correct. It's not shown or identified because it's a small pedestrian bridge that would have to be located in the right spot and that type of thing. But again, if that's, we're happy to stipulate that we will utilize walking trails and the connectivity to the open space.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you for your questions.
So at this time, I'm going to make a motion. We hold this for one more month. There are a few issues that still need to be worked through, but I'm pleased that we've made this much progress, and I appreciate everyone's comments. So my motion is to hold for another 30 days.
I second.
I have a second from Commissioner Lindstrom. Is there any discussion? If not, let's call the question. Vote of 5-0, we'll hold OST 1 for an additional 30 days.
And with that, we're going to take a 10-minute break and resume at 51 after. All right, welcome back to the November 5th zoning hearing. We will jump back into our agenda, so I'll turn it over to Mr. Peterson.
And thank you, Mr. Chair. There's been a request to move one case forward due to a scheduling conflict. So if it's okay with the board, we're going to hear Z65 Trejo Soccer Academy LLC next.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Rezoning case Z65 Trejo Soccer Academy LLC, request rezoning from LRO to CRC for a commercial indoor recreation and assembly in land lot 107 of the 17th district. The property is located on the north side of Lions Club Drive, north of Veterans Memorial Highway. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z65? Two. Okay, let the record show there's two people opposed. All those who would like to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Doesn't matter if it's either one, PDF, PowerPoint. Yeah. Go for it. You're good.
Morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ready when you are.
We are ready for you.
All right. Thank you for allowing us to move forward this morning. Apologize for my conflict. Again, good morning, Mr. Chairman and Board. I'm Adam Rosen, partner with the law firm Rosen, and Riley. We represent the applicant, Trejo Soccer Academy, in Z65. This application to rezone property on Lions Club Drive. The applicant is a soccer academy, and I'm going to give you a little bit of a glimpse into to their business to start this morning. Trejo has been here in Cobb County celebrating their 6-year anniversary. Got lost in their Facebook page and feed for a while yesterday and pulled out one of the good reviews from one of the parents that has had their child through the soccer academy over the past few years and noted the changes that they've seen in their child by being a part of this academy and seeing what they've done for the community. So Trejo is excited to be able to bring that here to Lions Club Drive. Gio, who's noted here in this comment, is the owner of Trejo. He is here with us today. He and the owner representative, Ms. Yaneth Medina, are here with us this morning and are excited to put this property to use, which has been long needed, long overdue for Lions Club Drive. A couple of other just shots from what I pulled from the Facebook page. Trejo Soccer Academy ranges from adult to youth soccer training and game and practice facility. They're growing and have been successful. And here's you have to say yes, picture of the kids with their large trophy there. But they're growing and have been successful and have found Lions Club Drive to be a perfect spot for them to move to, and I think for good reason. This is a property that you saw in 2018 that I handled rezoning for. At that time, like much of this property in this area, was a mixture of R20 and general commercial. This is the L-shaped property here, an existing warehouse building surrounded by Cobb County-owned property. And you can see just to the west of us is a community building, and then just next door to that are the baseball fields that are also part of the Cobb County Park property. That zoning is reflected here. This is what you're used to seeing in this area, the mixture of the old history of general commercial with some residential. You can see the color there is from the rezoning previously, when the anticipation was that this would continue the same building as a warehouse, but would be a church instead for assembly purposes. Unfortunately, those plans didn't pan out like they had intended, and so the building has remained in its existing state since then. So we're excited to be able to hopefully change that. The green is the Mableton Town Center. That is the overlay, the future land use for this area. And again, recognizing that this area a little bit of an anomaly being Lions Club Drive off of Veterans at Mableton Parkway, a mixture of anything from old, heavy commercial and industrial to residential. But this pocket here, a little bit more unique, being more community-focused, park, community center next door, and what we're proposing as continuing that theme of commercial indoor recreation, consistent with what those other uses are. It's also consistent with the history here, and I got to show this 6 years ago and have the benefit of working with the Cooey family who owns Sparkles. This was their old initial opening of this building back in 1959. So this has been a commercial indoor recreation building since then. It's gone through some changes, but mostly still in its existence, and we're wanting to put it back to that use. I don't think there's any real concern or objection to the use being proposed. We will talk a little bit more about some of the parking and some of the other logistics that we need to finalize that we've discussed with Mableton Improvement Coalition and still talking with them about as of this morning. But this is the as-built site plan. It is as-built because the existing building and parking surface is there. So we're limited in what can be done. The proposal is not to redevelop the property, but to operate within and not exceeding that redevelopment definition in your code. So that looks like a lot of cleaning up, which needs to be done. The parking lot and parking area to be sealed. There are some potholes and things that have come from just the time of it sitting there that will be repaired. There's some overgrowth in the parking lot that has grown from the side of the property that will be cleared. So some cleaning up will happen, cleaning up of the exterior of the building, and then the interior of the building fully rehabbed to work for commercial indoor recreation instead of what is essentially now a warehouse use. What was supposed to be a church essentially turned into more of a warehouse, and so that building permit process will be where they go from here if they're successful, working through that with the fire department, of course, for certificate of occupancy and sprinklering and the rest of the building permit process to be able to rehab the interior of the building and occupy the space. The interior is the only focus that we've had so far as architecture. We've kind of put together something preliminary just to look at what it could look like on the interior. This obviously will go through the building permit process and not something necessarily required for you, just to kind of give a concept of it. This is where the focus will be. This was an older concept from another building, but just to kind of give some color to it. So that's kind of the idea. This is solely focused on training, practice, soccer facility. This is not a today's in-town golf club or anything like that where it's a bar and restaurant and come have your recreation as well. This is solely indoor recreation for purposes of having the training facilities. The staff recommendations are lengthy in their recommendation of approval, and we've supplemented that a little bit with an email yesterday that's working as a letter of stipulations. And you can see these that are listed cover the commercial indoor recreation use, also including the additional use of assembly, so that not only is it commercial indoor recreation, but folks can actually come here and under what would be considered to be assembly for those commercial indoor recreation events. And you can see that it's qualified in that way. So it's not fully opened up to CRC, not fully opened up to CRC with open assembly. It's for those limited purposes, which is what gives them what they need to be able to operate the way that they're requesting. There's some other conditions here about parking, the landscape buffering and on the northern property line, and then for the existing conditions, because of where the building currently is, it doesn't meet what the current code would require on setbacks. So these are essentially variances to allow the existing condition of the building to remain. The buffer to the north is what you can see above the property here. So that ensures that that buffer remains, whatever the future is of the Cobb County property to the north, that buffer will be there on that side. And then what we submitted yesterday included some additional timelines and conditions to supplement those staff recommendations. Mainly the focus, in addition to the staff recommendations, is landscaping and parking. So currently, the front area is entirely paved. We will be submitting a parking plan to identify what that parking looks like, where those spaces are, and what the traffic circulation is within that parking lot, and to designate what the entrance and exit points are. So DOT has recommended that upon any redevelopment, so in the future, sidewalk, curb, and gutter gets put in. Right now, it's an open curb so that we will actually designate what those entrance and exit areas are. And we talked even this morning with Robin about the ability to put in some sort of designated way to guard what those entrance and exit points are. And that's something that we can include in a parking plan. That still needs to be done. Right now, what we've proposed is for that to be submitted within 90 days. We would like to offer that we can do at least a preliminary plan to be seen before the board in 2 weeks, so that that parking plan is known and what the traffic count, or what the parking count can be. We can identify that, and we're comfortable that we can make that happen before the board meeting in a couple of weeks. We do have a contractual timing issue, so we do need to move the case forward. And then the other stipulation in here is within 90 days to include, subject to county arborist review, landscaping for the front of the building. There is some limited area for landscaping. There's not a lot in the front of the building there where the actual tax parcel number is. There's some room for landscaping, and so we're happy to include that there. We even discussed including some landscaping on the side of the building, which we're happy to do as well.
You just hit time.
Mr. Chair, I've got a couple of things that we discussed this morning with the Mableton Improvement Coalition. Can I have a few seconds to do that? And I'm happy to give them more time. We identified to DOT that the maximum per hour vehicles would be 35. And so we feel that the existing stipulation from the 2018 case, number 7 from that case, which was a minimum of 60 parking spaces to be provided. At that time, we identified what space there was, and that those 60 spaces we could accommodate, as opposed to what the code would require, which would be well over 100, which sounds crazy. So we would ask that condition stay, so that we would provide a minimum of the 60 parking spaces. Again, we'll identify that in a plan over the next 2 weeks. And that's Z41 of 2018. And then we also offered that we would stipulate that I think the code requires any lighting would be downcast and not intrusive to neighboring properties. Our hours of operation are as identified in the staff report, which is 7 a.m. to 12 a.m. And then the landscaping that we've offered to provide for the front and side of the building that would be subject to an arborist review. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's hear from opposition.
Mr. Chairman, and just note that there's an extra minute and a half.
Ms. Meyer, he went over about a minute and a half, so you have that extra time.
Okay, thank you. My name is Robin Meyer, and I represent the Mableton Improvement Coalition, where I co-chair the zoning committee. First, let me say that the pictures of those kids that Mr. Rosen showed you are absolutely the reason why we wish we could say yes. However, the details on exactly how this will be accomplished are just sorely lacking, so that is unfortunately not where we are at this point. As you may know, this was zoned LRO several years ago with the applicant's use at the time being that of a Hindu temple. The rezoning came to you at that time because the temple had been operating in this building for quite some time with no fire safety inspections and apparently, I guess, without a certificate of occupancy. That same owner still owns this property, and as I took the photo that you see at the bottom of the slide yesterday, the property seems to be currently used as a warehouse and has been a frequent stopping off point for code enforcement staff since the last rezoning. I can honestly tell you that we would love to see this situation rectified, this derelict building turned into a place for kids to play soccer. But we have to look past the current applicants. We're not, as we keep reminding ourselves on our zoning committee, we're not zoning the applicants, we're zoning the property. And so if a rezoning is approved for a soccer facility and an assembly hall, and for whatever reason, Trejo Soccer does not become the new owner of this property, then the current owner of this property now has CRC zoning that allows 2 new uses, and certainly a much easier path to expanded uses under the CRC category after that. So that is our concern. Our concern is not so much with the current applicant and their current plans. It is placing restrictions on this property at this juncture that make sure that whatever happens with this property in the future, we have the tools available to prevent situations such as are occurring now. Probably one of the major issues that we have is parking. The 2 images here show you the parking that is shown on the site plan and the parking that's available now. I don't think this is a matter of striping. I think this is a matter of the asphalt is pretty much gone in some aspects of this parking area. The staff calculation is that 121 parking spaces are needed for this building. From talking with Mr. Rosen, he seems confident that 60 fit in front. However, we don't know that because we don't have a site plan that has parking spaces drawn on it and the drive aisles and access to Lions Club Drive. We also don't have a site plan that shows enough specificity as to where landscaping might be able to be inserted, and as to whether some of the property around the side of the building and behind the building might also be available for additional parking. If this building is just used for practice and the kinds of activities that they're expecting now with 35 cars, then clearly, this front parking lot will be fine. But if their operations change in the future, or their uses as an assembly hall are beyond a birthday party, then 60 parking spaces won't be sufficient for the number of people that can be accommodated in this building, thus the minimum county standards for parking. The original plan to have the parking plan approved by the district commissioner is not acceptable to us because it essentially creates a situation in which the district commissioner is put in a position of being asked to approve a variance. And if 121 parking spaces can't be provided, if a parking variance is needed, then we need to know how many spaces there are, how many spaces are required, and then that variance needs to be granted on a full knowledge basis so we all know what the situation is. Parking here is going to be important because there really is no other place to park except the county facility next door. Lions Club, that very small parking lot at Lions Club Park is stressed to the max. I went to vote there last Tuesday in the middle of the afternoon. I think if you early voted, you know that early voting was not exactly mobbed last week. And I had to circle to find a parking space. So if there's overflow from this building to the county facility, then I can tell you the folks who are using the county facility are going to find nowhere to park. There is no other parking on this street except at the extended stay motel and the car wash. I'm going to have to wing it here a little bit because some of our conversation this morning requires some adjustments here. Obviously, upgrades are needed to the exterior of the building. We were promised some renderings, but we've not seen them. We're hoping for a landscape plan that goes a little bit beyond the planters in the front of the building. We are, as Adam referenced, we are concerned that even if there are arrows marked on the parking lot showing the entrance and exit points from the parking lot onto Lions Club Drive, that they can easily be ignored unless there is some sort of physical barrier that prevents people from leaving the parking lot at any place along the frontage. One of the many things I'm not is a transportation engineer, so I can't actually remember the right terminology for how you create, for what that situation is called, where there is no, there's simply an opening. The parking lot comes all the way up to the road, the whole length of the frontage, so people can enter and exit at any point. We learned from Adam this morning that they were accepting of the hours of operation in the staff recommendation, but that was not something we knew until then. We also learned a little bit more about their plans for the building. Originally, we had been told that it was for soccer only, but we understand that they do plan to have some social events, which is certainly fine. I mean, we have noise ordinances and fire marshal occupancy requirements to deal with that, but it brings home again the need to address the parking situation. We're pleased to know that the attention will be paid to lighting to make sure that it doesn't affect the traffic on Lions Club Drive or the whatever may be built on the vacant property next door. But we are also not fully we would need a little bit more information to understand exactly how these plans will go through the building inspection and fire marshal approval process, because this will not go through the entire plan review process because it's not a redevelopment. So if that's something that you all could elaborate upon, that would be helpful to us. Again, we fully support the work that and the mission of Trejo Soccer. We appreciate very much their willingness and interest in being in our community, and we hope that this can get worked out. We just wish that we were here at this Planning Commission hearing with the information needed to really understand how this does work. Thank you.
Thank you. And since this is in District 4, I will turn it to Commissioner Hughes to lead the discussion.
Thank you, Chairman Vaught. If I can have the applicant come back up, you can leave those, the last slide up, I'm sorry. Thanks. Adam, if you could, you see some of the concerns expressed by the community. I wonder if you could take a minute to kind of go through point by point and maybe kind of give me your thoughts, or the rest of us your thoughts on how your applicant is planning to address these.
Sure. So just looking at the list there, the needed upgrades to the exterior of the building, the plan would be for them to, like I said, we've got some expectation of what the interior may look like from the architect that they are working with. There has not been any rendering of the front yet, but the expectation would be this is not a tear down, this is not a redoing of the building, but would be a renovation and a cleanup to it. So you would see painting, any repair that needed to be done in the exterior. The existing structure will stay and the existing facade will stay, but it'll be cleaned up and repaired, to wherever is needed in the front. Obviously, the interior is going to be pretty much probably entirely redone to accommodate this use and to make up for what it's been doing for the past years, sitting and probably not maintained. The part of the reason why there's not more, details or information has been said or more specifics is we're really limited to what is there. And part of it is maybe my fault because we did this 6 years ago and it's the same condition that was there at that time. There is a limited landscaped planter area in front of the building. There may be some space along the building to the west side between us and the community center, but the rest is mostly paved, and a lot of it, yes, it needs help, and that's what we're agreeing to do, is to repair it to the extent that it needs to be repaired, sealing, fixing holes, stuff like that. But part of the limitation is, other than the back buffer area, it's all paved and it's all a building. It was built at a time where there weren't setbacks to deal with. So we are happy to add landscaping or have a condition that says we will do additional landscaping to the extent that there is room for it. We just, our investigation and knowledge of the property is we're limited. And so it's just that front area, maybe some to the west of the building between us and the community center. If there's additional landscaping that can be done there, we're happy to add that so that it's what we already have, which is landscaping in the front, and that on the side of the building. And what I did to cover that would be, in our conditions from yesterday, would be to say, within 90 days, we would provide a landscape plan, and subject to the county arborist, we would plant at a timing at their discretion. Obviously, we're entering into off-planting season, but we were happy to accommodate what little areas there are that we can landscape, we will landscape. We haven't offered more because there just isn't space to do it, but we're happy to do more if there's room. And we would leave that up to the arborist to help us identify that. And we've put in there, I think, that Mick and District Commissioner will review and approve that plan. The parking spaces, we're confident that we can meet what we identified before. When we did this before, it was done by the surveyor to identify that 100-something plus is not feasible just based on the limited space, but that 60 was. We worked with Commissioner Porter at that time, who, as you know, went through all of the details extensively. And so that's why we've asked to hold that same 60, because we think that that's what we can do. We're happy to show that in a plan within the next few days so that it's available and we can review it before this gets to the Board of Commissioners in 2 weeks. Again, we do have a timing issue that we will go past if we go into December contractually. And then the points of access, I was leaving it up to drawing a parking plan, drawing out the actual arrow so that there's traffic circulation guide in the parking lot. A good suggestion this morning was that we have some sort of actual barrier, parking stops, or something else along the roadway. We're happy to do that. DOT is required upon redevelopment sidewalk curb and gutter, so there won't be full curb and guttering being done. But we're happy to provide some sort of barrier like that so that there is more designated entrance and exit. We were expecting that we were doing that by having the parking plan, but we understand that if there's not a barrier, you're not really stopping people as well. So we're happy to do that and happy to have that included in the parking plan. The hours of operation we've addressed. The planned activities, again, the way that the staff comments read is honestly pretty limiting to us because it's commercial indoor recreation or assembly related to commercial indoor recreation. So it's pretty tight on what we can do if it's this applicant or someone else down the road. So I think that addresses that concern. Lighting, we said earlier we would be fine with any sort of condition limiting the type of lighting. I think that's required by the code, and so we didn't address that before, but we're happy to do that. And then the plan review process, we will have to go through the commercial permit application with the fire department and the building permit application process. We know that. We know that that's going to open up a lot with the fire department, and we're prepared for that. And so there will be a lot of building permit and fire department oversight here going forward. There won't be the full plan review process, and we understand that because it's not being redeveloped. I don't know if there's anything else about that we specifically can address. But we will certainly need a building permit for the extent of work that they'll do on the interior. And so we felt comfortable knowing we're going to go through that scrutiny either way.
Right. So just looking at the proposed use being commercial and indoor recreation and assembly, talk to me a little bit about assembly. What does that look like exactly? Is that?
So I think part of this was identifying with zoning staff that was needed to make sure that what we're doing is permissible, not just commercial indoor recreation, but actually having it considered assembly for those purposes so that we have not just those kids that are coming to train or that team that's coming to practice. We have people that can actually come to the facility as well, whether that's family, parents, others that can actually come. I think that starts to make it fall under assembly more than just commercial indoor recreation.
Okay.
So that was the concern, and I think like it shows in the recommendation, again, it's only if it's for that purpose, right? So it says for commercial indoor recreation events. So it doesn't become a wide open assembly hall.
Exactly.
Which I think would be more of a concern.
Okay. So I guess you've mentioned 60 parking spaces as what you physically think you can get on there, and I guess where I'm headed is that going to be sufficient for the use, proposed use that we're talking about? And then I think there was a slide in here about just the paved area. Some of it may not be there, may be worn out, and you're actually going to have to maybe put in some paving area or replace what's worn out.
Right.
Are you and your applicant sort of prepared to do that?
Yes, I think they understand that we're not going in for full repaving, but whatever's there has to be repaired. So if that's the case, that's what they'll have to address. So, yeah, I think so.
Okay. And then I know it's listed here as a bullet point, but the hours of operation are proposed. What are those again?
And then one thing that you did say, and I'm sorry I didn't go back to, was when what we provided to DOT was that we would have a expected maximum of 35 cars per hour, and that's how they determined that we didn't need a traffic study based on the volume. So that's part of what drives us being comfortable that the parking spaces are sufficient. At any given time, that's what we expect to be the maximum cars. So that parking space count is sufficient. And again, we're kind of limited to what's there, right? There's not a way for us to create more if there's not space for it. And that was the number that was
Right, because I did see in DOT's recommendation, they're recommending no on-street parking or parking in the right-of-way. I think
Right.
I'm correct on that.
Yes.
With that said, though, are there other nearby arrangements that could be made for any overflow parking should the need arise for this?
Nothing that exists. I don't know if they've looked at that, but we don't have anything in place now. We're happy to look if that's something that the board recommends. I know the two properties adjoining and one removed are both essentially parking lots. I mean, I don't know that they're improved parking lots, but maybe there's some arrangement that can be made, especially while those are vacant. We can look at that, but that's not in place now. We don't expect that to be needed.
Okay. So the current property is property and the owner. I think there's an active code enforcement case. I'm assuming you're aware of that, looked into that, and
Yes, we're aware of that. We haven't been there operating,
Right.
So we have not been a part of that, but we understand that it's existing and apparently being used more as a warehouse with tractor trailers parked out front or whatever was shown. So I think us addressing the code enforcement happens by way of taking over the property, because I think the concerns are the way it's being used is not what we zoned it for in 2018. And at that time, there was a number of conditions like this that required it to do things to get into compliance, and I don't believe they've ever done them. So I think
and
that's
you
how those
mentioned
go.
under a bit of a time crunch here for your current, I'm assuming, obviously you're proceeding, I'm assuming you're under contract with
Correct.
the owner to purchase the property.
Correct.
And your deadline, I guess, for finalizing that transaction is coming up, perhaps. Is that
Yes.
accurate? Okay.
Correct. Yes, we would ask that and recognize that I think everyone agrees that it's a good applicant, it's a good use, it fits here, it's perfect for this property and for Lions Club Drive. These things that need to be identified, the biggest one is whether the parking plan is agreeable or whether it's approved by the district commissioner, and I think those are things that we can certainly address within a couple of weeks and are small compared to what we often are looking at on bigger issues.
Okay.
So we would ask to be able to move forward with any kind of recommendation you have about what we need to do between now and then.
Okay. I think those are all the questions I have for right at the moment. I'm going to offer my fellow commissioners.
We recognize Commissioner Belong.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So I had a kid play indoors. Well, he played indoor soccer, but I would go watch him play small-sided soccer. It's the same thing, really, right? That's usually 6-on-6, sometimes 7-on-7. But my
Someone's
understanding
going to ask me
typically.
soccer questions. I don't know. I can ask Gio. But
Is he here?
he is, yes.
Okay, sure. That's fine. Yeah, but he could just nod if it's 6-on-6, is that right? Yes, that's right. Okay. So typically in 6-on-6, you'd have a couple subs, 2 or 3 subs per team, right? So you get up to about 9 folks are going to need to be coming and going, and you're going to have 4 teams there at any time because you have 2 fields, right?
That is what they've preliminarily looked at being able to fit, yes.
All right. And then you're going to have people there for food service. You're going to have referees there. Is 60, is that what you figured out configuration-wise? You're maxed out on parking-wise? You just can't get any more spaces?
Yes, that's what we did with the last time. Same parking area, obviously, since then, and have done again, was confirming that if we build out, stripe out spaces that meet code, that maxes it out. It was raised this morning that maybe there's room in the back. That's something that we'll tell them to go look at. We were just trying to limit to the front because that really is, the full area of the property that we think was usable. One of the things that came from that 35 car number, though, is he knows from owning the business for 6 years that a lot of these folks are riding together. So it's not a per person per car. I understand, the number of players plus ref, but I think that's how he, generated that number, is expecting that it's not one person, every person has a vehicle.
Was any thought given to having some minimum time period between the end of one game and the beginning of the other, like a 15-minute break in between, just to, the problem is when you got one team still there and the other team showing up, right? Then that's when you.
Yeah, I don't know. I've tried not to control how they run that. They've been doing it for a while, and hopefully.
But you think there's a chance at least to maybe up the parking a little bit higher by using some land to the rear?
Possibly, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Are there other questions of the Commissioner Anderson?
Yeah, so just keeping on that topic a little bit. So how many people do you anticipate just total in the building, maxed out for an assembly event or for a general day where all the fields are occupied?
Back to the same max number of vehicles at 35, and if you have a few people in each vehicle, potentially that's the maximum. But that's the most that they would expect to see at any given time.
Just I guess my question is, just from operating at 6 years, what's the max number? Not vehicles, just people that kind of would come.
This is going to give them more space than they've had, so I don't know, specifically, but I think they've been able to see from what they've done before. I don't know.
Okay.
If that's the max vehicles, that's kind of the max number of people that they would expect to have.
Yeah. Where my head is at is just without knowing that, don't know if the number of fields need to be reduced, or if there needs to be some. Because it sounds in some ways like queuing issues, things along those lines. In the past, one thing we've explored is just relating occupancy or the max, number of people, and kind of sizing the parking based on that.
I think we're trying to allow providing a parking plan, permitting, fire department. You've got review from people better than me at looking at what is appropriate. The fire department's going to set occupancy, right? And so if they get into a place where the building permit shows 2 fields, and through that process that's not sufficient, I guess I'm comfortable that I know that the county's going to have eyes on that throughout the process.
Question. Thank you.
Commissioner Lanson.
Adam, I appreciate what this company is trying to do, and it sounds great, but the ifs that are out there, if this and if that, and if they agree, there's an awful lot of them. And what I'm seeing is this could grow out of control. And who's going to, they mention, or you mentioned, I understand the reason you mentioned it about this assembly hall thing. There must be a limit on that. but I think you are going to need a lot more than 60 spaces. And if they're going to use this for like birthday parties and parents, the grandparents, and, I'd like to know what is the capacity of this building for how many people? If they were to have a wedding in there, if they were going to have a celebration of some type. I mean, now you're talking 200 people. So what is the capacity of this building?
Yeah, again, I think
How do you control it?
the capacity allowed is dictated by the use in the fire department, right? So what we may have come up with for the church before is not going to be applicable for this use now. Once they hopefully get done with this process with approval, they'll go through that with the fire department. The fire department will identify, based on this use, this is the occupancy of this building. They can't park on the right-of-way. If they don't have an agreement to park somewhere else, then they can't operate with more than what 60 spaces can accommodate. So I know it kind of seems like a what-if, but it's controlled by that, right? I mean, there's only so much that they can do with the limited space. And
Do you know how many doors are out, exit doors are out of, in that building?
how many exit doors?
Yeah.
I don't. I know that there are doors in the back and on the side and the front and older loading docks. I know there's multiple exits, but I wasn't prepared to answer that question today. I don't know, but I have walked the building before, and I know there's exits around the entire building.
Well, you've answered my question. I think when I see that this is a warehouse, and this is very different from this type of warehouse, but I remember the terrible fire out in California that they had with a party that grew and grew in a warehouse. And it became kind of a nightclub type of thing. And a lot of people were killed because they couldn't get out.
Right.
So that's what made me ask that.
Yeah, and I think that's one thing that we've kind of been chasing since, well, for a long time.
Yeah.
The 18 case or not, when it was built in '59, no setbacks, no sprinklers.
Yeah.
This is going to bring in all of that again. So hopefully this is that chance to get there.
All right, thank you. Thank you,
you.
Adam.
Back to you. Thank you. Yeah, just as a little bit of background, I know your client, I think they operate a facility nearby, correct?
Correct.
They lease that space. How many fields are in that building, do you know?
Just one field there, right? Yeah.
Okay. And so this would represent an expansion of the business in a facility that they actually own?
Correct. Right now, they're having to go between that or somewhere else outside, so it's, this is going to help accommodate it all being in one place, which is good for traffic.
Can I interrupt? And let me try to help in terms of some of the questions I've heard. So they're in a building now that they do not own, but they operate in one field. What's the max amount of people they've had there in that lease space on that one field? What's the max?
Gio, do you want to? 30 to 40. Maximum are people.
30 or 40?
He said 30 to 40, maximum are people.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
So that's where you can see the, not people, but cars, where we've come up with that. If you were to say double that and you've got people riding together, that's how they've come up with that.
So let me just say this, the use in this location, the proposed location, I think is a great use. I look at Lions Club Drive, which I'm very familiar with, and very familiar with the recreation facility right next door. This would be a good complement for that area and really inject some energy and vibrancy in an area that I think needs some energy and vibrancy, to be quite honest with you. And at the same time, hopefully address a code enforcement issue. Address a code enforcement issue.
Right.
Where I'm running into a bit of an issue is the parking side of things. And just concern about adequacy of parking for that property. And I understand there's a clock ticking. Is there any possibility that they could get an extension on the current transaction? so that I think this body has an opportunity to at least look at parking, because I think that's going to be an issue here, as parking, and maybe there might be another issue, Commissioner. Go ahead.
Yeah, the parking capacity, I understand the fire code, but this is kind of half recreation, half assembly hall. And so I don't know which bucket those fall into, if it's a ratio or mix of those in terms of calculated max occupancies. Maybe that's something we can ask later on, but I think the gating issue to me is just the fire plan and just the maximum capacity for what's planned here and how that gets treated. And this understanding that there's going to be a permit process and review, but it probably helps your, I think it just would help for everybody to kind of know ahead of time what kind of ratio of actual occupants to parking spaces are going to be ultimately, what that ratio is going to look like. And that might be a question for fire, but maybe sounds like there's some other questions to answer first, too.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
Well,
No, Commissioner Lindstrom, is it a question for them or a discussion?
discussion for us, and
Let's wait till we get a motion before we go into discussion, if we can.
Okay. So I think with what I just stated, I get this is not going to go over well, but I think it's incumbent upon us to really understand the occupancy issues and how those occupancy issues impact parking on the site. I would recommend that we hold it for 30 days. We get answers to the occupancy issue and the ability of the site to accommodate parking. So that would be my motion for consideration.
If I can answer what you started to ask about, how do we address that?
I'm sorry.
Whether that's something that we can deal with in the next couple of weeks. I mean, I think that's a plan that we can provide. And again, we're limited to what the parking area is, right? And if that becomes a concern, that's something that can be dealt with by the board. I think moving it forward is appropriate at this point based on a zoning perspective, the use that we know is appropriate, or I think. And that's something that we can do. We can include in the recommendation that we provide it by X day or whatever is needed to give that level of comfort. I don't know the answer to whether there's potential for an extension. It wasn't necessarily, I'm hesitant to think that might be possible. I don't want to lose this opportunity because of that when this is something that we can address and that is addressed by all these departments in the process either way. If there's some limit that needs to be put on occupancy because 60 spaces is believed to not be sufficient, if you want that to be a recommendation, we'll take it. I mean, whatever can give us the path to move forward, because this is something that we can address by just simply striping the site plan. We've already identified what the car capacity is, so that gives an idea of occupancy, and we know that occupancy is going to be dictated by county agencies in the process. So I'm hesitant to think that there's something else that we need to do that we can't do by providing a parking plan and circulation plan and work those details out between now. That's why we have 2 weeks between this and the board. Would be my request that we can move forward, because otherwise, at least at that point, it may still not be an answer, but at least we're not killing it by time with that, and that's all I'll say.
All right, go ahead. Do you have other questions for him?
No, not right now.
Okay. Anybody else have questions for the applicant? Okay. We can have you sit down as the applicant. Okay. Now I'm going to turn it over to you to make your motion, or we have a motion on the table, actually, so.
Okay, and just inquire whether do you want us to move forward on the motion you already made?
Let me withdraw that motion at this point in time.
That's what I needed. That's what I needed. Okay. Now back to Commissioner Hughes.
Okay. So let me ask a question of staff. John, you've heard the conversation around occupancy and how the occupancy might impact parking requirements. Does staff have a recommendation that we should consider?
When the board was discussing, so I was taking a look at the GIS photo of this property and the community center next door, And I think, a large part of where the applicant got the 60 parking spaces from was from the property next door, because the paved lot next door is approximately the same size as the paved area in front of this building. There is some opportunities to extend the paving further east and maybe pick up 10 or 15 more parking spaces. I also did look at another sports training facility that I'm familiar with off Canton Road, and it's not as big as this. This is 24,000. The one on Canton Road, I believe, is about 15,000, and that one has about 50 parking spaces.
Okay. That's good to know.
It's a different sport, but it's very similar in that a large part of the building are fields where there's a very small number of people actually on it because they're playing their sport. So, yeah, I think 60 to 70 would probably be okay for this, as long as it's paved and striped to county standards.
Okay, and I'm familiar with another actual indoor soccer facility in Marietta, Wolf Indoor Soccer, that's, I know it's probably, it might be about the same size as this building, but I know it doesn't have 60 parking spaces. But it seems to operate reasonably well. Any other comments, questions? Commissioner West.
I wouldn't mind seeing a restriction put on this that it's to be used only for this soccer academy and not let it out for other things that can get out of control.
Okay.
I think that the soccer academy sounds great for that area, for any area.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Anderson.
Commissioner Hughes, this might, maybe this is a solution that helps them meet the timeline. To the extent that it is approved, if they're determined that, based on review by fire department and the building permit process, that this number of spaces is not sufficient and they can't meet that, would you want this to revert or have reversion language back? Should a building permit not be pulled within, call it, I don't know, 9 months, 6 months? I don't know what the right number is. It might look to planning for that. But I'm just thinking that if a contract were to fall through because they got plan feedback that said, you're going to need 80, you can't fit 80, deal's dead. We wouldn't want this to be then, still a zoning that would have, we want to revert back to the more restrictive categories that pre-existed. I think that may allow it to move forward, but allow for us, along with some of these conditions around parking minimums, be incorporated up front, along with other stipulations that address the concern stated.
I think that's a great suggestion. I'm looking to staff to see if that's a practical solution.
Yes, and what we can stipulate is that if the applicant has not obtained a certificate of occupancy within 12 months, then it reverts back to the prior zoning case with stipulations.
Okay. All right. So with that, I'm prepared to offer a motion recommending approval of Z65 to the CRC category, subject to staff recommendations included in the staff analysis. I will add to that. I'm not going to read all of these, clerk, but I will get them to you. Just in general, I think they were included in the presentation from the applicant, but the first one was to be within 90 days of final approval, the paved parking areas shall be cleaned and cleared of trash and debris and overgrowth and be sealed with any repairs, holes repaired and parking areas striped. Going on to the next one, within 90 days of final approval, or if recommended otherwise by the county arborist considering the off-season of planting, the planter landscaping areas in front of the building. And let's see, compliance with staff's recommendations. And then the last item being that a reversionary language that this would revert back to the original zoning should a certificate of occupancy not be granted within 12 months. And actually, Commissioner, you're asking if it can be limited to actually one of the items in staff's recommendation is a commercial, item 2 is commercial indoor recreation use only. So it's already, I think it's already accommodated.
Can I just,
Okay, so that would be my motion.
we have a motion on the table.
I would second.
Second from Commissioner Anderson. Any further discussion?
He has a question.
Can I just offer the November 4th email from me has the conditions that you were trying to read out?
Thank you. Yeah, there's a November 4th email with those conditions, and I'll be happy to get those to the clerk so she has those verbatim.
And I just have, not for discuss, well, for in the discussion period. Did you capture all of that? It was a lot. Okay. Anything further? Let's call the question. Right, by a vote of 5-0, we recommend approval of Z65 with all noted stipulations. Thank you. With that, we are going to pause for the lunch break and resume at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
All right, we will come back to order in the November 5th zoning hearing, and I'll turn it to Mr. Peterson to call our next case.
Thank you. Next case to be heard is rezoning case Z55 of 2024. Irma V. Palacios requests a rezoning from CF to R12 for a single-family residence in land lots 278 and 299 of the 17th district. The property is located on the northwest corner of South Cobb Drive and Waldrop Circle, north of Bink Lane. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z55? Let the record show there's no one opposed.
Go ahead and just make sure you state your name for the record.
So she wants to change her commercial property to residential.
If you can state your name for the record.
Oh, Paul and Irma Vanessa Palacios.
Okay.
Go ahead, take the number.
My name is Irma B. Palacios.
Thank you. And anything else, you have 10 minutes, so you can tell us anything else you want to share.
Sorry, do you have a translator? Sorry, I didn't hear you well.
Sorry. You have 10 minutes to tell us about what you want to tell us and what you're trying to do today.
Que deseo hacer la residencial, que es donde vivo con mi familia, que no tengo otro lugar donde irme y por eso lo estoy cambiando.
So she's saying that she wants to do the change of the property to residential because that's the place where she want to live with her family. She doesn't have any other place where to live.
Okay. Anything else?
Well, the code reinforcement asked us for do some changes on the property as they have a commercial use. So she changed a lot of the things that she was asked for. For example, moving the commercial vans from that property. She also changed the survey for some changes in the property. For example, install some more grass on the property to make it more residential.
And any?
The last owner for my property is we had the commercial, but I don't have a commercial in my property. As this for my family only, I would say all with the city within it. I would say for the new one, ¿cómo se dicen los planos?
Survey.
With the service, I will bring for the city. I would say all with the city within it. I would say he hecho todo lo que.
She has done everything that has been requested for her for making the change.
And, okay. Thank you. Anything else?
¿Algo más que quiera añadir?
No.
That's it.
Okay. Hang tight. And this is in District 2, and so Commissioner Anderson is going to lead our discussion. And I'm sure he'll have some questions.
Great, thank you for your patience today. So just, I don't have too many questions on it. I just know that did you have a chance to review the recommendations from the staff? And I can read those off to you, and just to make sure that there are no issues with those. It's the recommendation from the planning staff was to have this approved, but with single-family residential use only.
Yes.
And then existing shed for personal storage use only. And then They did have a request for a site plan, which I believe you said you have submitted a survey? Okay. And you understand that they might have to, there's a requirement to reduce the amount of gravel that's on the site?
Yes.
And is that something you've already done? And, okay. And I'll check with planning just to confirm, or
I mean, we did the change in the survey, but she's on the plan to do it
after
on the property.
Right. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead. I interrupted you.
We did the change on the survey,
Mhm.
but she's waiting for some money, right, to do the changes on the property.
Yeah, we change it for the property, for the grass and the garden, all the round on the property. Yeah, and we change, and we bring it for the city, picture and actuality,
Because there were some concrete in some parts of the old pictures. We bring new pictures with a new garden that was that she made in front of the property.
Okay. Do you have any current pictures, by any chance, that of how the property looks today? We have old pictures from January, and I've driven by the property, but that was maybe.
I think we submitted on the case. I don't know if you have it there.
Okay. Yes,
Bring it to the city.
We have some pictures, but they're, I think, from January when they were, but they were from code enforcement.
Oh, yeah.
So I don't think we have any recent pictures of
Let me
some of
see.
the changes.
Se lo mandé a Jessica, pero se las imprimí.
All right, and while you're looking for those, there was also a requirement to apply for a temporary land use permit within 90 days for more adults and vehicles than the code allows. Were you aware of that requirement?
Requirement of what, sorry?
So there's also a requirement to apply for a temporary land use permit within 90 days for more adults and vehicles than the code allows. So if this were approved, you'd have to apply as well for this. But let me ask you first, how many people will be in the house?
¿Cuántas personas viven en la casa?
This is 3 people, my mother, me and my husband.
Okay. And how many cars will be parked there?
The specific would have 4 car.
So 4 cars?
4.
Okay. So 4 cars, 3.
Yes, this is one for working. We have 2 vehicles, 1 personal and 1 for my job. We clean an apartment, so I had the minivan and my husband too.
Okay.
He working for the construction when I needed the vehicle for work.
Okay. So, okay.
This
and
is
let-
4, 2 and 2.
Okay, 2 and 2. Okay. And I'm just going to ask, stay right there first for a second, for planning for John. What would be the amount that they're allowed to have in terms of people and cars?
Okay, based on the 1,207 square foot house, they would be allowed to have 3 related adults and 3 cars parked outside. So if it's just her husband, and her mother, then they do not need a land use permit.
Great. And then for the parking, since there are 4 cars, as long as one of them is in the garage, then,
Well, they're allowed to have a maximum of 3 based on the house size.
So they would need a lane.
They would need one for 1 additional car.
okay.
Unless
so
they
they-
could park their commercial car somewhere else.
Okay. So you'd be fine with the number of people at 3, but if this was approved, you would need to do one of 2 things. One is you're capped at 3 cars, and you're asking for 4. And so you could either, if there's any way to have one of those vehicles parked elsewhere, maybe by a neighbor or a lot one of the commercial vehicles. That's probably the easiest way. Otherwise, there would be still a requirement to come back before this committee to request a temporary land use permit for that additional vehicle. There's no guarantee of that being approved or not, but I just wanted to make sure you were clear and understood kind of the additional step, if this were approved, that would have to be taken.
Está diciendo que el máximo son 3 carros, 3 vehículos. Quiere saber si pueden tener uno de esos camiones parqueados en otro lado. En tal caso de que necesites tenerlo ahí parqueado, tienes que pedir un permiso. Entonces le digo que parquearlo en otro lado. She can park the other vehicle in another part, somewhere else.
In a separate location? Okay, so that makes it easier. So that would no longer require you to come back a second time to at least, if the Board of Commissioners were to approve this. Okay, great. And then just wanted to stay right there. One question for John as well. Again, on the variances that were requested here, I believe most of them were basically for largely existing conditions. Can you remind me, I think the only one, was staff's recommendation to approve all of those variances except for the impervious coverage and the non-hardened surface?
Yes, and that was required to come back to the district commission within 60 days with a plan to reduce it.
Okay, great. So that would mean then, again, if the staff recommendation, you would have to come back within 60 days to ensure that the coverage, impervious coverage, is not beyond 35%. That's just the amount of hardened surface area that's covered as part of the site. And then you would have to, I believe, there was a request to allow for parking of vehicles on the existing gravel in the back. That would not be allowed. That would have to be like an actual hardened surface. So if you were to park that. But it sounds like since you're reducing the number of vehicles, I think you should be okay. So just to be clear, you won't be able, if it's not a hardened surface, like concrete, blacktop, kind of just like hardened asphalt, you can't permanently park a car there. But
It can be parked in concrete, you said? Sorry?
Let's clarify it. I'll ask planning just so he can explain. John, do you mind just clarifying what the hardened surface requirement or options are?
Yeah, the hardened surface has to be asphalt or concrete. It cannot be gravel.
Pero es que en el anterior survey ya está puesto que vamos a hacer.
Sí, pero tiene que estar hecho.
Okay.
Entonces ya para dentro de 60 días tienes que hacerlo.
Okay.
Eso y la grama también tiene que estar 35.
Okay.
In the survey, the updated survey, we have those areas where we can park the cars that she has. And also, we extended the grass for the residential zone. So she's willing to do those changes for the next,
Desde los 60 días.
before the 60 days.
Okay, great. And this is the survey from September, I think, September 13th?
Sorry?
I think it's a survey from September 13th.
Yes, I think so.
Okay.
Fue después de eso.
Sí.
All right. Do my commissioners, fellow commissioners, have any other questions of the applicant?
No.
Okay. I think we're good. Thank you.
Okay, que está todo.
Does any of my commissioners have any questions of staff? Nope. Okay. All right. So I'm this time prepared to make a motion, and you can have a seat, by the way.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, so my recommendation would be for approval, and this is to rezone to the R12 single-family district, so approval to rezone to R12, subject to the following. Single-family residential use only, the existing shed for personal storage use only, submission of a modified site plan showing the reduction of existing impervious area within 60 days to the district commissioner, or if unavailable, the county chair, with work to begin within the 30 days of commissioner approval. There's no longer a need for a temporary land use permit at this time. The setback variances as stated in the zoning comments. So, and John, just before John just had a quick question on setback variances. By stating, including that, does that, we'd have to explicitly exclude 7 and 8? Do I need to read in the individual variances, or can I just say? Okay, and that'll cover everyone and exclude 7 and 8? And the parking hardened.
Yeah, proposed stipulation number 5 is talking about the setback variances, so you don't need
Forgive me. Yeah, you're specifically saying setback variances. So saying that, just to be clear, excludes
Yes.
the non-setback related variances.
That's right.
Which are variances 7 and 8. Okay, so I'll say setback variances only, as stated in the zoning comments. Just wanted to make sure. Okay, and then fire department comments and recommendations, water and sewer comments and recommendations, stormwater management comments and recommendations, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. And that is my motion. And I would like to put this on the consent agenda as well.
Second.
I have a second from Commissioner Hughes. Any discussion? Let's call the question. I think we're calling it and it's not working for us. No, it's not working. Show of hands. Yes. That's 5-0 to recommend approval of Z55 to R12 with all associated stipulations. All right, thank you.
Thank you. And hey, Cameron, can you remind them to come back in 2 weeks for the Board of Commissioners hearing? All right, thank you. All right, next case is rezoning case Z59. Maynard S. Gomez Ramirez requests a rezoning from PSC to LI for an office and warehouse in land lot 59 of the 17th District. The property is located on the northeast corner of Austell Road and Brackett Street. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant's representative is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z59? No one? Okay, let the record show there's no one opposed. Would the applicant please come forward to be sworn in?
Good afternoon. My name is Pete Bilson. I'm with Bilson and Associates, planner, land planner and landscape architect. And I represent the owner and the applicant for this project. The property is located at 2291 Austell Road, 0.7 acres. The existing zoning is PSC. We had asked for the proposed zoning to be LI. Mr. Ramirez is the owner of the property. He purchased it with the intent of moving his small business into the building. He owns GS Home Solutions, which is they install and refinish hardwood floors. He needs space for his materials. He needs office for his business. The current state of the building is not good, as you've seen by the pictures. The windows, doors need to be replaced and repaired. The facade of the building needs to be upgraded. The interior will be refinished and brought up to code. The property has been vacant for the last few years, and that has provided an opportunity for people to illegally dump trash and trespass on the property. The owner would like to clean up the property, renovate the building, and make it secure and suitable to operate his business. When the owner went to get a building permit to make improvements to the building, he was told he needed to rezone the property from the current zoning of PSC to make it consistent with the comprehensive plan. That's when Mr. Ramirez contacted me to help him with this rezoning process. After meeting with staff and discussing the proposal, we decided to do it as LI, light industrial, and after staff reviewed the zoning application, they recommended NRC zoning. The owner's agreeable with staff's recommendations for NRC because he will be able to operate his business there, and so we're fine with that. To renovate the building and make it usable for his business, the applicant will do no site development, no site work at all. There will be no change in the operation of the businesses in terms of the use, the intensity, and or the anticipated traffic with the development. Several of the recommendations from staff for this rezoning could be triggered if a land disturbance permit is required. The only work required to make the building ready for occupancy should be addressed with a building permit. No land disturbance permit should be required. The owner purchased the property to move his business into the building. He knew it would require work to renovate the building. He's ready to make the building more attractive and secure. He will follow the Austell Road design guidelines for this work. He will follow all applicable codes for the renovation. So to summarize, the rezoning from PSC to NRC will conform with the comprehensive plan within the Neighborhood Activity Center, future land use category. The rezoning proposal to NRC will permit a use that is suitable in view of the use, development of adjacent and nearby properties. The rezoning to NRC will not cause an excessive burdensome use of streets, transportation facilities, utilities, or school. We have the support from your staff for rezoning the property from PSC to NRC. This will allow the applicant to submit for a building permit to make the necessary improvements to the existing building and make it suitable for his business. It is for these reasons that on behalf of the applicant and owner, I respectfully ask for your recommendation to approve and support for this rezoning to request from PSC to NRC.
Thank you. Seeing that there's, excuse me, no opposition, and this is in District 2, I'll turn it back to Commissioner Anderson to lead the discussion.
Thank you, Chairman Walt. So Mr. Bilson, thank you for the explanation on this. I know we had a chance to talk about this. Just wanted to just confirm a couple things, that the use for this is to be determined still, or is the intention specifically for the applicant to relocate their business?
The applicant will move his business in there for sure.
Okay.
And then the rest and remaining square footage, he would like to lease it out for other businesses, mostly office use and possibly some other business uses.
Okay. And approximately how much of the space is the applicant going to be using?
I believe he needs about 3,000 square feet.
Okay, got it. All right. So, and it's about 7,000 square feet, the building. All right, so 4,000 of this is going to be leased out to some other user.
Right.
Okay, got it. All right. And then in terms of the Austell Road design guidelines, I think you mentioned that you'd be willing to adhere to those.
He's willing to adhere to those guidelines for the building renovation.
Right.
He doesn't want to do any site work. He will renovate the sign, or he'll remove the sign that's there now. If you've seen the sign, it's not
Yep.
very attractive. So
Yep.
he's either going to remove that sign, or he's going to replace it with something that meets the design guidelines.
Okay. Great. All right, and then only other, yeah, I didn't have any other questions right now. Do any of my fellow commissioners have any other questions?
Any other questions? Commissioner Lindstrom.
Is this gentleman's business, you said it was refinishing wood?
Wood floors.
Selling, so is it going to be a showroom?
He'll probably have an office there. I don't know that he'll have a showroom. I don't think so. I think it's more just office administration. And then he'll have some warehouse space in the back where he'll have his materials stored, and he'll work out of that.
Okay, thank you.
Let me follow up on that question. Will there be work vehicles parked at the property?
I'm assuming there may be, but they could be probably parked inside the warehouse space. Because if you've seen the pictures of the building, it's a U-shaped building. The back building has roll-up doors. So that's where I think the previous folks have used that as their warehouse spaces. So he could have, but he drives his truck. He's got a very nice truck, by the way. It's not a...
Thank you. Any additional questions of the applicant? Okay, back to you, Commissioner Anderson.
Okay, great.
I have one other clarification, and I think it's kind of for John, but in the staff recommendation, it said that 70% maximum impervious, but in the bulk regulations, it says not applicable for NRC.
It's in a NAC.
In this future lands category, the maximum is 70% impervious. It's 70.
For NRC?
Yes.
Okay.
In a neighborhood activity center.
Oh, but what about for the zoning? Is it related to the land use or the zoning?
Yeah, it goes back to the land use, not really the zoning, but the land use.
Okay. Well, then we would have to remove some pavement, which we would still be under the 5,000 square feet.
Okay.
Well under.
Okay, great. And that, thank you for asking that. Mike, just wanted to confirm that there would not be any issue with having a cap of 70% on the impervious surface.
Not a problem.
Okay, all right, excellent. All right, I think that's it for now. Okay, so at this time, I am prepared to make a motion, and I would recommend, consistent with, oh, you can have a seat. With staff recommendations, deletion to NRC, subject to the following. District Commissioner, or if unavailable, the County Chair to approve the final site plan. The variances as identified by zoning, which are largely just to reflect existing conditions. Would also have the adherence to Austell Road design guidelines, and specific to building improvements. I just want to clarify the Austell guidelines specific to the actual building improvements. For billboard signage, that I would like to be ground-based. That specifically be ground-based, and that be in line with Austell Road design guidelines. And then also exterior materials. I don't believe the design guidelines for existing buildings specify anything around building materials, but since the district site plan is already subject to district commissioner approval, I would add a stipulation that final elevations be subject to district commissioner approval. And I mentioned already the impervious surface, impervious surface to be capped at 70%, but that's already in the code. So I guess we don't need to mention that then as an explicit step, so strike that one. Cleanup of the property within 60 days of approval by the Board of Commissioners. Let me make sure I have everything here. Work vehicles to be parked in the rear or inside of the building, not in the front. And then use restrictions. I believe there are two that are allowed under NRC, which I would think would make sense to exclude here. Emissions or inspection stations and light automotive repair establishments. So those would be not permitted uses. And then fire department comments and recommendations, water and sewer division comments and recommendations, stormwater division comments and recommendations, and Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. And that would, I would like to put this on recommended for consent agenda as well.
Second.
We have a second from Commissioner Hughes. Any discussion? I'll just ask, in the discussion portion, did you consider any hours of operation, or, I mean, it's mostly office, but.
I can, but I did not because I didn't know the exact use. Probably wanted to reserve the latitude to the applicant to have some flexibility around the operations.
That works for me. Any other discussion? If not, let's call the question. And again, we'll need to use raising of hands. So, in favor of the motion? All right. Vote 5-0. We recommend approval of Z59 with all related stipulations. Thank you.
Okay, next case is rezoning case Z62, Scott Moore. Request rezoning from NS to LRC for a hair salon in land lot 160 of the 20th District. The property is located on the southeast corner of Jim Owens Road and Ackworth West Road. Is the applicant present?
Mr. Chair, I'm recusing myself.
Okay, let the record show the applicant's representative is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z62? One?
One and
oh, he's saying goodbye.
No.
All right, let the record show there's no one opposed.
And let the record show that Commissioner Ballon has recused himself from this hearing, this case. I'm sorry. Okay.
Mr. Moore had to catch a plane at 2 o'clock. I'm Gerald Torella, architect. We started looking at renovating this property. It's an existing antique shop, about 2,200 square feet. Mr. Moore is planning on closing on it in the next 2 or 3 weeks. He wants to put in a hair salon. The current zoning is, I believe, NS. And we found out that that's grandfathered in, so it's no longer relevant. So we ask that we get it converted over to the LRC, limited retail commercial. And a hair salon is also allowed in LRC. So it's basically, we're not changing the building or the parking or anything. It's just changing the letters designating the zoning on it.
Anything else you want to share?
I'm sorry?
Anything else you want to share?
No.
Okay, thank you. If you'll just hang tight. This is in District 1, and since Commissioner Ballon recused himself, I'm going to turn it to Commissioner Lindstrom to lead the discussion.
I'm hoping you'll know the answers to this. Is Mr. Moore, what does he do? Is he a hairstylist?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. He I believe he works for Home Depot.
Oh, okay. All right. I have not seen diagrams of inside this salon.
Well, when we found out that we had this zoning issue, we just stopped doing the drawings.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
When we found out we had the zoning issue, we just did not go forward with the architectural plans.
All right, let me, if you will have a seat, I'm going to ask Stormwater Management to come up because I have a question for them. And then I'm going to bring you back up.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Hi there, again. Hey. I noticed that within the staff comments, the stormwater management mentions there is potential for known drainage problems on this property that may exist downstream from the site. Is there anything else that how big a problem is this? Is it like damp down at the other side, or is this
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, no.
is this an issue?
Yeah, unfortunately today, it seems like there's a drainage problem downstream practically from every side, it seems like. But this is an existing facility. It's my understanding, I believe that they're not proposing a lot of work outside the building. It's my recollection that most of the parking area of the building itself is as it is now. And there's not really a lot of change from a stormwater standpoint. So we don't really have a tremendous amount of concern for it. For any zoning, of course, there's the maximum impervious area that's allowed on the parcel, and we always want to make sure that they stay either within the allowable or that they provide some mitigation for that. But the runoff from this site is discharged off the site, and we don't really anticipate there's a lot of big changes in that. So that comment is not hinting at some earth-shattering event.
Thank you. Do you get involved? Do you know whether this is property? I'm assuming it's on septic.
I'm not 100% sure. My associate with the water, he might be able to better answer if it's on septic or sewer.
Okay. Is anyone here from water? Yeah. Oh, yeah. There you are, right in front. All right. That's all I had for you. Thank you.
Any other questions for stormwater?
No other questions for stormwater from me. Okay. Can the sewage, I hate to say the sewage guy, but.
Chris Duggan, Cobb Water. They are an existing sewer customer.
Oh, okay, so they don't have to worry about the septic tanks or anything like that? Okay, that's all I had for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes. DOT. I think I know the answer to this, but is there going to be a problem with traffic, with the traffic circle there?
We don't think so. It is an existing building, and it was a commercial building before. And as you can see, it was recently renovated with the roundabout. So we're okay with the access as it is. And this use is very, very light. It's the maximum 3 vehicles in a full hour.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And that is all the questions I have for staff. May I have the applicant back up? Thank you. So I get from your, assuming that Scott is not a stylist, he works elsewhere. So he is going to have, is he going to have contract stylists come in and work this?
I'm just assuming it's a regular hair salon. I'm not familiar with the operation of the business.
Okay.
And like I said, we haven't even planned it yet. When we heard about the zoning thing, we just stopped.
Well, I haven't, this is a very rural area, and this is kind of the only store around. It's located next to an elementary school. And from what I understand, I'm sure Fred would know some of the answers to this, but from what I understand, you would like to, Mr. Scott would like to have rooms partitioned with doors for each person's hairstylist.
That was one of the initial sketches we were working on, but we just stopped working on it.
Okay, all right. So do you know how many stylists they were planning on having?
It was somewhere around 10 or 11, I think.
Well, that is kind of important to know because of the amount of parking spaces. If there are, I think he's got 12 spaces, and what he had said he would need is, or somebody said he only needed 10. But you've got workers, you've got people who wash hair, you've got people who cut hair, you've got people who color hair, and you've got a girl with the latest hairstyle at the reception desk. So that's 9 cars right there, and hopefully you'll have a lot of customers, I'm hoping. But that is a concern if you've got enough parking spaces for the amount of customers that you actually may need. Another concern I have is if you look at the GIS map, which we're looking at, this is spot zoning. And so there's residential across the way from it. It's registered as R30 on 2 sides of it, and then another NS zoning, opposite, catty-corner to that. Now, I think, based on the title holder here, is this C. Williamson Jr. and a Kelly Williamson. I assume that they are, I don't know how old they are. Do you know how old Mr. Scott is? Oh, no, that wouldn't affect him. There is a Mr. C.R. Williamson who originally owned this property, and he has died a couple years ago at the age of 91. So I'm assuming that this Mr. Williamson is possibly his grandson. It could easily be his grandson who owns this. And I don't like the idea of spot zoning. And I'm not crazy about him not being a hairstylist himself, which shouldn't matter. He could be an owner of the building. That's fine. But I don't like the idea.
Excuse me, ma'am, but I believe he currently works for Home Depot. He might have been a hairstylist.
Yeah, but that's okay. You can own a salon, without working in it. I mean, you could be the receptionist. But what I am concerned about is this NS coding was put in when his grandfather was still alive and possibly living on the property. So it does need, it would be the future land use they're asking for is LDR, and the surrounding area does not support that. It just doesn't. So there's also concern about doors. Apparently, there was something about having little small separate rooms with doors. And perhaps we should hold this until Mr. Moore comes back, because he may. Or I can go ahead and make my motion. I guess I am ready to make my motion. Are you okay with that? Or do you want to hold it?
Well, like I said, we never completed the plans. So we were sketching around on it when we found out that the current NS zoning, even though it allows this use, would have to be switched to LRC. And that's why we're going through this process now. But we just stopped drawing the plans when we found out about this issue. I mean, it may be that we have to adjust the entire scheme based on the existing parking. I just don't know.
They don't want. Yeah, I drove by it. I know what it looks like, but
Well, we're not going to change.
maybe we should hold it.
It's a pretty old building. I like it. Mr. Moore likes it, and we don't plan to change any of the exterior or any of the parking. We're not going to add impervious surface. It's just one business is going to change to another business. And it's our understanding that his proposed hair salon is allowed under LRC, and it's also allowed under the current zoning, which is NS.
Okay, all right, well, thank you for that. Is there anything, any questions from all of us?
Just, I mean, I understand that the owner works for Home Depot. Is it possible that he's going to lease this property to somebody in that business?
It's my understanding he's going to own and manage the business.
He's going to own and manage the business. Okay. All right. I was just asked.
Okay, well, that's all the questions that I have, so you can sit down. And,
Okay.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm ready to make a motion to approve the hair salon with the following stipulations. And I have already given Robin this list, so Robin, keep me straight here. One, the business licenses shall be applied for within 30 days of the Board of Commissioners' approval. Two, a reversionary clause needs to be added, where A, it must start the site plan review process within 6 months from the date of the BOC approval. B, the site plan review, upon site plan review approval, permits must be pulled within 3 months and construction inspections to begin within the next 90 days. And then C, if the above conditions are not met, then the property shall revert to R30. The grandfather clause shall no longer be applicable. 3, the floor plan shall be an open concept with no services provided behind a closed door or obstructed view. 4, the second floor, I'm assuming there's a second floor here, is to be used for office space or storage only, no client service. 5, the customers must be able to see all the way back to the back where the restrooms, the washing machines, and dryers are located. You've got to be able to see what's going on back there. There shall be one room, a small, like a closet, with a curtain or sliding door to be used by the clients to change into a cape provided by the salon if it's needed for hair dyeing. No tinted windows are to be allowed. East and west sides of the buildings can have shades adjusted throughout the day to adjust for potential glare from sunlight. No spa-like amenities, no facials, no massages. And 8, the property is site plan zoned and specifically used for hair salon only. No other service must be approved by the BOC. Any other service that they want has to be approved by the BOC. Signage shall be ground-based, monument style, with brick, stacked stone, and other materials compatible with the architecture of the building. There shall be no neon or electronic signage located on the building or the windows. all staff recommendations are to be adhered to when not in conflict with these stipulations. I think that's it. Yes.
I'll second that for the purposes of discussion. Can you clarify a couple of things?
Hold on 1 second. Hold on. We have a second from Commissioner Hughes. And I'll open it up for discussion.
Thank you. I want to make sure I understand. One of the conditions you talk about, we're reverting back to R30?
Yes, reverting not back to, but 30.
Well, I'm sorry, okay.
Yes.
And what's the purpose of that condition?
Well, the purpose, there's a couple of purposes to many of these, same purpose for many of these issues. One, we want to make sure that if it's not going to be rented out or sublet to somebody else. We want to make sure that they don't have other ideas that come into their head. And what started that was the idea of, apparently there was some discussion of having individual rooms to cut somebody's hair in. And you shut the door. That's opening up a can of worms when you do that.
So that's a salon suite, which is really I'd say stuff is moving that way. There are a number of salon suite businesses. So your stipulation would not allow for that.
That's right, and that's why there's no tinted windows. We have one of those salon suites, but you really, there's no way of knowing what's really going on in there. And I don't think that's really smart. We have one nearby me on Barrett Parkway, and all the windows are so heavily tinted, you cannot see into the place. I'm sure it's very legitimate, but the county does not want to start getting into massage parlors. You never know about those country people out there, you know?
I know.
But that's why.
Oh, okay.
Commissioner Anderson.
So I guess my initial reaction on the reversion is I think that feels like a backdoor rezoning.
Yes.
So
Yes.
I'm not even sure that would be allowed. So that was just my thinking on that. But I think I'm open to some reversion language, but probably, I guess I'm not open. Yeah, I mean, I think it might be overkill.
Yeah, well, reversion would mean it goes back to the original.
Yeah, but
But we can't do that in this case
Yeah,
because
exactly.
it's NS.
Yeah, so
I don't know how we can take it to R30.
So yeah, I think reversion, as I think to
they're
it,
surrounded by
it's off the
R30.
table.
Well, I understand that, but that's not what staff has recommended, and that's not what the current zoning is. So to say revert back to,
Yeah.
Well, maybe
I
I
don't think
shouldn't have
that's
said
accurate.
floor, revert back. I didn't say that. I said if the above conditions are not back, revert, yeah, just the word revert, yeah. It wouldn't revert. So how about I take that out?
Yep. And then
Yes.
just one other comment was some of the, I guess some of the additional steps were very specific to more like, I think, operations and kind of things that are more, I feel like not the domain of what we could even enforce within, just, so there's like ordinances around spas and ordinances around, that are required to be met in order to, and if not, then your business license gets revoked.
correct.
So I hear the spirit of it, but I don't know if that's, and maybe that's a question for John or
Well-
from Brian, but I don't think those are our domain as a body to step to.
His request is for a hair salon. Now, a hair salon is very different from what you were describing. You can go, I go to a hair salon that's wide open, and they do give facials, and it's great. you fall asleep on it. And that's behind a closed door. But in this case, that's an extension of it. So I think if he wants to do more than just a hair salon, which means washing your hair, cutting it, coloring it, styling it, painting it up, you want to go beyond that, then I think he should have to come back and ask to do that. Just to open that up, house up, because it was a house that was lived in before. It has been lived in. It's adorable. I mean, you could really make it look cute. It would be a nice store, like a country store, but it was lived in. So somehow there's an attic up there. And I would like that to have open architecture. And they may have to put a supporting beam for that second floor, if there is a second floor. And that could be, I mean, this could add up. So anyway, that's my story.
Okay. And your motion still is on the table. Is there any further discussion, Commissioner Hughes? Mr. Peterson, sorry.
Yeah, you know, the part that I think we need to work on a little bit more is the first stipulation Chris read in, because he talked about the progression between a certificate of occupancy, a building permit, and something else. I think the timeframes were wrong on that, because I think your first one was for a CO within 30 days of the Board of Commissioners' decision.
Business licenses shall be applied for within 30 days. That was my first one.
Yeah, that normally comes at the end of the process once they got their building work done.
The business licenses, well, to be a hairstylist, wouldn't he already?
Because they've not even started to do the renovations yet, so it's going to be hard to, I guess, assign an address and a suite number to someone where it's not defined yet.
What do you mean? They do have an address.
They do have an address, but there's not suite numbers in it yet.
Well, there wouldn't be suite numbers. Why would there be a suite number?
Because his concept is to build salon suites.
Well, he doesn't say salon suites.
That was the question, because her stipulation is reading no doors, so it's not salon suites.
It's a salon.
I took this as salon suite, so I'm ready to vote on the motion on the table because there was a lot of confusion there.
See, he's not asking, his request is not asking for that, it's hair salon.
Okay, so the condition was to apply for a business license within 30 days?
Can he do that?
Is that what it was?
Within
Apply? Yeah, he could apply for it in 30 days.
Let
Apply for it?
Yeah, are they?
Okay, well, that's easy to do.
Okay.
Yeah,
Further,
doesn't mean he has to get it within 30 days. He
Correct.
just has to apply for it.
further discussion before I want to call the question. All right, so let's call the question, and it looks like our buttons are still not working, so I'm going to ask a raise of hands for, in support of the motion.
Me.
So that's one in support. Raise of hands for those not in support of the motion, as stated. So that's 3. I'm trying to read these hand counts out. Okay. That being said, so the motion does not pass. And so is there another motion on the table? Commissioner Anderson.
Wait, let me,
Discussion after a motion is on the table.
okay.
I would just propose a motion to try to kind of bridge the gap a little bit. So I would propose a motion that mimics the staff recommendation for approval, but I would probably edit the salon use only requirement.
I think I did.
So is there a number, no more than, don't want to be too prescriptive about this, but, I mean, what would make you
Yes.
comfortable, I guess, Commissioner Lindstrom, if we just said, I don't know how detailed we need
What-
to be on
what I-
salon
Okay,
descriptions.
hold on. What I don't want to do is debate a motion. Either we have a motion on the table and we
Yeah,
go into
yeah.
discussion.
I'm sorry,
or
yeah,
we
I'm-
don't. No. Wait. We're not going to debate a motion. Does someone have a motion on the table?
I would, my rec would be approval subject to site plan received by the zoning division September 5th. Salon use only, fire department comments, stormwater, water and sewer comments, DOT comments, no outdoor storage, no outdoor display of merchandise, and district commissioner to approve final signage plan.
And that's your motion?
That'd be a motion, yeah.
Second. That's second from Commissioner Hughes. And first, let me pause and say, Ms. Stone, were you able to get all of the stipulations? Okay. With that, let's open that up for discussion, the motion that's on the table now. So, Commissioner Lindstrom.
I did want to make a comment. I don't know that most people know this, but the old salon, the hair salons 10 years ago, most of them were owned by one person, but each person that works there is contracted out.
Right.
They're their own business.
Understood.
But you don't see a suite number behind their chair. They just work there and that's it. Now, the bigger hair salons offer an awful lot of stuff. And then you get into salon suites. And I don't believe the Commissioner Burrell wants to go down that road. No, not Burrell, Kelly Gambrell. I really don't think Commissioner Gambrell would want that.
Okay, duly noted. Any other discussion?
No.
I will just posit that what I have heard is a lot of confusion. We have the architect speaking. I never heard him say the word salon suite. I've heard us talk about salon suite. Mr. Moore is not here. I would love to hear from Mr. Moore exactly what he plans to do. We've talked about second floors, and I didn't hear any of that from the discussion that we had here today. I am not in support of the motion on the table either. I would have rather held this so we can hear from Mr. Moore, but I'm happy to vote on the motion that's on the floor at this time. So I'm going to call the question. Again, we have to use a hand vote. I'm going to ask you to raise your hands if you are in support of the motion on the table. I'll support it. We have two. I'll support what's on the table. We have two in favor of. Is that three?
Mm-hmm.
Three in favor of, sorry. And I'm going to vote. For those who not, I'm voting against. So by a vote of 3-1, the motion on the table stands, and that's for approval of Z62 with the appropriate stipulations. Thank you.
Okay, next case is land use permit number 35, Latrice West. Request a temporary land use permit to allow more vehicles than the code allows in land lot 206 of the 16th district. The property is located on the south side of Allison Jane Drive across from Allison Jane Lane.
Mr. Peterson, can we pause so we can get Commissioner Blouin back in the room?
Sure.
I don't know, staff or somebody can help us go get him. I don't know. All right, thank you. Mr. Peterson.
Okay, thank you. Is the applicant here for LUP 35, Latrice West? Yes. Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LUP 35? So we got four? Okay, Let the record show there's 4 people who are opposed. All those who wish to address the board for or against, please come forward to be sworn in.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Latrice West.
Good afternoon.
Begin?
Yes, please. Thank you.
December 29, 2021, I purchased the home at 4312 Allison Jane Drive, myself and my husband. We're young. Under the presumption, people thought we just ran a fraternity. We have 6 children, 2 20-year-olds, 1 19-year-old, 1 17-year-old, and 2 14-year-olds. We take very good care of our children, and we're just trying to show them the right way to do things. When they do well, we reward them. So 3 of our children have cars. Our driveway can accommodate more than 6, more than 7. It was a problem with them parking in the driveway, so we said, okay, park on the street. Code of ordinance kept getting called, you can't park on the street. Okay, you can park on the street, just not in front of your home. Park along the way, across the street. It's not in front of my house, so you can park there. That becomes, I think, you got to call the police, like the Cobb County Police Department issue, no longer code of ordinance or something like that. But we've experienced nothing but drama. This is my first time purchasing a home, and sad to say, I wish I never purchased a house in this subdivision. We've been swatted, guns drawn at us for false accusations. Code of ordinance has been called to my home for the cars. When we first purchased our house, the fence was only in the back of the house, not the front. We've done a lot to our home, which is now, the value has gone up and the tax has gone up. I guess maybe that can be a problem for some people as well. We're going to reevaluate the home as well. I'm going to call the tax assessors today because we have 7 bedrooms and 4.5 baths, which can accommodate our household. My 19-year-old has twins. They're 9 months, and they live with us as well. Her boyfriend does come and stay with us a lot. And that's just where we are with things. It's just been extremely miserable. We've had to put cameras around our home. I have a total of 8 cameras because I do not trust anyone in my subdivision. We have eyes on us. It's just crazy. Where we're positioned, my house is, it's like the limelight of the neighborhood, I'm assuming. It's big, the biggest lot, the biggest yard. We're not there to cause problems or start trouble, but we've received nothing but, before purchasing the home, the neighbor to the right of us, we were asking, tell us about the neighborhood. Do you guys have kids here? Is there anything, exciting, anything we need to know? Oh, well, there's no kids that live in this neighborhood. This is the neighbor to the right. There's no children that live in this neighborhood, and everyone is retired and dying off. And I just found that to be odd to say. And also, another thing that stood out is my home is not a part of the covenant, and it's not a part of the HOA prior to me purchasing. And we kept it that way upon purchase. And I feel like that probably, probably bothered a lot of people. We're not there to brag. We work hard. We've had a business in the neighborhood. We've given back to our neighborhood. And we just want to live comfortably and abide by the rules. I've become very personal friends with code enforcement at this point in time. I just want to make sure we can come to some type of happy medium in reference to what we can do, because my children aren't going anywhere. We got kids in college and children who are still just actively in school. So what do we do?
All right, thank you. This is in District 3, so I'm going to turn it to Commissioner Lindstrom to lead the discussion. Do we have opposition? I'm sorry. Can we have the opposition come up? So we'll have you sit down, hear from the opposition, then we'll start. I'm sorry. Will we have multiple? Are you speaking for all the opposition? Yeah, okay. Come on up. No. Yeah, come on up. You'll have about a total of 10 minutes that you can split amongst yourself.
Okay, that's fine.
Thanks.
Good afternoon. My name is Olivia Nightingale, and I live in the Country Plantation subdivision. I'm also the secretary and treasurer of our HOA. I live right next door 24312. I live at 4314. We have, as Ms. West, I believe is her name, stated, there has been a number of code enforcement called. As a matter of fact, today, when I left, there's a car that's impaired that's been in front of their home since February with expired tags and on a flat. So nobody's picking on the West. But we decided as a whole that the reason why we would respectfully request that you deny the land use permit is because we have very narrow streets. There's only enough room for 2 cars driving in opposite directions to pass. Right now, if there's a car on the street, we have trouble with our school buses passing, the post office, emergency vehicles. We just get constant complaints about trying to traverse our streets. Not only do we think that we should not allow for the extra cars that they want to park on their driveway, they do not use the garage. They have a 2-car garage. There's a tarp with a load of debris in front of one of the doors, so they can't use that door. They've got a full-size mattress outside in the driveway at the other door. So they park in front of the house, and they park whatever cars they can in front. But they can use the garage door, use the garage, that's what it's for. So we think that not only will this change disrupt the structure of our neighborhood, we have a younger population now. There are a lot of people with young children. Cars parked in front of houses, our children play, our grandchildren play, kids dart in and out. With cars parked on the street, it's very difficult for any car that's traveling down the street to see a child that may or may not dart out. We also believe that it will be a lot of noise pollution if we allow them to have extra cars. We believe that 4 cars plus your garage is more than enough cars to substantiate your lifestyle. We also believe that with more cars and being able to park on the street, you have a risk of accidents. Cobb County Code Enforcement says that for every 390 square feet of space, you can have up to 4 cars. We would respectfully request that you honor that and keep it the way it is. That's all. Thank you for your time. Ray.
My name is Luis Hernandez. I've lived in this community since 2001. What I've noticed from this family since they've moved in is they don't regard the rules as they apply to our community. We have a HOA. There are rules. Our rules, a lot of them coincide with Cobb County rules as far as parking vehicles out on the road, trailers out on the road, boats out on the roads, and things of that nature. This family has left a trailer out in front of their house along with several cars, and my wife has told me that trailer's been there for over a year. I know for a fact I've watched that trailer not move for over a month, where they leave a car trailer in front of their house, blocking half the road for well over a month. It never moved. They have vehicles that sit over in front of their house for over a month that never move, that are not registered. They had food servicing vehicles for cooking or barbecuing in their driveway or in front of their house for days on end, and they block up the road. We have a school bus that goes up that road. We have several people that come through our neighborhood and cut grass for people, and they could barely get by on that road because it's blocked by a trailer. So we have a young family that says they treat their kids with gifts of cars and trying to teach them right and that type of thing, but at the same time, they don't follow the rules. You don't leave your vehicles blocking the road for several hundred feet with several cars and nobody could get by, and it makes it dangerous for vehicles to get by. Only 2 cars could barely get by. When you have a trailer in the road, my truck could barely make it by without hitting their trailer. You can't have a trash truck go pick up trash because they have a trailer out there in the road. Everybody else is following the rules, and they want to bend the rules so they can have 8 vehicles in front of the house. If they want to have that many vehicles, build a garage. I don't see any reason why everybody else should have to change for them to allow them to have all their crap out in the road. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, now we will turn it to Commissioner Lindstrom to lead the discussion.
Will the, Mrs. West, would you come up again, please?
That was false.
What?
We don't have a trailer on the road. There's a white truck on the road that is registered and insured.
Okay,
That's my husband's car.
Just a moment.
The trailer's in my backyard behind a fence, and it's been there for quite a while. We were advised by Code of Ordinance to put the trailer there, and it was not blocking anything at all. And we utilized that trailer to take things when we were taking it to the dump. The mattress that she's talking about?
Could you wait?
Sure.
Let me go back to your children.
Sure.
Tell me again how old they are, oldest to youngest?
2 20-year-olds, 1 19-year-old, a 17-year-old, and 2 14-year-olds.
Wait.
220.
220. I'm a very slow writer, I'm sorry. 220 and 1
19.
19. Boy, you were a busy lady then.
Yeah. Still busy
And
now.
What's
17
the other ages? 17
and 2 14-year-olds.
and 2 14-year-olds.
I really
Does
wish we
the
could pull my house up on
17-year-old have
Google
a car?
Maps so you can look at it. I'm sorry?
Does the 17-year-old have a car?
Yes.
Is he in high, does he go to Sprayberry?
Sprayberry High School, 12th grade.
Okay.
Football, ready to graduate.
I've been by your house a couple of times, 3 times. And your neighbors are correct. It's very difficult to move around cars. And you really, you can park your cars on the driveway, but this is a neighborhood and you can't park permanently things in the street.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Which vehicles have you seen parked on the road when you were driving past
Oh,
my
I
home?
don't remember what kinds.
Was it a trailer or was it cars?
One was a trailer. I saw the trailer.
So when was that? It had to be 2023, 22?
No. I saw a trailer on the driveway when I went by there.
There is a trailer, but not on the road, and it's behind my fence.
It's where is it?
Behind the yard, behind my fence.
Well-
We have a slab in our backyard that the trailer sits on.
Yeah, okay.
And
First,
just so you all know, it's not a trailer that you can close a door on. It's just you can attach it to the back of a car trailer.
all right.
Okay?
Let's just wait. Take a deep breath.
I just need everybody to have a clear understanding of what it looks like. My home is very well kept. The debris that he said was in my driveway is actually mulch. It was delivered. We have ivy that grows behind our home. The mulch is gonna go on the outside of our fence, but we had to wait for the ivy to die down. We've done everything we could to kill it.
Ma'am, could you take a deep breath?
No, she's answering your question.
Huh?
She's answering your question.
Yeah. Well, here's my problem. I did go through that neighborhood, and most of the neighbors keep their yards up very well.
It's not true.
It is. It's an
4
old
houses down,
neighborhood.
there's 2 boats, 2 working trucks, and 4 cars parked in the yard. And the house is being renovated, and they're not even having signs up for permits. We had to have permits for everything.
Tell me, you do have a 2-car garage.
I do, and it's used for a creative space. I have 6 kids. And we've advised Code of Ordinance of that, which is why we're here when we apply for the special use permit. We would use it if we could, but we're not using it for driveway purposes. And my driveway itself can fit all the cars where they don't have to park on the street.
Do you run any businesses from the house?
No, I don't run any businesses from my house.
Well,
When my food
do
truck
you
was there,
unders-
that's because we were changing something out on the food truck. The food truck is parked where it needs to be parked at. The food trailer was sold, and that was sold back in maybe 2 years ago. So what's being spoken about today is not valid. For the past year, that trailer has not been parked in front of my home.
Okay.
And it's only been my
I
son's
realize-
orange car, which we just got rid of. And that white truck that they're referencing to, the Chevy Tahoe, it's just an additional car that is now left in front of my property with proper registration and tags. It's not anything expired on that vehicle. It's a flat tire. And my husband's gonna get that replaced.
Let me back up here, because I've recognized that you're a first home buyer. There's a lot of things to consider when you do buy a home, and one of those things that we consider is maintaining your house.
Yes.
And yes. Did you know the 4 cars were only allowed on a driveway?
Yes, but I also learned that my home is listed at 3,600 square feet of livable space, which is not valid. It's way more than that.
I'm not looking at that.
But I'm just telling you from my information, opposed to that, in reference to the square footage, they would would be more permissible to have more cars with the livable square footage.
Well, code enforcement has given you citations over the past couple of years that go back, and they kind of already said the same thing. That your property is not in compliance. One thing I want to mention to you is trailers cannot be parked on grass or dirt, whether anybody can see them or I can see a tail. I did see that trailer, by the way. And that has to be on impervious surface. So that's part of your driveway. That has to be moved. And I'm sure that the code enforcement people told you that too. I'd like to think so.
That's why it's
Okay.
parked in the back on concrete.
You have 6 children.
Mhm.
Your house, what do you think your house is? Well, it doesn't matter actually right now what size house you have. Your problem today is that you would like to have permission to park 6 cars in your driveway.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I can't do that to you. The 17-year-old, perhaps, just a thought, can take the school bus. He must be a senior by now, junior or senior.
You said
And
to
he-
take the school bus?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, he doesn't take the school bus to school.
My kids took a school bus.
I understand that. That was your kid. My son doesn't take the school bus to school.
Well, I think I'm ready to make a motion.
Well, let me.
Or, well, actually, thank you. You can sit. Or
Well, no, let's wait. Let me ask, don't sit. Are there any other questions of the applicant from anyone else? No? Okay, you can have a seat now. Now I'll turn it back to Commissioner Lynn.
I'm ready to make a motion. Yes. Is code enforcement here? I've got all their code enforcement reports. Yeah, she's out.
I'll recognize Commissioner Anderson, who has a question for the applicant. So if Ms. West would come back to the mic, sorry. Thank you.
Hi, Mrs. West. Sorry I didn't ask this earlier, but is there, so I think the code, and I'll ask just for confirmation from John, just how many are required or allowed at your house? I just wanted to make sure you were able to hear.
6 vehicles legally are allowed at my home, 4 on the property that you can visually see, 2 within the garage.
But specific to the amounts that are allowed outside of the garage, John, can you just confirm that number?
Yes, she's permitted to have 6 cars on the property based on the size of her house, of which 4 can be outside, 2 must be in the garage.
Right. So 2 of them have to be in the garage. Is there, I understand the garage is a creative space,
It's no
but
way possible unless we go ahead and build another garage. Until then, it's not illegal for my children to park across the way, and that's what they're gonna have to continue to do. The buses pass easily. I have a special needs daughter who is 20 years old, and the bus comes and picks her up every day in front of my house without a problem. The elementary school bus stops in front of her home every morning. There's no issue with passing, driving. It's not a problem at all. Whatever's being stated today is
Okay.
just not factual.
yeah, I was just trying to see if there's
I
any
understand,
path
but
towards
that's all I got.
towards recapturing that garage space, because that I think would get you
You know,
a
it's
longer
not.
term. Okay, understood. Thank you for answering my
You're very
question.
welcome.
Thank you. This is a recorded public. No, I have a comment once we get to that point. Attorney, anybody have other questions of Mrs. West? I'm sorry for the up and down.
It's okay.
Okay, I think we're good.
So let me
Well,
just
no,
confirm.
I lied. Come back.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
So you have 10 people living in the house?
It's more like 11 because my daughter's boyfriend comes and stays often, her fiance. She has twins, my grandchildren. We have 7 bedrooms, 4.5 baths.
One person, so now we're up to 11 people, okay. And you cannot, for whatever reason, has the garage already been converted to bedrooms?
It's not bedrooms, it's a creative space. Yes, it has been. There's no room for vehicles.
Okay, they don't sleep down there?
No one sleeps in the garage.
It's a creative space?
Yes.
What does that mean?
Okay, so one of my children likes to do music. There's engineering going on. There's music being made, studio work. Another one likes to do shirts, clothing.
Okay.
That's a creative space.
Mm-hmm. All right. I hate to even ask you this one. Do you run a business from there?
No, I do not run a business from my home.
Okay. And you understand that only 4, okay, then that's it. That's all the questions that I have for you.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm ready to make a motion. My hat's off to you for having 11 people live in your house. I hope you get your own room and let the other... Yeah. Well, my motion is to recommend denial of this with 60 days to get rid of the extra cars. It's just too much. It's just too much. Now, there is a code amendment that is coming up that if approved by the BOC will allow 5 cars. I think that will,
We currently have 5 cars. We give one away.
yes, that you can keep 5 cars outside on your driveway. I have a question for John. Are people allowed to park on the street?
Unless there's a no parking sign, they are allowed to park in the street unless they have too many cars. Because code enforcement does look at streets adjacent to your house when they're looking at number of cars for a property.
Okay. You've got one car, one of those cars, you said is not working.
No, I gave a car away, and one of the white cars is working. It's just flat tire that needs to be.
Okay, so that
We
red
can't-
car is gone.
We can't, only because we can't hear you for the record, so we can't go from the audience because it's not on mic.
No,
Do you-
no,
No,
I don't.
no,
I don't
you can have a
think
seat. We just can't shout out because we can't hear, but
Yeah.
right now
That's
she's
fine.
making her motion, so.
Mr. Chairman, if I can just remind, we do have a motion on the table.
Yeah. No, we don't have a motion.
I thought
She's making it. This is part of the,
Okay.
we do not have a motion on the table.
Yeah.
And that's what we need to do.
I would like to, how about this? I'd like to make a recommendation to approve an additional car, that would be 5 cars on the driveway, none in the street. And with 60 days to get rid of that 5th car in hopes, for your sake, that
You said recommendation for 5 cars, but then to get rid of the 6th car, correct?
no, within 60 days. I recommend, I'm not sure how to phrase this.
No, I think you said it right, but you said 5th and 5, so are you saying
okay.
for 5 cars and then get rid of a 6th?
No. You've got, how many cars did you say you have? 7 cars. You've got, no.
You're asking questions?
Yes.
Do your motion without asking questions.
Okay.
'Cause that's what's good.
You have 7 cars. 4 are allowed on your driveway. So I'm going to recommend approval of having 5 cars on your driveway, meaning 3 cars have got to go. Well, the application that you gave me, this is how you filled out the application. Oh, this is addressed to you. How about that? The application says number of unrelated adults is 2. Number of related adults in the house, number of unrelated is 1. The number of related adults in the house is 2. Doesn't talk about the others. Number of vehicles at the house is 7. That's where I got the 7. And I don't know if that includes the boyfriends or not. I don't want to know that. But I will give permission for 5 cars to be there. With that 5th car, you'd have to get rid of it within 60 days. And you just have to keep your eye out to see whether or not, well, I'm talking to you and I have to make my motion. Let me start this again. My motion is to recommend approval for 5 cars with the understanding that the 5th car will be sold at the end of 60 days if this one.
So then there would be 4 cars.
Then there would be, because we're depending on that 5th, that code amendment to be.
Okay, go finish the motion. Go ahead and finish the motion. Is that the motion?
No. And then they're going to have to get rid of the other 2 cars immediately, or within 30 days. Is that reasonable?
Do we have a motion on the table? Do I have a?
You're thinking on this. I can
Yes.
see
Do I have a?
David.
Do I have a second?
David, your thoughts?
No, well, we can't go into discussion.
Second for purposes of discussion.
We have a second from Commissioner Ballon. Now we'll open it up for discussion.
What to say?
Commissioner Anderson.
I think we're overcomplicating it. probably should just do an approval for an additional car for. Yeah, I would probably go back with the original motion, honestly, of the denial, with the request to go back to 60 days, but that's just a comment. But I have nothing else to add right now.
Commissioner Hughes. I mean, you're correct, this is a very complicated situation. I feel somewhat at a disadvantage because we don't have anybody here from code enforcement to walk us through what the current situation is at the property. We have no photographs, we have nothing. And all we have is some words up here, you know, at the dais, and people are telling us what the situation is. I think we would benefit, honestly, by holding this and then having a detailed conversation with code enforcement about what the current situation is. So that's where I'm at.
Now, they have right here, though.
Commissioner Lindstrom. I want photographs. I want to see exactly where we are. That's where I'm at. Okay, I will recognize Commissioner Lindstrom.
Well, I'm at a disadvantage because I have seen the property, and the neighbors are right. But I have seen the property, and I am concerned of the amount of cars. And I feel for their situation because they do have a lot of children and they need to have space for them and the children. But I think they moved into a house that was not big enough for really two families. They've got her daughter and her boyfriend and the two children. I just don't think the house is big enough for all of this. And I am concerned about this. This is a lot. Every time I go there, there's cars in the street. And it's very difficult. I came from a big family, and it's very difficult to switch cars. You got to move this car to get to that car, then you may have to move two cars, and then to get the third car. It's hard. But I think that's what they need to do, is to get rid of some of these cars. The 17-year-old can take the bus. So that leaves 3, and 1 is handicapped. So no, I've got to stick by this.
All right, thank you. I'll just, for purpose of, and thank you for your comments. Thank you, everybody, for your comments. I also come from a big family. I get it. I only wish that the garage space could be utilized, because I think then we solve it. And so I would encourage the West family to reevaluate use of the garage, because then we wouldn't even have to have the discussion, honestly. So I'd strongly encourage reevaluating use of not the creative space, but using it as a garage, because then you take us out of the equation. But I also side with Commissioner Hughes that I would be in favor of holding it so that code enforcement could be here and be part of the discussion. But again, we have a motion on the table, unless you want to strike to remove your motion.
I'll strike to remove my motion.
And do we have to second that? I'm just trying to, we can just remove it, correct?
Who seconded?
Second.
Okay.
This is now a motion to hold for a month, right?
No, to strike the original motion.
Okay, agreed.
Okay, motion strike. Commissioner Lindstrom,
Okay.
back to you for one more motion.
Okay. I make a motion to hold this for 1 month.
Second.
Now we have a second. Hopefully there's no more discussion.
but let's call the question. But we have to do it by raising of hands. So all those in favor of holding for 30 days, raise your hand. 5-0, that motion carries to hold LUP 35 for 30 days. Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Sorry that took so long.
Next case is LUP 36, Jose P. Garcia. Request a temporary land use permit to allow more vehicles than the code allows in land lot 672 of the 16th district. The property is located on the west side of Spear Point Trail, north of Spear Point Drive. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LUP 36? Okay, is no one opposed? Okay, let the record show there's no one opposed. Would the applicant please come forward and be sworn in?
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Johan Garcia, and I'm going to talk on behalf of my father, Jose Garcia. All right, so we received this violation in the mail saying we're using the driveway for too many cars. And, well, we had too many cars, and we did have some parked outside on our grass. But then once we got this notice, we even took down the driveway, made it larger to fit more vehicles, wasted, $16,000 just to get a new driveway to accommodate all the vehicles we could fit in there. And they're now, from the day we got this violation in the mail, from there on forward, we parked all the cars in the driveway. We did sometimes notice that cars kind of get around because our front neighbor, I guess he parks all his company cars and he has like 3 really big trailers, and he parks them in front, like on the grass, kind of on the road. And so they struggled to get through there, and so we took that into consideration. We parked all our cars into the garage, and from that day forward, well, there hasn't been a problem. We have them all in the garage, in the driveway, and yeah, that's it. There's 7, we have 7 cars, 7 adults, and yeah, that's it.
Okay. Anything else? That's it.
All the cars that we use are either personal cars, one for work, and the rest are for my siblings to go to school or to go to work, and that's it.
All right, just hold tight. There was no opposition, correct? So just hang tight right there. I'm sure we'll be talking. This is also in District 3, so Commissioner Lindstrom, I will turn it to you.
I'm attracting cars. All right, what I show on your application is there are 5 related adults in the house?
Yeah.
Is that correct?
We're all siblings.
And,
Yeah, we're all siblings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you have your parents?
Yes.
So, and no unrelated people to you?
What was I can't really hear you.
I apologize. There's no one else?
No.
No boyfriends or girlfriends?
No, well, they come and go, but they stay for like an hour or 2.
Well.
They don't live with us, but they stay for an hour or 2.
So you have 5 adults, but you have 7 cars?
Yeah.
Okay. And it looked like these cars, and maybe you filled this out, they're nice cars, that you've got a Hummer in there and stuff. I mean, he's been very thorough.
Yeah.
Listening. Now, when I went by there, it looks like your garage is a smaller, like a 1.5-car garage. Can you get 2 cars in that?
No, there can't, because when we first moved in, I guess the previous homeowners, they built like sort of like shelves where only like not even a really small car can fit in. We usually drive SUVs, trucks, because that's what we're used to, but we can't, only a small car can fit in there.
So do you park any cars in your garage?
No.
Can you take a shelf down?
We're not sure what's behind there because they're built around the support beams.
Oh.
I mean, we can try to, but Yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess it could be an option. But that's why we rebuilt the driveway to accommodate the vehicles we had.
Well, you know, as you probably heard from the last case, only 4 cars. You can park 2 cars in a garage, which actually you can't, but because I've seen your garage door, you can't get 2 cars in there. You could park 1 car in a garage and 4 cars in the driveway. Not 5, not 7. The Hummer is big. That's not going to fit in that garage.
Yeah.
So have you considered kind of, how old is the youngest?
He
somewhere
is
on here is,
17. He's in high school.
oh.
And he
Does
cannot.
he have a car?
Yeah, he has his own car because he cannot take the bus because he goes in midday at 11:12, and we're all working, and so there's no way for us to get back to him and take him to school.
Well, now, he can stay there.
He can't. He doesn't. What do you mean stay there?
They don't let him stay, they push him out?
No, he has minimum day, and so he goes in after 11 or 12.
Ah,
Yeah, and and he has to drive to college as well. He's doing college and high school at the same time.
well, here's the same type of problem. You've got 7 cars, and you really have to get rid of, as of today, and you can put 1 car. Let's say you can squeeze one of those cars. Do you all drive 6 big cars?
Yeah,
anybody-
yeah, SUVs, lift, yeah. I
What
doubt
happened
only
to the
one of them.
Volkswagens? You know those little bugs? All right. You could park 1 car if you can squeeze it into a garage. Then you could have 4 cars in your driveway. But today, you cannot have 7 cars in your driveway.
Okay, so how many cars am I allowed to have in my driveway?
4.
And that includes the square footage of the house and the adults living there?
4.
So it doesn't matter about the square footage of the house or the adults living there?
It's 4. Only because I've seen it. Now,
Okay,
as I was explaining earlier, there is a chance that the Board of Commissioners will approve of a code, and that is coming up, I think, in November. If they approve, they're going to change the number of cars a person can have in their driveways from 4 to 5. Isn't that great?
Yeah, we still have an extra car.
Well, maybe it's, you choose. You've got some nice cars and trucks.
Yeah, we can't sell them. I mean, we all use them, go to school, work. I mean, we have a construction business. We use one of those vehicles for work truck. The rest are personal trucks. I drive back and forth for real estate, so.
Okay. How about the work truck? Where do you, who drives the work truck?
I do,
You do.
yeah.
And what other kind of car do you have?
Do I drive?
Yeah.
Another truck, but it's my truck. It's what I like take pride in. It's a lifted truck, big tires, so.
Can you park the business truck at the site of the owner?
No,
I'm
we
assuming that's a
work
business.
for various owners. We're self-employed, so we work for various different homeowners, and I really doubt they will let us park our work truck, leave it
Okay.
there. And we don't want to, just in case we don't want to get robbed.
So on this second car that you have, do you really think of the gas that you would be saving if you got rid of that truck?
I can afford the gas, it's okay.
Well, you're going to have to think of 2 cars to get rid of. I would be willing to approve this LUP with 5 cars with 60 days, and then you'd have to go down to 4. But because I think it's going to be approved, after 60 days, you're fine. But the other two cars, something's got to go. I don't have, can you build, you have a large lot.
I mean, yeah, just the driveway, and yeah, because we renovated, we had to take down the old one and make it larger for us. Have you passed by there?
Uh-huh.
Have you seen the two?
Couple times.
Have you seen the two neighbors with the other cars on the driveway?
Yep.
Have you seen the front neighbor with his trailers parked in the front? Well,
Yes, one time I saw it.
You know, I can show you two pictures right now of him having two more last night.
Well, the thing is, and this is where I go and visit all the sites that I see, and I guess I should start taking pictures of everybody's stuff. I could call code enforcement every time. The code enforcement is called almost always by a neighbor. Somebody is complaining.
To our house?
So, yeah, well, I don't know, we're not told who's complaining, but most often it is a neighbor. I don't call on anybody. Tempting as it may be, I spend my whole day talking to code enforcement. But I would go along with that, but you would have to get rid of two of those cars. And I understand you really have more people living. How many? There's 5 of you, the family. Then someone called, I think this was the one. The adult daughter. Now, all of you are adults. She lives at the property with the parents and 2 other adult siblings, and there are 3 other kids under the age of 18.
Yes.
So that's a lot of people you do have.
Yeah. Yeah, we're a big family. Our house accommodates for all of us. We have enough rooms, enough bathrooms.
You have enough bathrooms in your house?
Yeah.
I never have enough bathrooms in my house.
You can go take a look at inside our house. You can see we have
Well,
enough.
it looks like you have a large property. Is it possible to look into getting, building another garage?
But then they're going to complain. Our neighbors are still going to complain that we have a vehicle parked in the back.
No, I mean a real garage.
A new garage?
Yeah, with like impervious surface. I don't know what your impervious surface is today, but I do know it's a good size lot.
I mean,
It's
it is something
think
we can
about.
take. It is something we can take into consideration. But the way our lot is, it's slanted, and in order to build a slab, we're gonna have to level it all out, and it's too much money for just an extra garage.
Can I open it up for other
Yes.
questions?
All right, thank you very much.
So, Commissioner Anderson.
Yeah.
I'm not going to make a motion, but I'll present maybe a framework for moving this forward. Here's a scenario. If this were to be held for 30 days and the board were to make their amendments to the code, which would move that 4 up to 5 in terms of what's permitted on site, that would allow, if you could get 1 car in the garage, you to be in compliance as long as you can find some place, some way, somehow to move like the work truck, rent a space from someone to put it. That's a scenario, that's a path that could eliminate and reduce any, but it does require you finding accommodation for one vehicle.
Okay. I have a question. We're not allowed to park the cars like along our house, correct? Like on the outside? They can't be on the lawn.
You said along the outside?
So they're allowed to be on the road?
Oh.
On the street? They can.
Well, that's on the ground.
Because
I think as long, I think you can do that. But what I'm just saying, long-term, like if it's blocking any, and it's preventing safety, and it's, then that's not the jurisdiction, like here, that's really the police to enforce any parking in the right of way, but I'm just saying, if that is a scenario that.
No, I was just agreeing with you. On-street parking can't be enforced by code enforcement. It has to be.
Right, it can't be, that's enforced by the police. the on-street parking.
Yeah.
But yeah, and their rules in terms of generally has to have tags, has to be operational, and,
Oh, yeah.
but that's not me speaking in that capacity
Okay.
here. But I just want to let you know, if that for some reason was problematic and you couldn't park it on the street,
Yeah.
just if you were prepared to be able to say, I could find a space to relocate one car, and assuming 30 days from now, the board has changed the code, which is no guarantee,
Okay.
such that 5 instead of 4 would be allowed, do you think that would be a path that you could explore?
So
To move
wait
forward
wait
with?
the 60 days, see if they pass it, and just end up selling one car?
It'd be 30 days.
Oh, 30 days?
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be enough time for them to pass that bill or whatever.
It will be on the agenda within the 30 days. And I
Okay.
think this is context for other cases as
Okay.
well, as you think about your options. Just trying to find a path that avoids you
yeah.
having to put a lot of money into,
Yeah.
and anybody, frankly,
Yeah.
into it, but that works with the code. It just requires that. That's my proposal out there to
Yeah.
those
Okay.
on this board
Can I-
to help us move things forward.
Can I discuss this with my dad? See
Sure.
what he thinks?
Sure. I was just putting it out there, just help,
Okay, no,
trying to
yeah,
move things
I
on.
understand.
I think that's a very good suggestion, but I would like, does anybody live in that basement area, or do you just store stuff?
No, I mean, it's been like that since we moved in. They have a whole bunch of, like, shelves on it, and we've never just messed with it because we don't want to.
Well, talk to your dad about getting rid of some of those shelves on one side even, and measure your truck, measure the smallest car. The Hummer's just not gonna,
No, yeah.
that's not gonna do. Measure the smallest car and clean out that one area, get rid of shelving, and see if that will fit in
Okay.
without breaking the side view mirrors.
Okay. Okay. Can I talk?
So that's what I think I think that proposal is a very good proposal, is to give you 30 days to see if this will pass and to see if you can manage to find a way to get this down to 5 cars in your driveway, 1 in that garage. And, yeah.
So are you making that as a motion?
Well, I have another idea too, about your brother everybody's working. That's so hard, man. Okay, my proposal is, my motion, I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to make a motion to hold this for 30 days. And that would be till December 5th, I think it is.
Yes.
And-
Oh, sorry.
And that will give you time, one, to see if the 5th car will pass, that code amendment passes, and also give you time to figure out how you're going to maneuver these cars. It's very different times today where people, and this is happening, I've got a 3rd one coming up too. It's happening all over the county. It's just, it's hard. It's hard. Everybody uses car. This is not a work-friendly town. So that's my proposal. So we'll hold it.
Yeah, all right, we have a motion on the table. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Commissioner Anderson. Any discussion? None. Again, we'll have to use hand, as our button is not working. So all those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. That's a vote of 5-0 to hold LUP 36 for 30 days. Thank you. And we're going to take a 11-minute break and come back at 3:10. Thank you. November 5th zoning hearing. And I'll turn it to Mr. Peterson to call our next case.
Okay, next case is LUP 39, Julius C. Seymour. Request a temporary land use permit to allow more vehicles parked outside than the code allows in land lot 1106 of the 19th district. The property is located on the northeast side of Chantra Lane, west of Hill Road. Is the applicant present? Is there anyone here opposed to LEP 39? Mr. Chairman of the Board, the applicant is not present. He did inform me before the lunch break that he had to leave to go to a doctor's appointment. So he was okay with, I guess, with letting me explain to the board what he's kind of done in his time since he got his notice of violation from code enforcement. But he did get a notice of violation for having a camper, trailer, and boats, and 6 cars outside. And he's removed the camper, trailers, and boats off the property totally, so they're totally gone. So he wants permission to keep 6 cars on his property. His house has 2 different driveways, one on the left side of the house, one on the right side. So his plan is to keep 3 cars on each driveway. And he's agreed not to park it on the street. So.
Okay, this is in District 4. Commissioner Hughes, I will turn to you for one recommendation on how you want to handle this, proceed or not, and then for any discussion and motion that you want to provide.
Thank you, Chairman. I would like to go ahead and proceed and note staff's description of his conversation with the applicant with respect to having removed the RV and the boat from the property, and that the applicant is agreeable to a stipulation that, well, the stipulation that that they store no boats, no RVs, and that there'll be no on-street parking, and that the 6 vehicles be split up between the 2 driveways, 3 on one and 3 on the other. I know there is a garage. I think it's 2, I guess there's 2 single doors, but my understanding is that I guess he's got stuff stored in the garage, and so he can't park vehicles in there. So that's the situation right now. I think this is a significantly large lot. This lot's over 2 acres, so it seems like it should be large enough to accommodate the vehicles. He does have my read of the application. The applicant has his daughter, her husband, and then 2 grandchildren that live in the home, and everybody has a vehicle. So there are 6 vehicles. Any questions?
Yeah. You are presenting and here in this case. So can we zoom in on this picture, please? So can somebody help me see, where's the other driveway?
I think it is.
It's in those trees on the left-hand
trees
side of the
on the
lot.
right side, yeah. I think it splits off right there.
Okay. Yeah. So the other driveway does not have a garage. It's just the one garage. Is that what I'm hearing?
No, my description probably wasn't real good. There, sometimes you have a single door.
Yeah.
For 2 garage. This one has 2 doors, so 2 vehicles can still park.
So it's
two single doors. And my understanding is he's got stuff stored in there.
And in your understanding or in talking to the applicant, likelihood to empty out the garage for use as a garage?
Correct.
No, I'm asking.
Oh, no, yes, he is, yes, he's indicated it would be the difficulty in storing that stuff, or removing that stuff somewhere else.
Again, I will just comment, and that's what makes it difficult for us. Like
Right.
it becomes an issue when the garage is not in use, because then you wouldn't have to be here, and we wouldn't have to have the case. We could park right. So, all right, that's my comment. Questions from other commissioners that on this case?
This is a code enforcement as well?
Yes.
Yeah, so, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, this is a family. Yeah, so his daughter lives there with her husband, and then they have 2 children. The children are 22 and 19, and they both have vehicles. All 6 of them that reside in the house have vehicles.
So right now, they're parking 6 outside, and they're only allowed to park 4?
Correct.
And so you said something about they plan to split it 3 on each driveway?
Yeah, so 3 on the right-hand side and 3 on the left-hand side.
Okay. And then I guess a question for planning would be then, that still makes them subject to the 4 cap, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
So to me, there's no difference in this case than the last case. In that case, I think I was thinking about this at your description as like 2 separate driveways with the garages in front of them when I heard single door. But happy to hear about the removal of the camper and the boat, RV. So that's just a comment.
John, do we know what kind of stuff he has stored in the garage at this point in time?
No, he did not say, Commissioner Hughes.
I guess I'd like to get more information about that. I'm wondering if that's something that could be moved to a self-storage facility so that he can actually park the vehicles in the car, or at least a couple of them in the garage. So my motion would be that we hold this for 30 days and give the applicant opportunity to be present and get more information about the potential for moving these items to an actual storage facility so that he can park the vehicles in the garage. So that'd be my motion.
Second.
I have a second from Commissioner Ballon. Any further discussion? If not, I will ask that we call the question by a raise of hands. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 5-0, vote in favor of holding LUP 39 for 30 days so that we can hear from the applicant. Thank you.
Okay, next item is LUP 40, Lucas A. Dos Santos Rujo, request a temporary land use permit to allow more vehicles parked outside and more business vehicles than the code allows in land lot 594, the 16th district. The property is located on the west side of Bob Bettis Road, north of Piedmont Road. Is the applicant present? The record shows the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LUP 40? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Would the applicant please come forward to be sworn in?
Hey, my name is Lucas Araújo. To make it simple, I have a really long name. But the reason I'm here, so I can have 5 vehicles parked on my driveway. My brother and I work for different companies, and I have a work vehicle, and so does he. My parents have 1, and then me and my brother, we also have personal cars, so that's a total of 5. And that's pretty much it.
All right. Thank you. Hang tight. I'm sure there'll be questions. This is in District 3, so Commissioner Lindstrom, I will turn it to you.
Good afternoon. So do you own the home or your parents own the home?
I own the home.
You own the home?
Yeah.
And your parents live with you?
Yes.
You've got a 2-car garage. I drove by.
Mm-hmm.
You've got a 2-car garage. Has that been converted? Can you get cars in there?
We cannot. So when I purchased the home back in October 2020, the previous owner, they had modified the garage. So they built a laundry room in the garage. And it's not like they just put the washer and dryer there. They actually built walls. So the laundry room is in the garage, and then they also built a small storage unit down there.
On both sides?
Sorry, I can't hear you.
They've built something on both sides. You've got 2-car garages.
Yes.
Like single one. So there's something built on each side.
Yeah, so there's the laundry room on the left, and on the right, there's the storage unit.
All right. And you've got, how many people did you say live in the house? Your parents, you, your brother, 4 of you?
No, so it's my parents, I have 2 brothers, and my wife. So there's 6 of us.
Okay. Well, when I drove by, I noticed that there are 2 business trucks there. You mentioned you've got 2 business trucks. And according to the code, you're only allowed 1 business truck on a driveway, right? Not 2. Is there any way you can park the truck, one of those trucks, in another spot?
No, unfortunately not. We work for different companies, like I mentioned, and we both need the truck early in the morning so we can go and look at jobs. We work for construction companies. I'm a project manager for one, and he's a sales guy for another one. So we need the trucks at all times.
Would the bosses of these companies allow you to use that truck on weekends?
On weekends?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So you can use it for your own use?
If it's work related, yes. If it's for personal use, we can't.
And your wife has a car?
Yes, my wife and I, we share our personal car.
Oh, okay. Well, I'd like you to consider trying to find out where you can store the other business car or one of those cars. Because you can only have 1 business truck on a driveway. And when I went over there, they were not big trucks. They were like magnet.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Do they have magnet sidings to them? Signage on the side of the...
Yeah.
Okay, so that could be, you could remove 1. Maybe your brother, is your brother here?
No.
Good way to address this without him. Maybe your brother would consider selling his personal truck. And then one of you remove the magnets that are holding those signs onto the car.
I mean, we have 2 trucks, and they're both work trucks, and they're not magnets. They're actually as if they were painted on there. I don't know.
Oh, okay, that's different. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, so you've got 6 people living in the house. I'm assuming no children are there, not that they're going to drive off to Targets. So you've got 6 cars. Is that right?
2 work trucks, 2 and 3 personal, 5 cars. It's my parents, they have 1 car. My wife and I, we share 1. I have my work truck. My brother has a personal car and a work truck.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, this is what I'd like to do. Thank you. I am ready to make a motion or just have a discussion between us.
And before we do that, any other commissioners have questions of the applicant? No? All right. Back to you, Commissioner Lindstrom, for your motion.
While you're standing there, I will tell you that a code amendment is in the works. I don't know whether it will be approved, but it's coming up this month. And it will allow you to park 5 cars in a driveway. Right today, you can only park 4. So you only have 5. So what I'd like to do is to approve this. I always reverse this. Make sure I'm saying this right. I would like to approve you for the 5 cars for 60 days. Because after 30 days, you will need the approval for the 5th car.
Okay.
So you've got 5 cars today, is that
Yeah,
right?
that's correct.
Okay. Right. So you may sit down.
Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Okay. All right, now I'm ready to make the motion. Without asking any more. Keep my mouth shut. So my proposal is to do just that. Yeah, so my proposal is to approve this with the understanding that he'll have 60 days. Am I saying that right? Yeah. With 60 days to get rid of the 5th car in hopes that code to allow 5 will go through, and then he'll be set.
We have a motion on the table.
Second.
All right, we have a second from Commissioner Ballon, and any discussion? Commissioner Anderson.
Sorry, would it make sense to just do like what we have been doing and just pursue a hold?
So he'd have to come back again okay.
I mean,
He'd have to come back again.
Everybody else does.
I'm not opposed to an approval for 60 days. If that accomplishes the same thing as holding it for 60 days, then.
Is there an easier, Brian, is there an easier way
Easier way
of saying kind of the same thing? Let's put it on hold.
I would advise to just make a clear motion, whether it's approve or deny or hold, rather than trying to put additional qualifications even into an
Okay.
approval.
Let's hold it for.
So let's do this.
I
Withdraw your motion.
I withdraw my motion.
Withdraw your second. Now, make a new
I
motion.
make a motion to hold this for 30 days.
Second.
I have a second from Commissioner Ballon. Any further discussion? If not, let's call the question by a raise of hands. Those in support of the motion, raise your hand. Vote 5-0 to hold LUP 40 for 30 days. Thank you.
Where is the?
All right, that concludes our cases today, but now we move into other business. So again, I will turn it back to you, Mr. Peterson.
Got the presentation for the code amendments. Okay.
Let's go.
All right. Good afternoon, Planning Commission. For the record, my name is John Peterson. I'm the Zoning Division Manager. And I'm going to be presenting the November 2024 code amendments to you this afternoon. Jumping into the amendments, the first thing, and the way we're going to conduct this hearing, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, is I'm going to present all these to the board first. Then we're going to open up the public hearing for the public. Each of the speakers will get 3 minutes to state their concerns or case or questions, and then we're going to hand it back over to the board, and we'll come back up here so the board can start going section by section, letting me know what they want to change, or if they're approving it or denying it, or things like that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, the first section we're going to cover is section 134.1, definitions. Here, we're changing the definition of family. As the Planning Commission knows, we've had several cases this year where there were family members that weren't family members of the fourth degree that caused certain land use permits to come forward. So the staff's proposing that we remove the language regarding OCGA 5321, which requires relation within the fourth degree. We're also adding into the definition that a guardianship also qualifies as someone you're related to. Next, we're going to amend the definition for impervious surface. And the amendment is actually the last sentence in this definition. And this came as a suggestion to us from a civic group. And staff fully supports adding calculations for the percentage of impervious surface shall be made on an individual lot-by-lot basis, not in the aggregate amount for the community of lots for the subdivision. So it just makes it clear that impervious surface is lot by lot, it's not over the entire subdivision. Next, we're going to amend the definition of single-family dwelling unit, and this is the one that we've kind of been talking about throughout the day. So the proposed amendment is going to increase the number of unrelated people from a family plus one to a family plus two, or three unrelated adults and their children. And we're also going to add in there the last sentence that says one single-family dwelling unit shall include the primary structure and any and will include any ADU which may be built on the property, which is going to come later in the presentation. Also adding to number one, we're just clarifying that all rooms in the primary structure shall be accessed through the front from the front or primary door in the structure. And this is how code enforcement has been interpreting this for years now. So we should be able to go in the front door of your house and access all rooms of your house without having to leave the house and enter through another door, which may be a side door or a back door. To number three, we are changing, and this is relating to the number of cars or vehicles on site. So the proposal is to increase the number of cars from 4 to 5 parked outside of a garage or carport. And the Planning Commission has addressed this several times today, so maybe that problem will be solved for next month. Next, we're adding a definition for accessory dwelling unit. And this is going to go with a later code section where there is a proposal to add accessory dwelling units to certain zoning categories. So this will just define what an ADU is. Section 134, 37, 31E, special land use permits. This is a pretty simple change in which we're proposing that the landscape screening buffer for clubs and lodges be increased from 35 feet to 50 feet. That'll just provide more protection for the adjacent houses and anything else that's next door. The biggest part of the code amendments is this part, the accessory dwelling units, section 134.37. And this is an extra use under special land use permits that the board and the Planning Commission may consider in the future if this is approved. So I'm just going to go through these one by one, and hopefully the PC has read the amendments that I sent you yesterday, which takes into account the discussion we had at the work session last Monday. But section 35A, ADU will be accessed, or an ADU access from a separate entry or from the primary structure shall require a special land use permit. In the past, we've not required special land use permits when the accessory unit was within the house as an in-law suite or attached with a breezeway no longer than 25 feet. So this is going to clarify that an ADU that's separate from the house will need a special land use permit. Number two, or B, we're adding in there a requirement that the ADU will not exceed 50% of the gross square footage of the single-family house, or 850 square feet, whichever is less.
That's ambiguous. Why don't you say that?
Pardon me?
As written, it's ambiguous. Why wasn't it written as you just stated it?
And when we get to the questions and answers, Mr. Boyne, we can add that to your comments. But I understand what you're saying. C, we're adding a height requirement to ADUs to clarify that they're going to be no higher than a house or 1 story. D, we're requiring 1 off-street parking space per ADU in addition to whatever is required for the house. E, we're requiring that the ADU be connected to the same meters that the house has to run off of, so it's not being charged as a separate residence. F, we're amending the code to make sure that the ADUs are put in the rear yard behind the house. They can't be put in front of the house or to the side of the house. G, we're talking to the maximum impervious coverage, which it shall not exceed the maximum for the zoning district that the ADU is in. So it can't go above 35% in most cases. H, we're stating that the ADU must adhere to all the standards of the accessory structure in the zoning district that's located in. I, that clarifies that there's 1 ADU per lot, so you can't have more than 1. J, the occupancy of the single-family house and the ADU will still adhere to the definition of single-family dwelling. So you can't put additional people on the lot more than what's required by the existing house and ADU. K, we're clarifying that short-term rentals of either the primary structure or ADU is prohibited. L, we're requiring that the owner live in either the primary structure or the ADU. And M, we're requiring the property owner to sign an affidavit just stating that the ADU is not in conflict with any covenants, conditions, or restrictions or bylaws of the subdivision. If the ADU code is passed, then this code section should also be passed. This is regarding sections 134, 93 through 199, and this affects R80, RR, R40, R30, R20, R15, and R12. And this is basically the section of the code where it requires if you build an accessory structure with habitable space, it could be connected with a breezeway no longer than 25 feet. So if the ADU passes, then we need the board to approve this the way it's written to get rid of that language. Section 134.94, this is regarding the Board of Zoning Appeals. We used to have a process where the Board of Zoning Appeals would make recommendations to the board based on road frontage or lot size reductions. Since the BZA does not hear those anymore, we're going to take that out of the code so there's no confusion in the powers of both boards. Section 134.23, Planning Commission. This just clarifies that the Planning Commission can delete to a different zoning category. Currently in the code, it does not give the Planning Commission that power. So we're just clarifying what's kind of been done in the past by allowing the Planning Commission to delete to different zoning districts. Section 134.266, this is in regards to the electric car charging stations. The board recently approved this code, and we were aware when it was approved that it probably would have to come back for amendments because it was brand new to Cobb County. And the first one that we're amending is we're applying the non-residential requirements for EVs to also apply to multifamily residential. When we wrote the code, we wrote it so the residential is limited to 1. So that means an apartment complex of 300 units could only have 1. So this is just amending the code to allow it to have the same ratio as commercial developments as far as charging stations. And the second part of that is charging stations will be exempt from parking decks that have been approved by the fire marshal and development inspections as far as how they're constructed. And lastly, section 134.271, special exceptions. This has to deal with churches and religious facilities. We're proposing an increase in the landscape screening buffer from 35 feet to 50 feet. In the past year, we've had a couple of cases where the 35 feet may not have been enough. So we're proposing it go from 35 feet to 50 feet to provide additional screening for the neighbors that may be next door. And with that, Mr. Chairman, we'll open it up to the public for public comments, and each speaker will get 3 minutes to address the board.
Thank you.
All those who wish to address the board, please come forward.
So we're going to swear in all the speakers who want to address the board, so please come forward. And I'll just remind each speaker, while you have 3 minutes, just please start by stating your name, and that'd be for the record. Thanks.
Okay, my name is John McLean. I'm a resident of District 1, and it's interesting that we come here on Election Day to hear the first of the public hearings. Been waiting here all day to speak, and it seems to me that this is being pushed through pretty fast. Not a whole lot of public input, and trying to do it in the middle of an election. It's just crazy. Anyway, I want to voice my opposition to the ADUs, but I have a friend here in the audience that's going to address the ADU section, but I want to talk about what the county is trying to change in the rest of the code. You're trying to change the definition of a single family. The suggestion is to remove the current language that the state of Georgia has for single family, and instead broaden that definition to second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth cousins and their married relatives and all their children. And you want to install additional language that would allow up to 3 unrelated people living in a single family dwelling with all their children and their grandchildren to live in the house with the primary family and their children and grandchildren. Is the county trying to create a situation that encourages pedophilia? Are you trying to create a situation where you're going to have human trafficking? What's the reasoning behind this? Why? How is this a single-family dwelling? How is the county going to police it? Is an inspector going to come into the house and take DNA and blood tests? How are you going to know who's related and who isn't? It appears to be an opportunity to create a dormitory rather than a single-family dwelling. No rules, no monitoring. Who's going to stop the property owner from renting bedrooms to the 3 unrelated adults and their children and grandchildren? And if they decide to build an 850 square foot ADU, they can rent that for up to 2 adults and countless children and grandchildren. Who's going to monitor that? The county requires up to 390 square feet for any adult in a living space, but there's no requirement for children. Why is that? Why? Seems to me that children should have space too. Is this solely about the lack of affordable housing? Please explain how this helps. It is certainly not affordable. Rental for an 850 square foot apartment costs about $1,500 a month plus utilities. That does not seem affordable to me.
Sir, you're at time. Thank you, and we'll hear from the next person. Thank you.
You need to push this back.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, I'm Alicia Adams, and I am a resident in District 2, and I concur with what Fred Beloin stated earlier. Ambiguous? Oh, that's a sweet word to describe this. Why are we pushing this so quickly right now? I don't know of anyone that's focused on ADUs at this point. Everyone is concerned about going down ballot, across ballot, seeing what the election results are tonight. And you have a hearing today? That seems very disingenuous. I apologize for sounding strong, but it's well merited. How many of the homeowners associations have responded to your contact with them? I'm assuming you contacted them, since this is going to greatly impact them. I mean, Brookstone, what did they say to you? The Broadlands, what was their response to you? Legacy Park, have you gotten them to partner with you? Indian Hills, Vinings, Marietta Country Club? Because they're most likely going to be involved in this. They're going to be the most susceptible. Basically, it's going to be zone 1 and zone 3, right? That have 85% of the homes that are candidates for this. How have you partnered with those HOAs? If you expect them to be the ones that are going to monitor this and make sure that it takes place appropriately, how are you going to enforce an affidavit that they're going to sign? If the average homeowner doesn't even understand how their property taxes are assessed, how in the world are we expecting them to understand all the nuances of their HOA bylaws, first off, and then couple that with what's involved in what you're proposing here? So far as housing availability, it's not even going to touch on the greater problem. This is a Band-Aid when you need urgent or emergent care. Minimum one-off street parking, that's great. But what that doesn't say is that they're required to park in the driveway. So what you risk greatly is having a whole lot of new cars parking on the street. And I lived in a subdivision that I moved out of. I sold my home because I was nervous about navigating through all the cars. How are you going to enforce to make sure the integrity is maintained in these? I dare say that you are premature at best in what you're offering, and you have no business moving forward until you firm this up. And I would love to meet with each of you to make sure that that's accomplished. I know your heart is not to give something that's slipshod, but right now, it's a no. Don't even try to move forward.
Thank you, and you're at time.
Thank you.
We'll hear from the next person.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Ron Carter. I'm president of the Lake Somerset HOA in West Cobb County in District 1. We have 168 homes in our subdivision. 35 of them are on the beautiful lake. Our lot size is about a ½ acre. We are very concerned about the proposal to amend the Cobb County zoning codes to allow ADUs. We do not feel that it is appropriate to build this type of a structure in a single-family residential neighborhood. Our subdivision was developed back in the 70s. Unfortunately, we don't have very strong covenants in Lake Somerset, so we have to rely on Cobb County code enforcement, and they do the best they can with the tools they have. Our amenities include a 15-acre lake, small clubhouse, pool, tennis courts, children's playground, but we're still considered a voluntary HOA. Our dues are only $600 a year. And even with this low amount, out of the 168 homes, we only had 109 to contribute. In the last several years, there have been dramatic cost increases to maintain these amenities, and we can barely keep up now with our maintenance, insurance, and operating costs. Our amenities were designed for the current neighborhood population as single-family residences. We can't imagine having additional persons living in ADUs, what that would do to our amenities. And our homes are all on septic tanks. I don't know how you can build a septic tank, build an ADU with a home that has a septic tank. And we talk about connecting to existing utilities. I don't see how that's going to work either. There's a lot of requirements as far as electricity concerning the amount of power that's going to these homes. We now have issues with people parking on the street, parking in their yards, unauthorized amenity use, numbers of approved vehicles at residence. I've been here all day. I'm just amazed at the number of requests you've got to give additional parking to folks. These are supposed to be single-family homes. Yeah, this proposal is to increase from 4 to 5 outside and then 2 in the garage. That's 7 vehicles for a single-family home. This is not a parking lot. Many of these homes were not designed to handle these types of vehicles, this many. This proposal has not been given the necessary study or feedback. It's being rushed through. And I hope that you will take in consideration what's been said earlier by these folks here. And go out and let's get some community input.
You're at time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. We'll hear from the next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Richard Hintz. I'm District 1 resident for 20 years. And I do have a lot of concerns about this proposal with ADUs but changing the definition of family and increasing the number of unrelated residents in a, quote, single-family home. I'm trying to figure out exactly what is the intent of the Planning Commission and the Board of Commissioners. Is it really to somehow accommodate extended family to live in a, quote, single-family home? Or is it really just with the ADUs, I mean, you're creating a separate dwelling unit on a residential lot, and then you're saying, well, it really won't be that attractive as a rental because they'd have to rent it with utilities included. But that makes it even more attractive because one price does it all. And then you're not in an apartment house, you're in somebody's backyard, nice quiet little yard outside the apartment building. You know, what will this do to the neighborhoods throughout Cobb County? There are a lot of older HOAs and neighborhoods without HOAs that are going to be blindsided by this. I mean, I just came across this not even a month ago, and I'm just stunned that this is moving so quickly without any community input. There's been no focus group, no real discussion. We haven't brought this to town halls. We just decided to slip this in right at the end of the year. I would beg you to please reconsider and postpone this and think about what this is. So one example, in this regulation, it says that the owner of the lot can live in the ADU or in the primary dwelling. What happens when you have empty nesters, in most of the neighborhoods, empty nesters, and they decide to move into this freshly built ADU and rent out the primary dwelling? That doesn't create affordable housing, but there is a demand for that. And what happens when these neighborhoods start seeing a 150%, 200% increase in the residents, and most of them transient, coming through, renting for a year or two and moving out? What does that do to the makeup of the neighborhood? What does that do to the lifestyle of Cobb County? What does that do to all the families that moved out here to raise their children and live and have a backyard and a front yard and not worry about their kids riding bikes with cars parked in the roadway? That's not how Cobb County wants to live, especially not East Cobb and West Cobb. I mean, we moved out there to live on half-acre lots and have some room. A lot of our neighbors are going to look at this as a potential retirement plan. I mean, they can rent out the primary dwelling, live in their little place in the back, and stay in the community. Well, they're going to make that decision for their own benefit. They're not making that for the benefit of the community. That's why we have a planning commission and a board of commissioners to represent the constituents.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Jill Flam. I'm representing East Cobb Civic Association. ECCA has a problem with how this section of code amendments is being presented to the public. ECCA commented on Section 134 in time for the PC work session in October. This was based on what was and is still published on the Cobb County website, which is version 1. On Monday, November 4th, another item entitled Accessory Unit Fact Sheet was added to the website. It, however, states as facts some things that are not written into the proposed code. Page 6, the occupancy and parking limitations apply to the entirety of the single-family lot and not to the primary structure and the ADU separately. This is not what is written into the proposed code, nor is primary structure defined anywhere in the Cobb County Muni Code. I know, I looked. Page 7, renting either the ADU or primary structure could jeopardize homestead exemption. How? Now today, we have a PowerPoint presentation that presents even more changes that have yet to be published to the public. How can we be expected to comment on an ever-moving target? If a change needs to be made, version 2 needs to be published before a public hearing. The addition of ADUs, along with the increase in the number of unrelated people allowed to occupy a house, is an attempt to add density to the LDR and VLDR future land use categories we currently have in Cobb County. It doubles the density on a piece of land without changing the residential code on properties as small as 12,000 square feet by allowing 2 separate dwelling units. We believe this code amendment is an attempt to increase affordable housing on properties in LDR and VLDR areas. Once a SLUP is granted for one property, it would have a cascading effect by encouraging people to apply for the increase in density in the same area. Companies can buy properties with ADUs on them and turn them into all rentals. How is the county going to determine if the property owner is living on the property if it is purchased by a trust or LLC? All of these proposed code amendments taken together have the potential to destabilize or destroy many existing single-family residential neighborhoods. Here are additional problems. How is a one-story height to be determined? If the property falls away in the back, a second story could easily be added in the rear. The ADU can be rented for a term as short as 31 days or a semester, causing turnover in the neighborhood and schools. And finally, the signed affidavit provides no real security for HOAs as it will not be enforced by Cobb County. ECCA cannot support the proposed code amendments for ADUs.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, my name is Richard Grome. I am president of the East Cobb Civic Association. ECCA has an issue with the deletion of the meaning of related persons in section 134-1. This allows a family to be in reality almost anyone. 2 cousins, even 4th or 5th cousins now constitute a family. By this definition, we are all related family. This exact issue caused the code to be further defined years ago. We recommend that the code remain unchanged for the definition of family. The definition of single-family dwelling unit, as it is proposed, will now allow up to 3 unrelated adults with children. Once again, this is a step back to old code. 3 unrelated adults were deleted some years ago to 2 unrelated adults due to the problems around Kennesaw State University with multiple students in a house. Code enforcement and police called repeatedly for cars parked illegally on the street and grass, as well as noise. It didn't work then. ECCA does not believe it will work now. And definition section has no definition for primary structure, a new term used in the proposed code. The proposed code as now written would allow 3 unrelated adults with children in the single-family dwelling unit and 2 unrelated adults with children in the accessory dwelling unit, or ADU. 5 or more college students, depending on if any of them are related, on a single piece of property. That can be as small as 12,000 square feet. This would allow as many as 4 renters on one piece of property along with the homeowner. The effect of this is to allow a rooming house to exist in an area zoned for single-family homes. This can destabilize an existing neighborhood when a rooming house exists by encouraging other property owners to use their property the same way. Section 134-1, single-family dwelling, changing the code to allow 5 cars parked on a driveway due to the proposed increase in the number of residents does not alleviate the code enforcement problem of cars parked on the street. Cobb County has been allowing shorter driveways in new subdivisions. Many driveways cannot handle 5 cars without having a shift of cars on and off the driveway. The residents are leaving at different times. If an ADU is on the property and those people need to get out before people in the single-family unit, it is just easier to park on the street or the grass rather than risk being blocked in on the driveway. It becomes a code enforcement police problem with illegally parked cars. These proposed code additions and changes not only do not solve any problems, they have the potential to create more problems. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any additional speakers that were sworn in and didn't get a chance to speak? If not, thank you everyone for their public comment. Mr. Peterson, I'll call you back up to the mic.
Can you put the presentation back up?
All right, 134.1 definitions, family. Is the Planning Commission's desire to pass this on to the board as written, or are there suggestions from the Planning Commission?
I'll open it up to my fellow commissioners for comment before we take a vote.
My recommendation would be to leave it as it was, to return the sentence that's been struck.
Other comment, Commissioner Lindstrom?
I also agree.
Okay. Commissioner Anderson?
I just think of it from, there probably needs to be a further review of the land use permits that we've had. We have a lot of land use permits that have caregivers, and I think they usually are allowed. But I would like to, I think probably need more analysis to see of the land use permits where we have approved additional occupants beyond what's provided. Under what circumstances have we provided that? When there hasn't been a clear relation per the current code. So I'm not prepared to really say yay or nay to the change, really.
Duly noted. You won't have opportunity to get further analysis because the vote is going to be taken today. So just wanted to, got it. Commissioner Hughes.
I have a similar,
Turning your mic, please.
similar position as Commissioner Anderson. I've been here for 3 years now, or 3.5 years now. We have land use permits every month where we have questions about caregivers or children that have come back home. And so it's, how do we, I don't know how we address that issue, because it's life and people are dealing with that. So, not everybody, but people are.
Well, I think we're dealing with it from a standpoint of we're talking about what's been on the books versus what we're going to be. We're talking about it from a discussion standpoint. Is what I'm saying. We don't have a motion or to approve as is or to revert back to where it was. So it's been more discussion. I'm looking at Commissioner Blouin, since you offered first comment. Are you prepared to offer a motion on section 1341 definitions for family?
Yeah, and I'm not saying we shouldn't consider some changes. We have a code amendment process. We typically take that up in January. We typically put amendments out there more than 30 days before in a well-written fashion, not like this. This is haphazard, it's sloppy. It didn't incorporate comments we made on Monday at the work session. So you're asking me just to make a motion regarding this one section right here?
I believe that the goal of this is that we were going to take this section by section. Is that correct, Mr. Peterson?
Correct.
In order for ease of note-taking, to make sure that the record reflects, and to get us through all the different amendments that we have to get through.
So my motion would be that we would leave section 134.1 alone, and that means restoring the deleted language at the present.
And let me just, okay, well, let me have I'll see if we get a second on that before I go into a discussion.
Second?
Okay, I have a second from Commissioner Anderson. I'll open it up for discussion. I just need clarity on, you're saying go back to, so restoring the struck out language and also removing the guardianship language. I just wanted, because you didn't speak to that piece, so I just wanted to make sure the motion is.
No, I apologize. I'm fine with the guardianship addition. And I didn't hear anybody speak against it.
Correct. So for clarity on the motion, restoring the struck out language but the addition of or guardianship language. Okay, and does your second still stand with that clarification? Commissioner Anderson. The way it was stated, we only talked about the omitted, we didn't talk about the addition. So everything in dark print is an addition.
Yep.
And so I'm just trying to get clarity on what we're voting on, that's it.
Can I withdraw the second? But for a very specific ask, most of our, would you be opposed, Commissioner Beloin, to including nieces and fiancés and nephews as an addition, if you were to strike that out? Because that's, I think, most of whom we've had come through as land use permit.
No, I would not. I would not be opposed to that. We're kind of rewriting on the fly, but no, I would not be opposed.
That would obviously require withdrawing a motion and.
Okay. Duly noted. Hold please. Let me go to Commissioner Lindstrom, who had a question on that particular comment.
I have to go back to comments made by, I think, everybody in opposition to this. This is sloppy, and Fred, you mentioned it. It's almost like somebody woke up on Monday and thought, you know, we should change this. And they whip it together. By Friday, it's done, and here we are. There's so many changes that we should consider. I don't think we should consider this today.
So that's not that. While I appreciate your comment, we have a motion on the table. So I'll entertain discussion about the motion on the table, and then we can go back to general comments. Commissioner Hughes, you look ahead.
No, I was going to offer an alternative, but let's wait for this.
Okay, I think there was going to be an alternative. So
I'm sorry, what was the suggestion?
Since we're looking at these separately, we don't have to send no recommendation. We just send it on with no recommendation from the Planning Commission.
No, I'd prefer to recommend that we not change it. Though the one idea that I heard today regarding the nieces and fiancés, I think that was well reasoned, and I don't know that we need to hold everything up forever on that. But so. Yeah,
so do you want to amend your motion?
Certainly. I'll amend the motion to state that Section 134.1 be recommended for approval with the word guardianship or guardianship added, those two words, and then with the language that is currently stricken, restored. However, instead of ending with sisters, period, that it would state sisters, comma, nieces, and fiancés.
No nephews.
I'm sorry, nieces, nephews, and fiancés. Thank you. Fiancés would be male or female, huh? That would cover it all. Yes.
Okay, so that's an amended motion. Do I have a second on the amended motion?
A second.
I have a second from Commissioner Anderson. Now I'll open it up for discussion on the amended motion on the table.
When you open it up, Fred, to nieces and nephews, that could be a lot of people. Nieces and nephews, I mean, that would put me over 20 people in my house. I don't think nieces and nephews should be applicable.
But the same can be said, if you have 20 brothers and sisters, same can be said. So what's the?
I don't know what they do.
What's the consternation?
I think it should be left as it was originally entered in here.
I appreciate that. You need to vote against this particular motion on the table and do a motion for just that language. Again, additional comments for the motion we have on the table now.
I'll go ahead and withdraw my motion in light of the comment. I'll withdraw my motion. I'll let Commissioner Anderson make it if he wishes.
Okay.
Thank you.
The current motion is withdrawn. Do we have anyone that wants to make a motion on Section 1341, definition of family? Currently, we have none.
I make a motion that the sentence that is struck is restored.
And what about the guardianship? So you just,
And the what?
guardianship?
The guardianship, I agree to leave in.
So the addition of guardianship, wait, make sure I get this right. So your motion is fine with the addition of guardianship and restoring just the stricken out language? Okay, so we have a new motion on the table. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
I have a second from Commissioner Blouin. Is there any discussion? If not, let's call the question. Again, I don't think our buttons are working, so I'm gonna ask support of the motion to raise your hand. So that's 2. Do I need to do against the motion or just, trying to see how formal we get. Okay, so the motion fails by a vote of 2 to 3.
I have a comment.
Okay, so now I'm gonna open back up to Commissioner Lindstrom for comment.
I'm sorry. The one thing that troubles me is that I think there's going to be a tendency to pass it off for the BOC to agree to. I have a concern about that. I think we should make statements and be able to do that. I don't think to rely on the BOC, that's 5 people out of an entire county, to make such a huge decision. And that's my statement.
Duly noted. I'm now still happy to entertain a motion regarding definition of family. And keep in mind, we have a lot of amendments to get through today.
I'd make a motion to keep the language as written. So restore the stricken section by adding guardianship and also nieces and nephews and fiancés after the word sisters.
Second. I have a second by Commissioner Hughes. Open it up for discussion. Hearing none, let's call the question again by raising of hands. Those are in favor of the motion, raise your hand. 3, so 3 to 2. Second was Commissioner Hughes.
Mr. Chairman, can we just pause for a second to make sure the clerk knows exactly what was included? Because I was a little confused myself.
I tried my best to make sure
I know
things
you're
that were
doing
off the
good, you're doing
table
good.
were off the table.
I just want to make sure the clerk's got that.
Yeah, we will repeat it. So the motion was for section 134-1 definitions as family to restore the stricken language, the addition of or guardianship, and after sisters to add nieces, nephews, and or fiancés. And that was by a vote of 3 in favor.
Did you vote? That's your vote. Your third, okay.
All right, thank you. Can we move to the next one? Y'all are working my parliamentary procedure today hard. Go for it.
All right, Mr. Chairman, the next section is the change to the definition of impervious surface. To add the last sentence that clarifies that impervious is calculated on a lot-by-lot basis.
Thank you. I'll open it up for discussion around this or entertain a motion around the definition of impervious surface.
I'd move to approve as written.
I second.
Do I have a second? Okay, second from Commissioner Lindstrom.
Is there discussion?
Open it up to discussion. Commissioner Blouin.
Whose idea was this a staff recommendation?
The bold part on the screen actually was a suggestion by the East Cobb Civic Association, and the staff agreed with that language to clarify the definition.
Fine, thank you.
Other points for discussion before we call the question? Okay, if you have what you need, okay. Again, by the show of hands, all those in favor of this section, this definition as it relates to impervious surface, raise your hand. It's a vote of 5-0 to recommend the definition, the change, the addition of the definition to impervious surface. All right, the next one.
Next one is to revise the definition for single-family dwelling unit to allow a family and 2 unrelated or 3 unrelated people Also, to include single-family dwelling unit shall include a primary structure and any, and there's a misspelling there, Mr. Chairman. It should be in any to include.
I don't know what that sentence should say, but.
Wait a second, I got it right here. Okay. One single-family dwelling unit shall include a primary structure and may include up to one accessory dwelling unit. So it should be may instead of any, or Amy.
Where is it? Oh, and or any.
We're also clarifying that the, all rooms in the house should be accessed through the primary door, which is the front door. And then also, number 3, we're also suggesting that the number of vehicles be increased from 4 to 5 outside.
All right, thank you. I will entertain a motion.
My motion would be to strike from this the reference to accessory dwelling unit. Thus, actually, they would be striking the entire bold sentence at the end of the first paragraph. I'm otherwise fine with it.
Second for the purposes of discussion.
I have a second from Commissioner Anderson. Let's open it for discussion. Commissioner Anderson?
I'd say this, I am inclined to support Commissioner Boulogn's recommendations, mostly on the ground. I do agree that there probably needs to be some additional input. But the spirit of this, though, I could say I am just, again, looking at the LUP cases that we've had, I think we've accommodated, and it would be, most of our cases, I think, are cases where a child is coming back home, an adult child who, because of housing, needs a place to stay and is looking to help stay there so that they can ultimately move out and support on their own. Those are kind of, I think, the stories and narratives that we've heard generally when an LUP comes, or like my case, a senior, a parent who has had some health difficulties who's moving in. You know, so those are all things where I think that we probably, I would all else equal like flexibility on that. So on the spirit of this, I'm supportive of it, but on the grounds of probably maybe a little bit more discussion around ADUs, I'm probably supportive of not moving forward to include the ADU language right now, simply on the grounds of there need to be more input and discussion. But the spirit of it, I do support.
Thank you. And just for discussion, just to clarify, Commissioner Boulogne, so you were fine with the 2 adults and 3. You were fine with the numbers, just the last sentence.
I did not object. Sorry. I didn't propose a change to that.
Okay.
As written.
Any other discussion on this one?
Yes, Fred.
Commissioner Lindstrom?
What was the change that you wanted?
Just to strike out the last bullet ones.
Okay.
Strike out the one-sided.
Yes. I agree.
All right, I'm ready to call the question. Again, this will be some further discussion. Commissioner Boulogne.
Okay. One thing I'm just a little confused about in this process, if we strike that out here, is that going to preclude us going any further on accessory dwelling units? Or do
No,
we need to...
we're doing this section by section, so we'll get to that section.
Can I make a statement then just about accessory dwelling units at this time and my reason for opposing that, or is that getting in the way?
I think you're appropriate to. I would ask that you hold it till we get to ADUs, but you are more than welcome to do.
I'll wait till we get a little further down. We'll just take this section first. That's fine. Thank you.
All right. Because I believe we're going to have a lot of discussion on that. That's why I asked to hold. For the purpose of definition, do we have a motion on the table? Raising of hands. Those in favor of the motion on the table as stated, raise your hand. 5
So, thank you, single-family dwelling. As you have that, okay.
Okay, so this was fine, except for we're striking the last sentence.
One single-family dwelling.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you. Next section is adding a definition
Here you go.
for accessory dwelling unit to the Cobb County Code.
All right, I'm ready to entertain a motion, or I think we need, let's try to do as many motions and discussions as possible.
My motion would be that we recommend what would be denial or rejection, what's the right word, of this proposed code amendment?
That we strike this definition from section 1341.
Yes, in its entirety.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
I have a second from Commissioner Lindstrom. I'll open for discussion. Commissioner Houston.
Just my question, I mean, accessory dwelling units are allowed by right now,
Well, they're allowed.
as long as they're attached.
As long as they're attached.
Heated
with
and
a-
cooled.
Yeah, with the breezeway no longer than 25 feet, or, we typically have been permitting those as in-law suites in your basement.
Right.
And, with those, you enter in the front door and you can access the ADU throughout the house. But with the new definition of ADU, it's a totally separate unit that access is totally separate from the house.
Well, this says attached or detached, so if we strike it all,
If you strike all, we're still where we are right now, with
Okay.
allowing them in certain
Okay.
situations.
all right, just want to be sure we're not inadvertently doing something.
Okay, Commissioner Ballone.
Thank you. And I think what the question points up is the need for us to maybe hear from the group that's been meeting about this for a year. And my understanding is they came up with no recommendation, and then we have code thrown at us. And we have code thrown at us in November after a very long day of hearings. And code amendments are supposed to come up in January, so I'm not quite sure why. What I do note is that I've lived here in Cobb County for 39 years now. I bought a house in reliance upon it having a stable zoning code. We, depending on the source you go to, and I'm going to, in the interest of time, not put all this up on the screen, but housing assessment for Cobb County, according to the U.S. Census Bureau, is the lowest number I found, 61.6% owner-occupied households. Quick facts, Cobb County, from the census, reports 66.5% owner-occupied households. And an article I found regarding this in one of the Cobb newspapers said we were at 65%. So that's the backdrop we operate against. Commissioner Cupid and Jessica Ginn both told the Marietta Daily Journal on as reported on December 9th, 2021, that no need to worry. This is in regard to the Unified Development Code, but don't worry about it. We'll end up with a document that's streamlined and more user-friendly for our residents and businesses. This is not a roadmap for urbanization. Single-family neighborhoods, this is a quote, single-family neighborhoods will continue to be single-family neighborhoods, close quote. That's from Jessica Ginn. Commission Chair Cupid then pointed out that all commissioners live in suburban areas and have no interest in upending their backyards. Quote, I think it's something that draws a lot of people to the county, and I certainly have no interest in seeing my community change, period, close quote. So for this to be rushed upon us like this, I think is extraordinary, particularly on this day. And we don't live in Houston, Texas. And so you've heard these people come up here and complain because in Houston, Texas, the way it works is they know they don't have a zoning code. So that if they want any protections where they live against somebody putting a high-rise next to them, they covenant. They covenant in blocks. They covenant in subdivisions. And here what we have is, in my opinion, what we have is a movement that seems, at least in part, to be initiated by some people from Chapel Hill, North Carolina, and College Park, Georgia, to shove down our throat a completely different code and undermine the fabric of what we've had here in Cobb County for a very long time. And people here have planned against that code that's been fairly stable for a long time. And these factors, and the fact that people have made large investments in their real estate and count on their property values, count on the strength of their neighborhoods, count on the great schools we have in Cobb County, this should not be upended with such callous disregard. Read an article by Rumberger talking about student mobility in schools and how that hurts them. I read an article it was on the internet, so it must be true. The conversation, what happens when your classmates keep leaving, the impact of school transients on schools left behind. And the conclusion of both Rumberger's article and this article and the conversation are that you're going to hurt the student that becomes transient, and the transient aspect here is we're creating a lot of additional rental units, or attempting to, and we're going to promote increased transients against that backdrop of having 61 to 66% owner-occupied residences in this county and the stable school environment that creates. So we're in some sort of headlong rush to make some effort to destroy that. The Atlanta Regional Commission.
Commissioner Ballone?
Yes.
Can I suggest that I know you have a lot more to say, we want to hear it. Can we split that to when we get to ADUs and land use permits? Because there's a whole section on it. And I think that's probably more appropriate for your comments than the definition part, so we can get through the definitions.
Sure, I'd be happy to continue that there, and that's fine, but let me just get to the bottom line of where this is going. Where this is going with this whole ADU thing is what they're trying to do now is pass this ADU code with a lot of provisions in it that would limit where these ADUs can go. Not enough, by the way, because they don't, for example, talk about whether you need to hook up to plumbing. So I guess arguably you could have a little mini septic tank out there attached to your backyard cottage. But what they're trying to do is to make it where, and this has already happened in California, they then come back and say poison pill. And the poison pill is a reference in certain architectural and land use publications to anything that makes it difficult to put these things everywhere. And then they just come back and make it illegal by state ordinance at some point. So it's a slippery slope. It's a huge problem. And you know, my point regarding the not even necessarily requiring that you hook up to sewer is just one more reason why this code has been rushed in front of us just way too quickly and without sufficient thought and sufficient discussion. So again, my motion remains just to strike this from our definitions. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, that wasn't required you. I think because we have another section coming up on ADUs, we welcome those comments there as well. Is there any more discussion on the definition of ADU? If not, I want to call the question on the motion is to just to strike completely, not a word. It's the whole definition of ADU, correct? All right. Let's call the question again by show of hands. Those in favor of the motion to strike the definition of ADU, do it by raising your hand. We got two. So that motion fails. It was 2 in favor of that. Do we have another motion on the table as it relates to ADU definition?
This is a definition. I think there's some fair points and points worth debating on the actual mechanism, but for definitional purposes, my motion would be to include as offered.
Do we have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Commissioner Hughes. Any other discussion? Not, let's call the question. Those in favor of the motion on the table to include a definition for ADU, show by raising your hand. That's three in favor for including the definition of ADU, and thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next one is changing or amending section 3731E regarding landscape screening buffers for clubs or lodges, increasing it from 35 feet to 50 feet.
I've just got a question. What's the origin of this? Is this staff's recommendation or just?
No, we actually had an issue earlier this year with I think it was a club that went in, and 35 feet just wasn't enough buffering for the adjacent houses.
Okay. I'll move to accept the amendment as presented.
We have a second from Commissioner Lindstrom. I'll open for discussion. Hearing none, we will call the question. So to include the change from 35 to 50 feet as it relates to landscape screening buffers for clubs and lodges. In favor of that, signify by raising your hand. That's 5-0 on section 134-3731E.
Thank you. Okay, next one is the one that we've got the most public speakers about today. Proposed section 134-3735 regarding accessory dwelling units. And this is one, Mr. Chair and Board, where the staff did prepare this, and we did make a bunch of changes to it to hopefully help, reduce the negative effects these would have on adjacent properties. So at this point, we would ask the Planning Commission to consider this code amendment. And this is 2 slides. I think you have the entire sheet in front of you, but this does include a lot of conditions on it.
Okay, so before we get into a motion, let me just ask some questions and do a little explanation. The reason why I kept ADUs in definitions is because the code already addresses ADUs, correct? Not in this level.
In one certain style, which is either attached to the house
Attached
or breezeway,
and has to be cooled and
or it's
heated.
an in-law suite.
Correct. So I didn't want that lost from the current code, but now we're addressing all these different steps for how you are now trying to, these are new land use permits as it relates to ADUs.
Yeah, so this is special land use permit, so this goes before the Planning Commission and the Board of Commissioners as a full public hearing.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to make that distinction between the definition versus what we're looking at now. All right, thank you. Any discussion on special land use permits as it relates to ADUs? Commissioner Ballon.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So is there any limitation on what type of lot these can go on?
Not the way it's written, Commissioner Boulogne, but with the restrictions that are in here regarding impervious surface and the fact that you have to meet the setbacks for the house, I'm going to guess the standard R15 lot would not support an ADU. Maybe even a standard R20 lot may not support an ADU, but larger lots will.
Because I think I noticed in DeKalb County, they only allowed them in districts that were like, it was at least either 1 acre or 2 acres, one of the two, or in areas that allowed multifamily. That was what I pulled off of Municode.
If I can make a comment along
Hold on
this.
one second. I don't know if that was a question to staff.
Yeah. Do you know, you want me to go through that? I've got it here somewhere.
Can you just repeat the question, Commissioner Boulogne? I didn't get the entire thing.
Yeah, I mean, was consideration given to having a minimum lot size in order to do this, or was the idea anywhere you can make it fit?
The minimum lot size was not considered at this point in time. But if the PC wants to make that as a recommendation to the board, we'll be glad to include that.
Okay, so let's go back to the definition question that the chair raised. Where are we with respect to, if we do not adopt this special land use permit code, but we've adopted something else talking about accessory dwelling units, and the question was maybe, or point was raised with regard to what other code we have currently regarding ADUs. So where does that leave us? If a motion is made to strike this, where does that leave us?
Well, you know, what you do for the Board of Commissioners is a recommendation.
Yes.
So they're going to make the final decision on what
Right.
happens with all parts of the ADU.
Right.
So depending on how the vote ends up here, the board, they may zig or zag. I'm not sure at this point in time how the board feels about this, because I've not talked to any of the commissioners about these proposed code sections.
Let me try to clarify if I can. Because I don't think, and I don't want to speak for you, Commissioner Blunt, I don't think that was necessarily the question. I think the question was not necessarily how the board is going to vote or what they feel. If we were to strike this section, where does this leave us in relation to current ADU language, current ADU code, which says it has to be connected, heated, cooled? What does striking this do to the current ADU language?
If this was denied, it wouldn't change anything about the current ADU language until you get further into the slides where we go through 5 different code sections, deleting the requirement for the 25-foot enclosed heated and cooled breezeway. So if y'all deny that, then that section should be denied also, because it's changing something that's already in the
Correct. Which is why I kind of opened this section up by saying in the definition piece, that's why I was uncomfortable striking the definition, because there's a lot of reference to ADU currently. Correct?
Correct.
So, okay. Does that give some further clarification? All right.
Somewhat, not 100% certain, but somewhat. But thank you. But was my point correct about you're not requiring there to be connection to sanitary sewer?
Well, this whole process is a special land use permit. So when we get the case, it would be submitted to the water and sewer system. If your house is currently on public sewer, the ADU would have to go on public sewer. There would be no splitting of the systems between septic and sewer.
Okay, which kind of gets to my point regarding the fact that right now you have to have, a lot of times you have a house with a daylight basement frequently, right? Where you have dirt pushed up against the front foundation, but you have a walkout out of a lower level, stairs going down to the back of the house from the first floor, right? And then then you typically have to have drainage away from that foundation and rear patio or whatever. So you're going to go further downhill, and then you're going to put a ADU in there, and then somehow you're going to get plumbing to work, gravity-fed plumbing to work, or you want people to have a bunch of lift stations in there. How would all that work theoretically? I'm just curious.
Well, you know, that question is a very theoretical question, because you're putting a lot of variables in there that may or may not happen. And, you know, it's been my experience that the board is pretty good about fleshing out things that may be wrong with the site before they approve it. So I would not worry about the public sewer going to the correct location, because it will go to the correct location if they're on public sewer.
And did you want comment? You want everybody to have discussion first before a motion and further
I would
discussion?
prefer a motion, but there's I knew we would spend more time here, so I'm happy to entertain all.
Yeah.
I want everybody's comment to be in. So can I pause and let Commissioner
Sure.
Lindstrom make a comment?
Well, I want to make a comment in that this is all related to zoning codes, because we're used to doing that, R15, R20, R30, blah, blah. I think that one thing we should change is our language in it and refer to acreage. And I think that there should be a minimum of 1 acre. That was, I'm so opposed to this whole thing, but yeah, 1 acre.
Thank you. Duly
For
noted.
the primary
Minimum lot size.
minimum lot size of 1 acre or more.
Okay. Thank you. That's duly noted. Any other comments before we entertain a motion? Yes.
This would be the appropriate time for me to finish my notes?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Commissioner Blunt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're saving me from reading my notes.
Well, not necessarily. I didn't copy off of yours, so not necessarily. But my concern, and every neighborhood I've heard from, all the comments I've heard from all our East Cobb Civic, the group up around Bells Ferry Town Center, the various folks who spoke today, all oppose this for good reason. This destroys the fundamental assumption that houses in neighborhoods or suburbs are principally owner-occupied by adding rental units. By definition, that's what this definition seeks to do, make them rental units, and increasing transients. This code section would destroy our existing assumptions that we've planned under for 40 years, and including me for the last 6 years, regarding traffic, regarding adequacy of roads, and could render many more roads in the county poor in terms of service quality and traffic volumes when we already have a lot. Instead of concentrating additional housing in areas where enhanced infrastructure might accommodate such burdens, this proposal purports to disperse increased density virtually and potentially everywhere, which is fundamentally illogical. There are likely significant water runoff issues that would arise, notwithstanding concerns regarding meeting the impervious standards, from increased structures and increased pavement, which would be needed to accommodate more cars. We just sat through a day where we've had to hear about it becoming a problem when people do street parking, and this would exacerbate street parking. It would exacerbate safety issues that all that street parking creates for our children. It destroys the assumptions regarding policing, because we've historically had mostly owner-occupied homes and neighbors that live there for a long time, and now you're going to have people coming and going as frequently as 31 days from all these little units we create, leading to residential areas when we know that high-volume rental areas frequently have higher incidences of crime and police reports. And thus the fabric of our predominantly owner-occupied and highly stable residential neighborhoods could be destroyed. Many of our schools would suffer from the increased transients and the impact of transients on school performance, and it's not seriously disputed in the literature. Cobb School Board takes this precise position right now. They did it in respect to opposing MSPLOS, but it would apply with equal vigor here. These ADUs generally lack amenity packages, frequently found in apartment complexes. And so folks who live in these things may or may not have any rights to any workout facilities. The idea is to put them just about everywhere, which means that folks might not necessarily have any walkability. And in these various things I've read about ADUs, walkability is really important, but we got a lot of neighborhoods all over this county that don't even have sidewalks in them. At least if they had sidewalks, they could walk around a little bit, but these people may frequently have no right to any amenity packages. They may or may not have any rights to use, depending on covenants and subdivisions, to use fitness and other swim tennis facilities, even if they're in the same neighborhood where these facilities exist, because they'd be renters, not owners. ADUs would likely lead to many more VRBOs and other short-term uses, turning these backyard houses into party huts and transitioning our single-family neighborhoods into mini motels. Such short-term uses would require enhanced code enforcement to regulate. What we seem to be doing is not doing our job and not regulating, because it says they have to sign an affidavit saying it doesn't violate covenants. If we were going to allow these at all, we should have to review the covenants and make sure they're not violating a covenant. It should have to be proven up. But here we're just, oh, just give us an affidavit, we'll let it fly. The approval of, there's certainly a high potential that ADUs would harm property values, but maybe that would create more affordable housing. Maybe that's the goal here, I don't know. But I don't think that's fair to all our existing homeowners that moved here under a reliable series of laws. Approval of ADUs could trigger suits against the county for nuisance or potentially even eminent domain based on noise, crime, or changes in stormwater flow, and or based upon if we start overrunning covenants and approving things that violate covenants. ADUs would result in a higher incidence of on-street parking, as I already mentioned. The idea of requiring one parking space when these ADUs could accommodate 6 or 7 people is not sufficient. We're just creating a huge mess. And with attendant costs of $225,000 to $250,000 just for the construction of an 850 square foot structure, I'm not sure that there's a suggestion that this is actually the creation of affordable units. I mean, since we've been here, and we've all been here a while now, we've done some things where we've created some affordability and some opportunities here in Cobb County, but I don't think this is a practical solution. I think this is a solution that some interesting people at some place dreamed up. But when you dream up something, that's called the fly specking, or throw it up, then talk about it stage. But from a practical standpoint, I think the harm done from these things so thoroughly outweighs and is so conceptually awful relative to what our county is. I mean, seriously, think about it. The idea, what if we had 200 of these things out at Brookstone tomorrow? That's 500 more cars on the road going there. It just violates everything we've done for the last 6 years. It just throws it out the window. It's ridiculous. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Blouin. Other comments? Commissioner Anderson.
So, John, can I ask a couple questions?
Sure.
Under the current code, are you allowed to, if you do the detached but connected via 25 feet, that doesn't require a public hearing? Is that correct? That can be accomplished as of right, as long as impervious coverage and other site conditions are met?
Yes, as long as you can attach it with an enclosed breezeway that's heated and cooled, no longer than 25 feet, you don't increase your impervious surface past what the code limits are, and you meet your building setbacks, then you can build it as of right.
Okay, no public hearing required, right?
Correct.
All right. Then, is there any limitation on the percent, how that relates to the actual primary unit? The size of that ADU?
No, there's not.
Okay. Is there any restriction on height on that?
It's the same height as the primary structure, which is 35 feet in most cases.
Got it, okay. Is there any restriction on rentals related to that?
No.
Okay. Is there any restriction on being connected to a single utility?
It has to be on the same utility as the
Okay,
house.
got it. And is there any restriction on having the front entry be the primary point and have the ADU be accessible from the front only?
It's the same requirement. It has to be accessible through the front door for all rooms in the house. So it's the same requirement.
Okay, so that would be still applying here. Okay. And then, does that, having that impact the homestead exemption?
It has not impacted the homestead exemption as far as I know, for the ones that have been built.
Okay, and that right and ability runs with whether that's an investor or a primary owner, the ability to execute, to do that?
Correct.
Okay. All right, so just in response to Commissioner Blouin, there are a lot of things that, there's certainly things I can agree with, and I'm receptive to a concept of a minimum lot size, for instance, and my point from earlier still holds. I am sympathetic to the fact that I think there needs to be probably more comprehensive discussion. That said, I just ran through a list of things that are allowed as of right without a public hearing. Those can be done today. No stormwater management, no input from the HOA. Just wanted to make sure that I was affirming that. And so.
Both those are correct.
Okay. And when I think about enforcement, I think about LUP 2 2024 from this year, where we had a dispute. 158 Lakeside Drive. A homeowner had a conflict with an HOA. And he converted his garage into an apartment for his mother-in-law. One HOA approved of it. The next body somehow said, we take it back. Came to the board. Feels like something that shouldn't have come to the board. It's HOA dispute. So as I think through this, again, I want to reiterate, I don't want this to be, and I am very sympathetic and probably leaning toward the fact that we need more input, and I do want it to feel as though it was publicly socialized in this process. But as I go through the fact pattern, I'm hearing assumptions about the impact of HOAs and densities when the reality is that you have to still meet impervious surface coverage requirements, setback requirements, and have rental restrictions. I frankly think it's going to be very difficult for someone versus what it's going to be more difficult than what they are able to do right now. That's my personal opinion. I think if anything, there's an avenue here to have public input, stormwater controls, improvements to the site. There are restrictions on renters. There's a ban on short-term rentals in the most latest language. 31 days, and primary owner has to live there. And I, again, go back to the cases we've experienced. Again, it's a kid coming from, they're called granny flats, by the way. That's the typical nomenclature that they've been called, and that's a common nickname for them. Why? Because usually in-laws occupy them. Or a student who's just graduated from graduate school needs to save some money to buy their house. And for what it's worth, rental history does now count towards your credit score, it never used to, which is a huge thing and a huge reason why parents sometimes actually execute a lease with their kid so that that actually can be used to contribute towards them building up a credit history. Wasn't possible up until recently. So all this is to say that I think about what we see as cases, and I don't want to put blinders on it, but the reality is that most of the use cases we see are, hey, my kid just got back from college, is engaged, and needs to save up some money, and this is a reasonable solution for them to actually accommodate this. Or, hey, my parents, everyone's aging in place, they need to move in, I need to stay, but I want a separate space so that they can be on a single level, or because they can't go up and down stairs. These are all things that not only are possible today, we might have opened the door up to things, but we sure are putting like 15 locks on the door. And so, again, I sense this dissonance or disconnect between an assumption about ADUs are just bad and are going to cause density, when I think the reality is that we have a far more flexible format today that has not resulted in some of the outcomes that are being implied. So I just say that with some context. I do think there's some great suggestions. I am open and receptive to stuff like the minimum lot area. I think that's something where we could explore, and it could help alleviate some concerns. And then there could be some tightening of the language where the primary resident has to live strictly in the primary unit, unless it's for an in-law or another specified need. But that's the point of a public hearing. I think given the ability for us to kind of come together and allow that as part of a public hearing is a mechanism that doesn't involve HOAs rewriting a bunch of their covenants and expending legal costs. Because right now you can do it as of right, as long as you have a breezeway. If you come here, you know at a minimum that you have a mechanism for advocating this person is not, and having an affidavit or some recognition of that, the board takes that into account, right? I mean, that should not be ignored by the board. Shame on us if we ignore it. But it is something that at least we can't enforce and probably shouldn't be in the role of enforcing a private document. But we certainly can provide input as to conditions around the use of this code. That's my comments.
Thank you, and duly noted. Additional comment, I do not believe I wanted to make space for the comments, but I don't think we have a motion on the table at this time.
Beforehand, let me just clarify that, if I may, the fact that right now, if somebody wants to build what's sometimes called a garage apartment or a in-law suite, I mean, they have to. I don't mind the term, but it has to be attached to the existing house currently, correct?
Yeah, it's got to be attached to the house or within the
Heated and
house.
cooled and attached.
Yeah, okay. And so by definition, it's not a separate dwelling unit per se.
No, it's not a separate dwelling, it's part of the main house.
So notwithstanding the commentary trying to downplay this is a radical change.
I respectfully disagree. It's radical to say we eliminate a requirement for a breezeway.
No, it's allowing for a separate building.
Yeah, that we're eliminating a requirement for a breezeway.
For a breezeway,
Yeah, yeah.
The only difference here is that you have to build a covered walkway.
I think that this can be done in a single-family home. I've seen houses that are built, I don't live in one, but they have suites set up for their housekeepers and the child care. Their nannies live there. They have their own suite. So and the county, John, the county does not have the wherewithal and the pockets to monitor this. They don't even monitor who's converting their two-car garages that can no longer be used into, what was the entertainment? What was that?
Creative space.
Creative space.
Creative space.
And county doesn't, they're not looking at who's got a permit for even that. So it bothers.
I don't think a permit was required for that.
Well, I think some things are required.
I'm just saying that in that particular example you're using, I
Yeah.
don't think a permit was required.
Well, what I'm saying is that the county does not have the capability, even if they wanted to. They couldn't monitor all this. And it's going to bring in, I know, a lot of people for coming into variances. Well, I have a hardship. My yard isn't shaped the way it's described here, but I could put it off to the side a little bit. Then what do? And then they grant the variance. And then they put it on, just like the guy who wanted a gazebo and he built it on top of the Indian Hills golf course. He got a variance for it. So I just don't think I think it is being pushed on us very quickly, and I think that that this, as it sits now, that we should deny it and let all of you do your jobs, rewrite this, and spend a year rewriting it, and really thinking about all the little holes that are on each of these pages.
So, okay, thank you.
All right, that's my discussion.
Are you making that motion?
If it's a motion, I second it.
I'll make a motion to just stop here.
I mean, like, to strike all of this. I'm just trying to, I don't want to write it for you, but what's your motion?
Well, my motion would be to deny ADUs. Oh, I make a motion to recommend denial of ADUs at this point in time.
Okay, and just to clarify, that's section 134, 37, 35 is what you're denying.
It's 134 all.
No, it's 134, 37, and then
Point seven.
number 35.
Second.
And we have a second from Commissioner Ballon. Is there any more discussion on the motion on the table? If not, let's call the question again by raising of hands in support of the motion on the table. Okay, that's two. That motion is defeated. Do we have another motion? I'll entertain another motion as it relates to 134, 37, 35.
Is it too late to vote in favor of the?
No, it's not.
I'll make the motion again if I have to.
Make the motion again. We'll second
Is there a
it.
discussion?
No, make the motion again, because we did.
Move for denial of, move to recommend denial, because we're the JV, of section 134-37, subparagraph 35 ADUs.
Thank you.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Lindstrom. I'll open it up for discussion.
My intention here is strictly for wanting to have an opportunity for there to be more input.
Exactly.
And I would just caveat that I think that there's a lot of language that I would be supportive of in here, but I want to also be respectful of the process, because I do feel as though if we have to make a decision today, this is probably an important decision, and I would rather us, at least, if we can agree to disagree, that's fine, but if we had that process and mechanism done, especially with some of these different versions that have come, I do want to, I think my desire to respect that process probably overwhelms my support of the position.
Yeah.
Duly noted. Other discussion points?
The only thing I would,
Commissioner Hughes.
I'm sorry, just mention, I do think a minimum lot size is something that needs to be incorporated in this, if it ends up moving forward, you know, an appropriate minimum lot size for these types of development.
Again, duly noted. Right now, the motion on the
Yes.
table is none of it moves forward. So let's stick to that one. If there's no further discussion, I want to call the question on the motion on the table. All in favor? So we got 5, and that is for 134, 37, 35.
And could we just add a clerk's note to that the planning commission wants more study on that code section, including maybe having a minimum lot size with it, so
Please.
the board knows kind of what direction they need to go in?
Absolutely.
All right, thank you.
You could add, excuse me if I may, you could add also get rid of the ambiguity in subpart B, because it's very unclear without having that lesser of this or that. The way it's written, it's ambiguous.
And if we're adding clerk's notes, I think it'd be helpful to analyze our land use permits over the last, I'd say, a couple of years to understand the requests that have been coming forward, those that involve children, those that involve caregiving situations, so that is factored in.
And I've done a high-level view of that, Commissioner Hughes, from 2023 through October of this year.
Okay.
And the board has approved 80% or 82% of the LUPs that have come in for more cars or more adults.
Okay. I think that's important information to have.
But, you know, with each of those, there's caveats as to whether they're related, not related, how many cars, where they put them.
Understood.
Stuff like that.
Understood.
All right. Thank you. We'll move to the next section.
Thank you. Second part of that one. And this part is related to what the board just recommended denial on. So this is the requirement that requires the 25-foot heated breezeway to attach additional living space to the main house. So I would ask the board to consider making a recommendation to the board based on these code sections right here.
Recommend denial for all the reasons. Move to recommend denial for all the reasons previously stated.
So, okay. We'll get to discuss. Somebody do us. There's a motion on the table. Is there a second?
Oh, yes.
Okay, a second from Commissioner Lindstrom. We'll open it up for discussion, and I'll kind of start this one. What this is saying to me is if we deny this, then we are taking out what's currently in there, which is the breezeways.
No, if you deny it, you're leaving the breezeways in.
Oh, we're leaving it in. Okay. I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm rereading it.
See, one thing I object to in this piece is really the R12, the R50, and the R20, rather than acreage as it relates to ADUs.
I guess my comment about that would be that pushes that to very specific areas of the county. I'm just saying, I don't know how you feel about that, but it seems it would push it to R30, because mostly R30 is District 1, District 4 out west. So I think we need to be careful there.
Summer 3. If I may.
Yeah.
Commissioner Ballon.
Summer 3 as well. Yeah, I would think they're not so much Not as much of 2 anymore, because land's so expensive there, and certainly nothing new in 2, right?
Okay, we have a motion on the table for denial, correct? All right, if no further discussion, let's call the question. It's 5-0 to strike 134 through 190, 134-193 through 199.
Thank you.
Okay.
Next is regards to a power that's in the BZA powers regarding recommending lot size reductions to the Board of Commissioners. And as I said earlier, the BZA does not do these anymore. These are strictly heard by the Board of Commissioners. So the staff would ask you to delete 13494, number 4, regarding the powers of the BZA.
Mr. Chairman, may I
Yes,
just make an
Commissioner
inquiry? It's a little embarrassing since I've been on both for almost 6 years, but just to be clear, for 6 years, you haven't sent any of this stuff to us, right?
Correct.
And how much before that? When's the last time anybody sent any of that stuff to the BZA?
The board probably gets 1 or 2 of those per month.
So the board gets them, but you can't even recall them being sent to the BZA?
Probably 12 years ago, 15 years ago.
Okay, because I love to joke with people that, you know, I'm on the Planning Commission, on the Board of Zoning Appeals, and once you understand that the Planning Commission doesn't plan and the Board of Zoning Appeals doesn't hear zoning appeals, you're well on your way to understanding Cobb County. But, so you're just saying this just squares it up with the existing practice?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Move to approve as written. Okay. Move to recommend approval as written.
Second.
I have a second from Commissioner Anderson. Any further discussion? If not, let's call the question by show of hands. 5-0 to recommend approval of this as written.
Thank you. Next one is Section 13423, action by Planning Commission. And this just clarifies that the Planning Commission can delete an application to another zoning district.
Which?
Move to approve.
Yep.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Hughes. Is there any further discussion on this one? All right, let's call the question by show of hands in support. 5-0 in support of that motion. Thank you.
Next section, 134-266, is amendment to our EV charging stations for cars. The first part is to regulate EV charging stations in multifamily homes the same way we do in commercial developments. So there's...
I apologize, and we've already voted on it, but something just occurred to me. Can I make an inquiry regarding the last matter of him at this time?
Yeah, go make the inquiry. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And right now, the way we've done it is it's lesser included, right? The way the code was written before, it's like we could consider any basically lesser included categories, so we could down zone somebody, but we couldn't up zone them, right?
No.
No?
It couldn't be deleted in either direction, but the way it's written now, the PC can delete in either direction,
Okay.
up or down.
That's the way it's already written before?
No. It's not written at all, so the Planning Commission doesn't have any powers to delete a zoning application to another district.
But we've been recommending doing that for 6 years anyway, right, generally?
It's been a practice for longer than 6 years.
My only concern is if we upzone, if we decide, we haven't done it the whole bunch, but what if we decided to upzone?
It still has to go to the Board of Commissioners, Commissioner Boulogne, and you know, it's been my experience with this board that you guys are pretty conservative when you guys zone properties.
Yeah.
So I really don't see upzoning being a problem.
But if we did, we just need to have provisions to give adequate notice to the affected folks. So let's say somebody came in hypothetically and they wanted to go from R30 to R20, and we said, you know what, we think this would be a great place for R15. Just wanted to make sure I know what I would do if I was still on the PC. I'd say we got to get notice out to everybody again. We got to renotice it, right? Because just to be fair to them, they need to be aware that
Well,
something more
there's actually a
severe.
sign on the property besides the zoning notice that we call the pursuant to sign.
Yeah.
And that puts everyone on notice that the board can consider all constitutional zoning categories that are within the Cobb County Code.
Okay.
So those are more intense or less intense.
I guess just as a practical point, whether we put it in the code, I'd rather it be in a code somewhere, but I would just think logically we'd want to give notice. We'd want to give 30 days notice before we upzone beyond what the ask was, right? Okay. I'm sorry. I digress. Thank you.
Nope. Oh, thank you. All right. Back to section 134-266.
Yes. And we're just proposing to treat multifamily developments the same as commercial developments as far as the ratio of EV charging stations that are allowed per property. Because currently for a multifamily property, they're only allowed to have one on the entire property.
I know what I want. Yes, Commissioner Lindstrom.
I have a question. John, does this mean that based on today's car issues, that one house could have a charging station for every car?
No, one charging station per
For the
property.
house, for the whole property?
But multiple at a multifamily.
You can have like a 300-unit apartment complex. It's only required, allowed to have one.
Right now.
And just by way of background, board members, what brought this to our attention was there's a condominium complex in Vinings that wanted to put some in, and they could only do one under the current code. And for 97 residents, they needed a lot more than one charging station.
Yeah. Are these the same kind of charging stations that I have in my head that are like 5 feet tall? Yeah? Are we gonna have advertising next?
No, these are the smaller type of charging stations. These aren't like the Tesla supercharging stations you see like along Windy Ridge Road or in commercial areas. These are more the household types.
The slow chargers, slower ones. Level 2.
I move to approve as stipulated or written.
Second.
All right, we have a second from Commissioner Anderson. Any further discussion, questions? Let's call the question by show of hands. 5-0 on that one. Thank you.
Okay, and item last is a revision to Cobb County Code, Section 134-271, Special Exceptions. And this is regarding the landscape screening buffer that are required for churches or places of worship. We're proposing the buffer be increased from 35 feet to 50 feet. And like the lodge one, this one is addressing a problem we've had in the past year with the buffering that wasn't sufficient to block lights and noise.
Move to approve.
Second.
I have a second from Commissioner Lindstrom. Any discussion or questions? If not, let's call the question, show of hands. And that one is also approved 5-0. Is that everything?
I'm sorry to report, that's the end of the agenda.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Peterson. All right, two more pieces of business before we can get out of here. Some documents in front of you to approve. The first one would be the minutes of the October 1st zoning hearing of the Planning Commission. I'll entertain a motion to approve those minutes.
Motion approved as written, and but before I stop talking, I just wanted to thank you for your long service and patience today, and everybody that showed up and sat around all day to talk to us. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll entertain a second. Second from Commissioner Hughes. Let's call the question by raise of hands. 5-0 to approve the minutes of the October 1st zoning hearing. The next document is the minutes of the special call meeting agenda review work session dated October 28th. I'll entertain a motion to approve these minutes.
So moved.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Lindstrom. Any questions? If not, passed by a showing of hands. Let's vote for approval of the minutes. So 5-0. With that, seeing no other business, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.